very central issue as far as the urban constituencies are concerned.
Right, Himanshu, we will keep coming back to you. The issues that the voters are having, the problems that they're facing, what are they basing their votes on? That and a whole lot more on the other side of this very short break.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024.
Welcome back. The BJP released its manifesto for Rajasthan Assembly polls with an eye on women, youth and farmers. Mahila Thanas and anti-Romeo squads were some of the promises made, as well as LPG cylinders for 450 rupees each to the Ujjwala scheme beneficiaries, 2.5 lakh government jobs in a matter of 5 years, and increasing the financial assistance to farmers are some of the promises that have been made.
The BJP's big poll promises for Rajasthan, and the eye is definitely on women and youth voters. Women's security clearly in the forefront, also the SIT, two things that stood out apart from all the other promises that they have made for elections in Rajasthan if their government is formed here. The BJP's Sankalp Patra prepared with an eye to the ground and after getting feedback from 1 crore voters. What does the BJP promise in Rajasthan? Free education for girl children from KG to PG. Scooties for girls who pass class 12. Gas cylinders for 450 under the Ujjwala scheme. Special women's police station in each district. Mahila desk in every police station. Anti-Romeo squads in every city for safety of women. Increasing doctors and paramedical staff. A special investigation team to probe paper leak and Jal Jeevan mission. Lakhpati Didi Yojana to train rural women, help to 19,000 farmers whose land has been auctioned, 200 bonus over 2,000 wheat MSP for farmers. The Congress is yet to release its manifesto, but it's come out with 7 guarantees.
पहले भी काम किया है, आगे भी काम होगा. राहुल गांधी जी ने खड़गे सामने कह रखा है, वादा करो मत, वादा करो तो निभाओ उनको.
The Congress's guarantees in Rajasthan: gas cylinders at 500, 10,000 to every woman who is head of a household, accident relief up to 15 lakhs for natural disasters, laptops for first-year college students, English medium education for all, commission to prevent farmers' land being auctioned on loan defaults, government to buy cow dung at 2 rupees per kilo, and a law to implement the old pension scheme. The OPS stands out as that one big difference between the Congress and the BJP.
जो पेंशन की गारंटी अप टू अ बेंचमार्क लेवल की जा सके, इसके ऊपर विचार कर रही है और मैं ये मानता हूँ कि अब की बार जो समाधान वहाँ से होगा वो स्थायी होगा, केवल राजनीतिक जुमलेबाजी नहीं होगी.
Clearly, the woman voter and the youth voter has arrived to stay in the political space. In Rajasthan, of the 5.26 crore voters, 2.51 are women, and there is also that crucial youth vote bank, 22 lakh first-time voters. That's why in both the BJP's manifesto and the Congress's guarantees, the woman vote and the youth voter figures prominently. The only thing both parties differ on is the old pension scheme. In Jaipur, with camera person Sushil Kumar, Harsha Kumari Singh, NDTV.
Thank you, Harsha, for getting us all those details. We'll be back with a whole lot more. Well, of course, we will take you through the voting that's begun in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh at 7 o'clock this morning. That and a whole lot more on the other side of this very short break.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the reality industry across UAE. The Reality Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the reality landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision.
In these states, 3 union ministers, 4 MPs of the BJP are in fray for the coveted state of Madhya Pradesh as the BJP stares at anti-incumbency of 20 years. The polling time for the 9 polling booths in the Naxal-hit area of Chhattisgarh is from 7 a.m. Over the next 1 hour, we'll get you details from each and every district. But first up, the headlines. Stage is set for elections in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Polling begins across 230 seats in Madhya Pradesh, 70 seats in Chhattisgarh for the final phase. Eye on women voters, farmers. BJP has released its manifesto for Rajasthan. Mahila Thanas, anti-Romeo squads have been promised. And Telangana Congress chief speaks to NDTV. Revanth Reddy says people have decided to defeat KCR. Also an update on the Uttarakhand tunnel collapse, day 6 of the rescue. New drill being used. Rescuers are hopeful. Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami has now said that he is reviewing all under construction tunnels now. And the stage is set for the big battle. The finals will be between India and Australia at Ahmedabad. Australia beat South Africa to reach World Cup finals.
Semi-final by a very good and valiant South African team.
And it's the day of the semi-finals, quite literally ahead of the big general elections next year. 300 seats of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh are going to polls today. While for Madhya Pradesh, it is a single-phase election. Chhattisgarh is voting for a second time. It is a bipolar contest in both these states. First, let's listen in to the stalwarts. The sound bites that have come in from Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel has spoken. In fact, Kamal Nath, who is former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, has also spoken. Let's listen in to them.
पूरा प्रदेश मतदान करने जा रहा है। मुझे पूरे प्रदेश पर विश्वास है कि वह प्रदेश की तस्वीर अपने सामने रख के सब चौपट प्रदेश और सच्चाई का साथ देंगे।
कितनी सीटों की उम्मीद के साथ पहुंचे सर आप?
मैं जनता पर, मतदाताओं पर विश्वास कर रहा हूं। मैं शिवराज सिंह नहीं हूं कि बोलूं इतनी सीटें आएंगी, उतनी सीटें आएंगी। जनता तय करेगी कि कितनी सीटें आएंगी।
सर, युवा वोटर्स के लिए क्या बोलेंगे?
सर, आप खुद भी चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं छिंदवाड़ा सीट से।
ठीक, मैं लड़ रहा हूं। मैं तो 40 साल से लड़ रहा हूं, 14 साल से लड़ रहा हूं।
कितने वोटों से जीत का आपको अंदाजा है या दावा हो सकता है?
क्या
कितने वोटों से इस बार जीत आपकी हो रही है?
ये सब अंदाज मैं नहीं लगाता, मैं जनता के ऊपर छोड़ता हूँ।
नए जो युवा वोटर्स के लिए क्या कहेंगे, उनके लिए किस तरह का संदेश?
मैं नए वोटर्स को तो खास कह रहा हूँ कि उनका पहला वोट है, बड़े ध्यान से दें, बड़े समझदारी से दें और अपना भविष्य भी सुरक्षित रखें।
पिछली बार महिला वोटर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मानी जाती है, जो पार्टियां हैं वो
खबरें भी सामने आ रही है।
बीजेपी के पास अब पहले पुलिस, पैसा और प्रशासन था, अभी भी कुछ घंटों तक पुलिस, पैसा और प्रशासन है। पूरे रात, कल पूरे दिन मुझे फोन आए, मुझे तो वीडियो कॉल किसी ने किया शराब बढ़ते हुए, मुझे वीडियोस भेजे शराब और पैसे बढ़ते हुए। क्या
पिछली बार आपका हेलीकॉप्टर खूब चर्चा में रहा था, इस बार भी निकलेगा क्या?
क्यों चर्चा में? हेलीकॉप्टर में जा रहा था, सब जगह गया। चर्चा शिवराज सिंह किस में गए? टू व्हीलर में।
सर, पिछले समय मध्य प्रदेश में किस मुद्दे पर जनता मतदान करने जा रही है, जो आपको लग रहा है?
जो बर्बाद प्रदेश, चौपट प्रदेश शिवराज सिंह जी ने बनाया है।
सर, पिछले बार जो कांटे की टक्कर थी, कुछ सीटों पर पेच फंस गया था, ऐसी स्थिति हो सकती है सर?
सर, क्या आपको लगता है जो जनता इस पर वोट करेगी वो एक तरफा वोट करेगी पूरी तरह से?
And there is some piece of breaking news that is coming in from Madhya Pradesh now. In fact, EVM machine in Shivraj Singh Chauhan's constituency of Budni had stopped working, and that led to the entire election process stopped early morning. Let's go straight to Amritanshi, who's joining us live. For 15 minutes, in fact, the EVM machines did not work early morning in a village where Amritanshi is. Amritanshi is joining us live from Budni. We also have Saurabh Gupta from a constituency in Chhattisgarh. Amritanshi, coming to you, what is the mood like early morning? I can see both of you happy and certainly bright. So what does it look like early morning in those villages where you are standing?
Right now I'm in the village where the CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan will vote. This is the polling booth where CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan will reach in 5 to 10 minutes. In the morning around 7 a.m. till 7:30 a.m. the EVM machine at the center broke down. Voting was halted due to the machine broke down. Voters were waiting outside like for around 25 to 30 minutes. After that, the electoral officers came to the booth, look out at the machine, and then the voters were able to vote after that, but they have to wait like for quite a long time. Now the voters have voted, and now as they are outside the voting stations, we'll try to talk to them. भैया वोट कर दिया?
हाँ, कर दी वोट डाल दी।
लेट हो गया थोड़ा, मशीन खराब हो गई थी।
अच्छा, डल गई वोट।
वोट डाल दिया, इंतजार करना पड़ा था?
हाँ, इंतजार थोड़ा करना पड़ा।
हाँ, ओके। देखिए, the CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan will reach in 5 to 10 minutes, and right now he is performing the Narmada Pujan on the backside of this place. This is the Adarsh Matadan Kendra, which has been decorated, and also if you can see, there are many women also waiting here for CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan. The women will perform a puja before CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan enter the polling station. And also the BJP, if you talk about, is all set in whole Madhya Pradesh, especially for the polling today, which will be happen. BJP, all the leaders from all the politicians of the BJP party, especially CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan, has made an appeal to all the voters of Madhya Pradesh that they should increase the percentage of Madhya Pradesh, especially the voting percentage in many areas. Also, the areas which have been affected by the Naxals, the Dindori, Mandla and Balaghat. The voting will go from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. at these polling stations especially. Also, the paramilitary forces have been deployed in all the parts of Madhya Pradesh. Also, air ambulance has been deployed in Jabalpur and Bhopal. So, if there is any problem in these places, especially the Naxal affected places, the air ambulance will straight go to these places. Now, right now, all the people are here waiting for CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and many people are also casting their votes inside this polling booth station. CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan will reach in 5 to 10 minutes, and then he'll cast the vote and then talk to the media. Also, CM will be staying here for some time, but the breakdown of machine led to a sadness in the voters, because many voters standing from 6:30 a.m. For constantly they were waiting that when will their chance come, but the machine broke down. Now the situation has been handled by the electoral officers, and the voting has been started 20 to 30 minutes late at this place. Maria.
Okay, we'll come back to you in just a bit. Again, Amritanshi, we are going straight to Raipur, where Saurav Gupta is standing. Saurav, what is the mood like? In the first phase, of course, Chhattisgarh did surprise many with the high voting percentage. What does it look like early morning? Because, we have traveled the Hindi belt, and largely what people believe there is pehle jalpan, pehle matdan, phir jalpan. So, abhi kya mahal hai wahan pe?
Well, Maria, voters have started coming in. In fact, we're at a model polling station which has been decorated. And, usually there's a certain amount of blandness to polling stations. But this one's been decorated, a model polling booth. And obviously, in true festival of democracy, if one can use that cliche, so why not celebrate it? Why not decorate it a bit? And then this, of course, is one of the booths where voting is taking place. Voters are standing in line. You can see, of course, Happy Voting Day with those balloons. This is the voting booth here. And there are several arrangements for, of course, voters as well who've come in to vote in this booth. I believe there are a few first-time voters as well. There are arrangements for specially abled voters as well, wheelchair arrangements that have been made, and seating arrangements for senior citizens, and a lot of voters coming in. Sir, यहाँ पे एक saying है, माना जाता है कि पहले मतदान फिर जलपान. तो आप भी उसी saying को मानकर पहले वोट डालने आए हैं?
पहले वोट डालने आए हैं, उसके बाद दूसरा काम.
मैडम, आप?
पहले वोट, उसके बाद सब.
आप लोग भी पहले वो वोट. यहाँ पहले इस बूथ को सजाया गया है काफी अच्छे तरीके से. ये एक अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है वोटर के लिए.
बहुत बिल्कुल नया एक्सपीरियंस है, और पहली बार इस तरीके से, यानी अभी तक जितनी बार वोट डालने आए इसमें का
टी-शर्ट भी देखिए. It's all the part of the process.
It's all part of the process.
Yeah, thank you.
They're all a part of the process.
But ये अच्छे एक्सपीरियंस है, एक ऐसा सजाकर बूथ को.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि मतलब बच्चों के लिए भी एक प्ले एरिया बनाया गया कि आप ये बंदिश ना हो आपको कि बच्चे घर में अकेले कैसे जाएं, क्या करें, बच्चे खेलते रहे, आप वोट दीजिए.
वोट डालने के लिए
प्लस बूढ़ों के लिए व्हीलचेयर वगैरह है कि मतलब आप रुके मत, वोट दीजिए, अपना मतदान दीजिए.
और आप लोगों ने बिना ब्रेकफास्ट किए पहले वोट.
बिल्कुल, ना पानी भी नहीं पिया है हमने, तो सीधा वोट देने आए पहले.
Most important is Mahila, 100% Mahila.
And Maria, one more thing that I wanted to point out is we are in the Raipur North constituency and 201 polling stations, and they are all run by women. They're all managed by women, and that's also an interesting thing given the statistics in this state. There are more women voters, and both parties have targeted women voters in their campaigns, reaching out to them. People have come in early morning voting. Sir, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, आपने वोट डाल दिए? वो थोड़ा so people have come in early. सुबह सुबह आकर वोट डालना हर नागरिक की जिम्मेदारी होता है. आपने वोट डाले हैं. बाकी आपके जो नागरिक हैं यहाँ के, उनसे क्या कहेंगे? आके वोट डालें.
उनसे भी मैं ये निवेदन करूँगा कि वोट डालना बहुत आवश्यक है. सारे काम तो जीवन भर करते रहते हैं. ये मौका 5 साल में एक बार आता है. ये मौका चूकना नहीं चाहिए हमें. और सारे काम थोड़ी देर के लिए रोक करके पहला काम हमको मतदान करना चाहिए.
थैंक यू सर बात करने के लिए. आप सुबह सुबह आए, वोट डाले हैं. ये देखिए वोट डाले हैं. और ये एक और चीज़ मुझे जो अच्छा लगा, यहाँ पे बलून से, फूल के माले से वोटिंग बूथ को सजाया गया है. ये एक नया एक्सपीरियंस है.
बिल्कुल नया एक्सपीरियंस है. मैंने अंदर में भी बोला, हालांकि ये पूरा महिला बूथ है. सारी अंदर महिलाएं बैठ करके कार्य कर रही है. बहुत ही स्मूथली और बहुत ही अच्छे से कर रही है. लेकिन एक सुखद अनुभव वहीं से हो जाता है कि आज हमारे वोटर का वेलकम हो रहा है रेड कारपेट बिछा करके. ये नई बात है.
थैंक यू सो मच सर एनडीटीवी से बात करने के लिए. आपके समय के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. सो लाइक वी वर सेइंग, डेकोरेटेड पोलिंग बूथ, मॉडल पोलिंग बूथ, मैनेज्ड बाय women, voters coming in early, standing in line, waiting to vote. And like you said, Maria, pehle matdan, fir jalpan. So all of these voters coming in to vote early and
what
fulfill their responsibility.
Was so like a headline bite. We often look for it. He said, "Red carpet welcome ho raha hai sare voters ka." I think that's huge for this kind of environment being created in Raipur for all the voters. Let's listen in. I'm going to come back to you in just 30 seconds. Let's listen in to a soundbite that's coming. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who has just arrived in the polling booth where he will cast his vote. Let me go back to Saurav. Saurav, the atmosphere matters when early morning all the voters arrive in a polling booth. So there is a play area for children so that you don't have to leave your child and think about where should the child be left early morning. Then there are the polling booth is being completely manned by women. Various responsibilities are being executed by women officials. And then the queue is about men and women, but all of them are feeling as if they are being given a red carpet welcome. Speak to more. Let's try and tell others in Raipur and other cities in Chhattisgarh, please go out and cast your vote.
That's absolutely right. In fact, I've covered so many elections. I haven't seen a voting booth like this, decorated, asking people to come in, people coming in to vote early in the morning. Sir, aapse janna chahenge, are you a first time voter?
Yeah.
This is a very interesting polling booth and decorated with flowers, balloons, carpeted. Is this an experience that one doesn't expect during voting, but it's always welcome, right?
Yeah, obviously you expect it to be more bland and more like vanilla, but this is a nice, beautiful change. It encourages people to come and vote and just exercise the power of democracy.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. What about you?
I'm an oldie.
But you've seen more elections. Have you seen a voting booth like this?
No, this is very beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A lot of people coming in to vote. Like I said, the lines are getting longer now. As in the last 10 minutes that we've been here, the line has grown longer, which is a great sign, which is what people want to see on voting day. Ma'am, आप इस बूथ का जो ये सजावट है और एक नए तरीके से वोटिंग का एक्सपीरियंस आपको लगता है ये?
जी हाँ, अच्छा लग रहा है. वोटिंग करने में भी अच्छा महसूस हो रहा है. आज लग रहा है कि हाँ वोटिंग करने आए हैं हम लोग.
And आप what about you, sir? ये सजाया हुआ वोटिंग बूथ क्या एक नया एक्सपीरियंस है?
हाँ, एक वोटर्स को एक तरफ से एनकरेज करता है कि आप आइए वोटिंग कीजिए
और यहाँ पे मैं सुन रहा था सब कह रहे थे पहले मतदान फिर जलपान.
हाँ बिल्कुल सही.
आप लोगों ने भी
सेम.
एंड सर I'm sure you've cast your vote before. ऐसे आपने ये इस तरीके का इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया का जो ये एक प्रयास है कि वोटर्स को वोट देना एक जिम्मेदारी है ज़रूर, लेकिन आप एक अच्छे वातावरण सजाया हुआ वोटिंग बूथ में जाए.
सर मैं 35 साल से वोटिंग कर रहा हूँ और मेरा अनुभव 35 साल का है. ये जो इन्होंने जो जिस हिसाब से डेकोरेशन किया है, जिस हिसाब से एक पॉजिटिव जो है, जैसे पहले एक तो रहता था कि सरकारी काम ऐसे ही है करके, लेकिन वो चीज़ें अब नहीं है, चेंज हो गई हैं. ये बिल्कुल नई तकनीकी के हिसाब से पूरा अडॉप्ट हो रहा है. साथ में जो सजावट इन्होंने किया बहुत सुंदर तरीके से, पॉजिटिव मतलब जो है सोच के साथ पॉजिटिव वाइब्रेशंस आ रहे हैं.
मैं Maria, I just want to show you this wall. You know, of course, it's got the finger with the ink mark, which is of course a sign of voting. But then it goes on to say, "Happy voting, मैं भारत हूँ." There's interesting artwork also, actually, you know, below, which is quite interesting. The artwork that's there, and that, of course, is indicative of the kind of effort also the Election Commission of India has been putting in to increase voting percentage, to encourage more voters to come in and vote. Sir, आपने पहले ऐसे एक एक्सपीरियंस में वोट डाले हैं जहाँ पे सजाया हुआ मतदान केंद्र?
नहीं, ऐसा तो नहीं देखा था, मगर कुछ पिछले चुनाव में भी पिंक बूथ बने थे, वो ऐसे ही डेकोरेटेड थे. यहाँ पर नहीं था, दूसरे पोलिंग सेंटर्स में थे.
ठीक है, थैंक यू सर. और and you know, like we were saying, Maria, you know, I just wanted to give you a glimpse of like I said, Raipur North constituency, all the polling stations are being managed by women. There are facilities for the elderly, and you know, all the officials are women, which is also an interesting thing. And you know, it's nice to see the Election Commission of India make these efforts. You know, here also you can see, of course, the officials are all women who are manning the polling booth and managing the polling station, which is a great thing. And again, here also inside the booth, you can see happy voting decorated with balloons.
Chhattisgarh. He is contesting from Lodmi, and you can see him just cast his vote, and he's showing his inked finger. Saurav, I'm going to come back to you. Let me bring in the guests now. Aditi Fadnas is joining us. We also have Anshul of the Congress. Aditi, the good news is that early morning in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, the voters are out there to cast their vote. You know, the particular emphasis that we have seen on exercising your right in recent years has led to a significant increase in the overall voting percentage. That's certainly good news, you would say.
Oh, yes. And Maria, just to add another chapter to the story, well, you know, women just do it so much better, right?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it would have occurred to a man immediately that you must have a play area for children.
Yes.
Mothers could likely bring their children along. They must leave them beside. So, I mean, we just do it so much better, right?
Absolutely. Far more sensitively, definitely.
Definitely. But adding to your point, I think it's really, really good that more and more people are coming out to vote. They are exercising their right as a matter of right, not as a favor, not as an obligation. And they are very actively involved in choosing their representatives, which makes you very confident that they will exercise a degree of discrimination in something that is entirely their prerogative and their secret weapon, as it were.
Absolutely. Anshul, when we look at these visuals, certainly very encouraging, irrespective of where they are going, because it's a secret ballot, as they say. But long queues early morning, much before people have had their breakfast, is actually showing enthusiasm. And that enthusiasm makes a whole lot of difference in ensuring that, you know, when we evaluate the overall voting percentage, make multiple analysis of what that voting percentage, high or low, means, these are encouraging signs.
Of course, over the past few years, you would have seen that the people have come out in large numbers to vote. Democracy has taken root in India, and for us, the wisdom of the people and their judgment is the biggest court. It's paramount. And so as political actors, when we see that people are coming out in large numbers to vote, it is obviously very encouraging. And I just hope that the will of the people is respected this time around in Madhya Pradesh, because there have been certain events in the past wherein the will of the people has been overridden by horse trading and all kinds of machinations. So I hope that this time around, when the people come out and say that they want a particular government in power, those at the center would respect it and will not be forced to get into the dirty waters of horse trading and defections and midterm polls.
For that, we'll have to wait till December 3rd when the results come in.
I'm just saying.
But for the moment, let me go straight to Bhopal, the capital city of Madhya Pradesh, where events will be unfolding over the next few days. Let me bring in Himanshu now. Himanshu, the big question is, how is it looking early morning in Bhopal? Are people of the city out there to cast their vote?
That's right, and even at 6:45 a.m. today, there was a line here outside the polling booth in Kolar, where I'm standing now in Bhopal, and I do have with me 2 voters who have just come out after voting, and I can tell you that since morning, in last almost 80 odd minutes, a large number of people have come to vote, and especially the presence of women voters, senior citizens and young voters has been very, very good. That's what I have seen here. I have with me 2 voters here who have lived in Bhopal city for last many years. Deepak, what are the issues for people like you who work in Bhopal?
एक्चुअली देखा जाए तो जैसे अभी रोड का काम चल रहा है, काफ़ी लंबे समय से खिंच रहा है, लोगों को बहुत समस्या आ रही है, मतलब एक रास्ता क्रॉस नहीं करने की जगह मिल रही है, तो इन चीज़ों को थोड़ा सा फास्ट किया जाए, जैसे किया जाए
यानी विकास की जो योजनाएं चल रही हैं उसको और जल्दी पूरा करना जरूरी है।
पूरा किया जाए। अभी देखा जाए तो बहुत सारे एक्सीडेंट
हो रहे हैं और इसकी वजह से पॉल्यूशन भी मैंने देखा
मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा।
प्रतिसाद है, अद्भुत प्यार है, प्रेम है, अभिभूत हूँ मैं, अद्भुत अकल्पनीय, इतना आशीर्वाद बहुत पूर्व प्रारब्ध में भगवान पूर्व जन्म का प्रसाद होता है, इस जन्म का नहीं।
पहले जो भी सर्वे आया हो, लेकिन अब आज की स्थिति क्या बता रहे हैं आप पूरे मध्य प्रदेश?
मैं हर बार मैं कहता था 155 सीट आएगी कांग्रेस की। आज भी मेरा प्रेडिक्ट वही है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की प्रचंड बहुमत की सरकार बन रही है, बदलाव की सरकार बन रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कुशासन 20 साल का जो मध्य प्रदेश में उसको लोग हटाना चाहते हैं, कांग्रेस की ओर संभावना वाली निगाह से देखना चाह रहे हैं। मैं मानता हूं 500% प्रचंड बहुमत से कांग्रेस की सरकार बन रही है।
रात में एक विवाद हुआ था बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ में,
छोटी छोटी बातें होती रहती है, वो भी परिवार के हैं, मनमुटाव। मैंने तो जाके कहा था कि खत्म करें उसको, तो मैं मानता हूं कि कोई नहीं हो जाएगा।
मध्य प्रदेश में आज चुनाव है और मतदान हो रहा है।
That was Jeetu Patwari, saying that it looks like that the Congress will have it easy this time around. That remains to be seen. But yes, let me go straight to Himanshu again. Himanshu, early morning, youth are also out, young voters, first-time voters, all of them excited about that they are participating in the biggest exercise, of course, of electing their governments.
That's right, and the number of young electors, especially those who have registered who have attained the age of 18 years between 1st January to October 2023 is 11,22,000, and that shows that the effort made by Election Commission actually has produced very good result. At the polling booth where I'm standing now, I have seen the largest number of voters who have come so far have been women, senior citizens and young voters. I have with me 2 voters here, one a senior citizen, one a young man who has just voted now. दीपक, आपके जैसे जो लोग भोपाल में रहते हैं, उनके लिए सबसे बड़ा इशू क्या है इस बार, इलेक्शन इशू?
इलेक्शन
मतलब समस्याएं क्या हैं सबसे बड़ी शहर में?
अभी तो देखो, अभी जो जैसे कोविड के टाइम के बाद से बहुत से लोगों में रोजगार की दिक्कतें आ रही है, मतलब खास तौर से फिर महंगाई की भी, जैसे जो गरीब फैमिलीज हैं उन्हें का राशन पानी इतना,
और लोग चाहते हैं कि शहरों में बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी बेहतर हो,
काम के लिए भी बेहतर हो, लोगों को फैसिलिटियाँ अच्छी मिलें, इस टाइप की समस्याएं। और युवाओं के लिए तो सबसे बड़ी समस्या है जो आज के समय में रोजगार
के है। जी
रोजगार है, रोजगार बहुत जरूरी है.
So youth want more employment opportunities. Mr. Matthews, you have lived in Bhopal for a long period. For senior citizens like you, what is the most important issue? And secondly, I want to also ask you that Election Commission made a very concerted effort to encourage senior citizens to vote and participate more and more. What are the main issues for senior citizens in Bhopal?
The main issues for senior citizens in Bhopal is still the cost of living has gone up very high all over. So they should be provided, they should either in a different form or whatever it is, they should be provided with so much amount that they should live in a proper manner.
And there were some senior citizens who also said that the senior citizen homes, there should be more facility for senior citizens.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why? Because see, when you see number of parents are alone.
Living alone.
The children go for their work. They have to go for their work out of Bhopal or out of Madhya Pradesh. So naturally, the parents are alone, and that is causing a big problem for them. There should be old age homes where somebody should take care, or at least they should come and stay in the morning hours. And by the evening, they should be returning back to their home. They can go back to their home so that there will be oneness in them. Otherwise, they are alone, absolutely alone. Yes.
So they need more state support, and that is the one big message that I have got here in Bhopal since morning when I'm reporting on this. I've interviewed several senior citizens, and they all want more state support. They want more emotional support. They want more basic facilities in senior citizen homes. Some are annoyed that pollution levels have gone up because of the construction work. And of course, the young voters who are coming here, they are coming to vote with a dream of a better future, more employment opportunities and better educational facilities. Maria.
All right, Himanshu, thank you so much. Let's listen in to incumbent Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel, early this morning, what he had to say and tell the voters of Chhattisgarh.
आप मतदान करेंगे तो इस आपके एक वोट किसानों के, मजदूरों के, महिलाओं के, युवाओं के भविष्य तय करेगा. छत्तीसगढ़ किस रूप में आगे बढ़ेगा, ये भी आप इस मतदान से तय होगा. तो साथियों, मतदान करने अपने घर से अवश्य निकलिए, मतदान केंद्र पहुंचिए और मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
बढ़ते पोल्यूशन और बदलते मौसम के साथ सर्दी, खांसी, जुकाम एक आम बात है. ऐसे में लीजिए मुल्तानी कुका कफ सिरप, ताकि बदलते मौसम के साथ आप न बदले.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24x7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the reality industry across UAE. The Reality Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the reality landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon.
And in this big battle for Madhya Pradesh, particularly of the 230 seats which are going to polls today, it's a single-phase election. Remember, in Madhya Pradesh, the BJP has fielded 3 union ministers, 4 MPs. One of them is Prahlad Patel, union minister. Let's listen in to what he had to say early morning.
मुझे लगता है कि जो हमारे गरीब कल्याण, महिला सशक्तिकरण और आने वाली पीढ़ी को भविष्य हमसे बेहतर हो, ये जो 3 संकल्प भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, प्रदेश की जनता वहाँ मत भी देगी, पूरे दिन सहयोग भी करेगी और आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिलेगा और हम प्रचंड बहुमत से 5वीं बार सरकार बनाएंगे.
Okay, let me bring in the guests now. Neha Bagga is of the BJP. Neha, of course, when we look at these visuals, it's encouraging because early morning people are out there to cast their vote. They realize the importance of every single vote. It's an important battle. It's a do-or-die battle for both Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Mr. Kamal Nath. Mr. Kamal Nath is 78 years old. Shivraj Singh Chauhan is in his 60s. A 4-term chief minister, but someone who has not been really announced as a chief minister this time around.
Maria, I myself went early in the morning to cast my vote, and I have seen tremendous excitement in the people in Madhya Pradesh, and especially in Ladli Behna, because Madhya Pradesh has witnessed women empowerment in every aspect, be it economical, social or political. And for that reason, there was a huge line in which I've seen females standing for casting their votes. People in Madhya Pradesh has witnessed how the transformation happened in the state, and I think for that reason only, the be it first-time voters or female or anybody for that matter, is coming out to cast their vote for the progress of Madhya Pradesh, because they have seen Madhya Pradesh journey from Bimaru to Sucharu Pradesh and then Sucharu to Swarnim Madhya Pradesh. And I think that that is the main reason that they know a double engine government can only be the best option for Madhya Pradesh. And the kind of work Bharatiya Janata Party has done in past 18 years, that can be seen on ground. For that reason,
in the polling booth in Datia, where he is there to cast his vote, Narottam Mishra, Home Minister, controversial definitely, but someone who is seen as a very strong figure in that belt of Datia, an important constituency where he has been fighting elections multiple times, and he's hoping to return again this time around, a constituency that he has represented 3 times. Let's listen in.
और इसलिए आपने देखा होगा कि उनकी जितनी सभा हुई, चाहे दिग्विजय सिंह जी आए हो, चाहे कमलनाथ, चाहे माननीय प्रियंका, एक ने भी दतिया में विकास की बात नहीं करी। खुद कांग्रेस के प्रत्याशी ने दतिया में विकास की बात नहीं की। अब इससे ज्यादा और क्या खराब होगा? हम सिर्फ, हमारे जितने भी वक्ता आए सब ने विकास की बात, बस यही तो मूल मुद्दा है। 35 साल बनाम 15 साल।
लोकतंत्र के महापर्व पर आज मतदान किया है और लोगों को संदेश देना चाहिए।
लोगों से अपील करूंगा कि सभी लोग कमल का बटन दबाएं। ये कमल के बटन दबाने से आतंकवादियों में दहशत होती है। ये कमल के बटन दबाने से तिरंगा कश्मीर के लाल चौक से लेके चांद तक फहराया जाता है। ये कमल का बटन गरीबों को आवास लेके आता है। ये कमल का बटन शौचालय लेके आता है। ये कमल का बटन गेहूं लेके आता है, निःशुल्क गेहूं लेके आता है। ये कमल का बटन वंदे भारत ट्रेन लेके आता है।
माई का आशीर्वाद ले लिया दतिया और मध्य प्रदेश में कितने प्रतिशत जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला?
100% का मिलेगा।
कितनी सीटें आ रही है मध्य प्रदेश में?
150 से ऊपर 2/3 बहुमत भी आ सकता है।
मध्य प्रदेश की जीत में अगर कांग्रेस और भाजपा में क्या अंतर रहेगा? क्या विकास के लिए क्या योगदान रहेगा?
विकास किया है, विकास करेंगे। एक ही नारा है हमारा, विकास किया है, विकास करेंगे, झूठे वादे नहीं करेंगे। ठीक है। देखिए, कमल का बटन दबाइए, हिंदुस्तान में बनती है। दूसरा कोई दल जीतेगा तो खुशियां पाकिस्तान में मनेंगी। इसके लिए आवश्यक है कि राष्ट्र हित को सर्वोपरि मानते हुए कमल का बटन दबाएं। कमल का बटन मध्य प्रदेश में जब व्यक्ति दबाएगा तो सेना सीमा पे सैनिक की बाजुएं मजबूत होंगी। पाकिस्तान में दहशत होगी कि मोदी जी जीत रहे हैं। कमल का बटन दबाने से आतंकवादियों में दहशत होती है और इसलिए कमल का बटन दबाना चाहिए। जो भी सीमा पे नहीं जा पाते हैं देश की सेवा के लिए, ये एक सेवा का अवसर है। सबको कमल का बटन दबाएं और राष्ट्र हित में अपना योगदान करें। अपना योगदान वो विकास के लिए करें माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। माननीय मोदी जी ने ये कमल का बटन कहा है। कमल का बटन यहाँ दबता है, आवास आता है गरीब के लिए। कमल का बटन दबाते हैं आप तो शौचालय आता है गरीब के लिए। कमल का बटन दबाते हैं तो निःशुल्क खाद्यान्न आता है मोदी जी के द्वारा। कमल का बटन दबाते हो तो कोरोना जैसे आपातकाल में भी मोदी जी ने वैक्सीन का निर्माण करके देते हैं। ये एक कमल के बटन की विशेषता है कि वंदे भारत ट्रेन आती है इस कमल के बटन दबाने से। ये कमल के बटन दबाने से देश में शांति आती है। कमल का बटन दबाने से देश में सुरक्षा आती है। कमल का बटन दबाने से देश में संपन्नता आती है।
सनातन की मजबूती के लिए भी कमल का बटन आवश्यक है।
बिल्कुल निश्चित रूप से सनातन की मजबूती, वो जो लोग सिर्फ सनातन पर ही सवाल उठाते हैं।
Narottam Mishra taking the expected line as the BJP has been doing particularly towards the last leg or slog overs of this entire campaign. Anshul, you know, this line that has been spoken about early morning by Narottam Mishra is something that the BJP has been emphasizing on, that if it is about Kamal, then the security forces get strengthened. Otherwise, it is celebrations across the border in another country.
See, Narottam Mishra is known to give such statements, and we should not actually pay much heed to him. He's fighting a very tough battle, and he will lose his own seat this time around. However, it's very important when he's brought in the armed forces. You saw recently what happened with the Agniveer who was martyred, he was not given the status of martyr. There were no ceremonies accorded. He was not given the proper respect, and he was not given any security which is due to a soldier. So this is what they have done to the soldiers. This is what the BJP and Mr. Narendra Modi has done to the army. He has, taken away their security. He has taken away their prestige. He has taken away their respect. And now for them to, argue that if you vote for Kamal, you'll get, you are voting for the armed forces is laughable and condemnable. However, it is also important, that he is diverting once again from the issues that plague the state. I mean, my friend was saying that Ladli Behna is the basis of, voter turnout and excitement among the women. Now, I'd like to tell her that in their own manifesto,
we have the visuals now coming in from Budni, where Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has just arrived to cast his vote. Let's listen in to the Chief Minister.
विस्तार से बाद मैं वोट डालने के बाद करूंगा, लेकिन असीम उत्साह है, सब जगह उत्साह है, लाडली बहनाओं का प्रेम मिल रहा है, बेटे बेटी बुजुर्ग नौजवान असीम स्नेह और प्रेम की वर्षा कर रहे हैं.
Okay, let me go to Himanshu now. Himanshu is joining me from Bhopal. Himanshu, has the queue grown longer? Are you seeing the same enthusiasm among the young voters, the first-time voters, as you are seeing among the elders? Because be it in Datia or in Budni or in Chhattisgarh, other districts, the sense certainly is that it's the elders who have decided that they would exercise their rights early morning.
That's right. And if you just look at the numbers, the number of young electors who attained the age of 18 between 1st January 2023 till October 2023 is 11,29,000 in Bhopal. And overall, the first-time voters, there are around 22 lakh first-time voters. I have with me Raghavendra, whom I have just met just before we started this live broadcast, and he has voted for the first time in his life. Yeah, how was the experience?
It was good and nice.
Nice.
Yes.
So when did you register for as a voter? When did you get the voter card?
In 2019.
19. Okay, but this is the first time you have voted in your life. What have you voted? What was in your mind when you went to vote? I mean, we're not talking about what you have decided, but on what issues, on what basis you decided that I should take part in this election process?
For progress of our area and development and
so progress and development, these were two main issues. What are the main issues of young people like you who live in Bhopal? What are the main challenges you face as a citizen? What is your aspiration? What do you want to become in life?
I want to become in life.
क्या बनना चाहते हैं आप लाइफ में?
आर्मी.
आर्मी ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं? ओके जी. और ये आपके पिताजी हैं? जी. His father, Raghaven's father, is also with me. This time, what is new in the elections? Because you see, there is one concern that young voters have come out this time in much larger numbers, that in urban centers of Madhya Pradesh, the voting percentage has been around 64-65% in 2018, whereas overall the percentage was 75%. So there was a concern about urban apathy, that people living in urban areas don't come out to vote in large numbers in comparison to rural areas. Is that going to change this time?
हाँ, चेंज तो है इस टाइम होगा. इस बार ज़्यादा बढ़ेंगे, परसेंटेज बढ़ेगा.
परसेंटेज बढ़ेगा? जी बिल्कुल. आपको लगता है कि शहरों में भी इस बार ज़्यादा इंतुजियाज्म है पिछले बार से?
बिल्कुल, पिछली बार से ज़्यादा ही वोटिंग होगी इस बार.
और एक कोशिश चुनाव आयोग ने की थी कि जो यंग वोटर्स हैं, सीनियर सिटीजन्स हैं, महिला मतदाता हैं, पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी हैं, वो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा संख्या में मतदान में भाग लें. उनकी संख्या भी बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो वो आपको लगता है कि इस बार उसका
असर होगा? बिल्कुल
असर होगा.
बिल्कुल.
पर आपके जैसे जो नागरिक यहाँ रहते हैं भोपाल में, उनके लिए सबसे बड़ा इश्यूज़ क्या है? समस्याएं क्या है? इश्यूज़ क्या हैं? क्या चाहते हैं लोग यहाँ पर भोपाल में?
भोपाल में यही चाहते हैं कि विकास हो, बस भाईचारा बना रहे.
Yeah, and you also want better educational facilities for young students, more opportunities to get more work, better education.
Yes, better education.
And there are enough sporting facilities in Bhopal?
Yes, there is.
There is. So this is the mood here outside the polling booth, and Raghavendra is very happy. He has voted for the first time in his life, and he has voted for development and progress. Maria.
Yes, I think that's certainly a great issue to vote on, voting for development and progress. Thank you so much, Himanshu, for getting us all those voices. We have, those visuals coming in from both the states, 300 constituencies. Remember, over 3,500 candidates for these 300 constituencies in both the states, 70 in the state of Chhattisgarh, and 230 in Madhya Pradesh. We are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in UAE. Coming soon only on NDTV.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
Welcome back. A US news portal, The Free Press, has drawn a link between US tech entrepreneur Neville Roy Singham and pro-Palestine protests in America. An article on the US portal alleges that Neville Roy Singham, the affluent American-born tech entrepreneur, and his wife Jodie Evans have been had a major funders as far as the People's Forum since 2017 is concerned. The portal alleges that the forum has co-organized multiple protests, including one in Times Square, just a day after Hamas's surprise attack in Israel that killed over 1,400 people. The portal goes on to allege that the protests are not a story of organic rage. Remember, Neville Roy Singham has been accused of funding pro-Chinese propaganda in India via a website. He has recently been issued a summons by the Enforcement Directorate. In other news, rescue teams in Uttarakhand's Uttarkashi are battling against time to evacuate 40 construction workers who've been trapped under debris for over 120 hours now following that tunnel collapse. The workers' prolonged confinement within the tunnel is raising serious concerns about their health and well-being. 6 days after an under-construction tunnel collapsed in Uttarakhand and trapped 40 labourers, a special machine was flown to the spot to expedite the rescue work. The new drill will bore through the rock and insert a less than 3 feet wide pipe through which the labourers can crawl through. Meanwhile, rescuers are regularly communicating with the trapped workers to keep up their morale. Rescuers drilled up to 24 meters into the debris and have fitted 4 pipes in order to supply food, medicines as well as oxygen to the trapped workers. Meanwhile, the Uttarakhand Chief Minister has gone on to say that all tunnels under construction in the state will be reviewed.
आगे के लिए जितने भी इस प्रकार की सुरंगों का, टनल्स का, क्योंकि हमारे राज्य में बहुत अधिक इसकी आवश्यकता भी है और निर्माण कार्य भी हो रहे हैं, हम इन सभी की समीक्षा करेंगे और इनकी समीक्षा के साथ साथ चूँकि पहले हम सभी शहरों की बेयरिंग कैपेसिटी का भी अध्ययन कर रहे हैं, वो भी आकलन कर रहे हैं और इसके साथ ये भी करेंगे।
120 घंटे से ज़्यादा का वक्त गुजर चुका है और अभी भी सभी रेस्क्यू टीमें और लगातार जो ड्रिल हो रहा है उनका एक ही मकसद है कि उन 40 लोगों को बाहर निकाला जा सके। अभी तक अगर देखा जाए तो ड्रिल मशीन बेहतर काम कर रही है। ये अमेरिकन ऑगर ड्रिल मशीन जिस उम्मीद से लाए थे उस उम्मीद पर खरी उतर रही है। लगभग 24 मीटर तक ड्रिल कर दिया गया है और एक सफलतापूर्वक ड्रिल किया गया है और इसमें 4 पाइप फिट कर दिए गए हैं। इसके बाद जो नेक्स्ट पाइप है यानी 24 मीटर के बाद जो 5वां पाइप है यानी 4 पाइप जा चुके हैं, उसको लेकर लगातार अब यहाँ पर फिटिंग चल रही है और सभी लोग इसी इंतज़ार में हैं कि कब वो जल्दी निकले। थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल इशू ये है कि अंदर से एक बोल्डर आ गया है, उस बोल्डर को ड्रिल किया जा रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ के जो कर्मचारी है, जो इंजीनियर्स है काम करने वाले, उनका ये कहना है कि लगातार ड्रिल किया जा रहा है और ये बेहतर मशीन काम कर रही है और उम्मीद है कि ये जल्द मशीन उन लोगों को बाहर निकालेगी। सेहत की अगर बात करें, इनकी सेहत अच्छी है। लगातार इनको रात भर भी इनसे बातचीत की गई, इनको खाना दिया गया और ताकि उनको मेंटली तौर पर मजबूत रखा जाए और उनको भी अंदर से उम्मीद है, जो लगातार ये बता रहे हैं, उनसे बातें हो रही हैं, उनको भी उम्मीद है कि ये लोग इनको बाहर निकाल लेंगे। तो फिलहाल 24 मीटर तक ड्रिल कर दिया गया है, 4 पाइप फिट हो गए हैं और इनको बचाने की जंग लगातार चल रही है और धीरे धीरे उनके पास ड्रिल मशीन और ये लोग पहुंच रहे हैं। सिलकारा टनल से एनडीटीवी इंडिया के लिए किशोर रावत।
Let's get you some international news now. And Joe Biden and Xi Jinping held a US-China summit on the sidelines of APEC in San Francisco. The United States President and his Chinese counterpart discussed various global as well as bilateral issues. Joe Biden hailed progress as far as the talks with the Chinese leader is concerned. And of course, the Chinese leader said that the ties between China and the United States are the most crucial. Let's listen into some of the agreements that were signed during those talks.
From not being on talking terms military to military, naval fleets moving in the Taiwan Straits, to candid one-on-one conversations. The optics of the much-anticipated Xi-Biden meet in California were mixed. When the two leaders sat down for talks, Xi Jinping hailed the promising future of China-US bilateral ties.
We haven't always agreed, which was not a surprise to anyone, but our meetings have always been candid, straightforward, and useful. I think it's paramount that you and I understand each other clearly, leader to leader, with no misconceptions or miscommunication. We have to ensure that competition does not veer into conflict, and we also have to manage it responsibly, that competition. That's what the United States wants. And what we intend to do, I also believe it's what the world wants for both of us, candid exchange.
But President Biden was more stern in his messaging. This as the United States of America heads into presidential polls in 2024.
找到两个大国正确相处之道。
It is an objective fact that China and the United States are different in history, culture, social system, and development path. However, as long as we respect each other, coexist in peace, and pursue win-win cooperation, we will be fully capable of rising above differences and find the right way for the two major countries to get along with each other. I firmly believe in a promising future of the bilateral relationship.
In terms of outcomes, from resumption of military-to-military communication to cooperating on the fentanyl issue and intergovernmental discussions on AI regulations, some headway was made. But outside the idyllic ambience of Woodside, where the two leaders met, their tone was ominously different.
Mr. President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that you used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is a communist country that is based on a form of government totally different than ours.
China never bets against the United States, never interferes with its internal affairs. China has no intention to challenge or replace the United States. Instead, we are glad to see a confident, open and prosperous United States. Likewise, the United States should not bet against China or interfere in China's internal affairs. It should instead welcome a peaceful, stable and prosperous China.
While fundamental differences were acknowledged, some even half-heartedly addressed, the jury is still out on whether President Biden has tamed the dragon, averting a second Cold War. With Shrishti Shankar, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Two of the three heartland states are drawing a lot of attention, and rightly so. 300 seats in all. Madhya Pradesh, remember, all the 230 constituencies are voting in a single phase, that is today. For Chhattisgarh, 70 constituencies are polling today. Let's give you a big picture of Madhya Pradesh. How does the assembly at present look like? Remember, this is 2018. The numbers, of course, changed in 2020 when there was a coup of sorts, internal rebellion by Jyotiraditya Scindia, which led to the fall of Kamal Nath government. In 2018, when the elections took place, the Congress had won 114 seats, the BJP 109, the BSP 2. These two of the BSP had joined 114 to form the government, and Kamal Nath became the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, something that he had wanted so badly for several years. Now, when it is about the big picture certainly is that all this changes in 2020, and that's what becomes important right now when Madhya Pradesh is polling. Let me go straight to the reporters who are joining us. Remember, it's a bipolar contest. It's a bipolar contest in both these states of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, but in Chhattisgarh in particular, there is that X factor also. Here are the visuals coming in. Some early morning prayers by the current incumbent Chief Minister, Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Remember, Shivraj Singh Chauhan has not been announced as the chief ministerial face of the BJP, but his Ladli Behna and Ladli Lakshmi scheme has got the women voters certainly with him strongly. Will the women voters this time around move away from Shivraj? Well, we'll know about it only on 3rd, but the incumbent Chief Minister, 4-term Chief Minister, someone who has also been a member of Parliament for 6 terms, Shivraj Singh Chauhan is fighting a crucial battle of his over 3-decade-long political career. Early morning, there performing prayers along with his family members. That's his wife, Sadhana, and son. All of them have accompanied him for the prayers. Let's listen in to the Chief Minister, and I'll try and get you more numbers on our magic wall. But first, let's see the picture of Chhattisgarh. Saurav is joining us live from Raipur, and this is how Chhattisgarh looks like. 90 seats in all. Remember, 20 seats have already cast their votes. Voters in those constituencies have already cast their votes. In 2018, the Congress swept the state. There was a Congress wave. There was an anti-incumbency wave against the then Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Dr. Raman Singh. This is how the assembly looks like at present. Congress with 68, BJP with 15, and BSP, of course, with 7. BSP becoming a factor in both the states of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. That is significant because there is an important Dalit constituency where the BSP draws its strength from. Straight to Saurav Gupta, who's joining us. Saurav, it's 9 a.m. It's been over 2 hours in several constituencies, particularly those who are in the Naxal belt of Chhattisgarh. The polling began at 7 a.m. Of course, it will end by 3. What are you sensing? Has the enthusiasm increased? Have the lines grown? The queues, particularly, more women, more youth. What are you seeing?
Well, definitely it's a mix of women and men, but of course Chhattisgarh's numbers show that there are more women voters, and therefore there are lines still, but these are city areas, so obviously people come in a little late, people come in to vote. But the interesting thing, like we were talking about, Maria, earlier in the morning, is these booths and how they are how they are handled by women. And of course there's CCTV camera here, and that of course is something that we've seen, and again manned, managed by women here. That is something that's interesting to note as far as voters are coming in, and the lines are here, and that of course is also interesting. But we've seen a steady stream of voters here who have come in, though the percentage, one would expect it to be better. Right now it's early hours here, so it would probably improve, but like I said, what an Adarsh Matadan Kendra or a model polling station looks like. Play areas, decorated with flowers, balloons, a carpet laid out for voters. And that is something that's key, because a lot of people we've seen here have come in with their children to vote, And these facilities is something that will encourage more people to come out and vote. And the decorations, well, to use the cliche, festival of democracy, but they are apt if one were to use that cliche. Like you said, mostly a two-pronged contest, and the incumbent, of course, Bhupesh Baghel, challenge from the BJP.
उनका स्नेह प्रेम और आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है, ये अद्भुत है और मैं तो बहनों को भी प्रणाम करता हूँ, उनका आशीर्वाद मेरी असली ताकत है।
और इसी मिट्टी में तो आप रहे हैं, इसी मिट्टी में इन लोगों का इस तरह से प्यार मिलना, क्या कहेंगे?
इसी माटी के हम सब बेटा बेटी हैं और अपनी जन्मभूमि और मातृभूमि पर माताओं, बहनों, भाइयों और भांजे भाइयों सबका स्नेह मिल रहा है, यही मेरी असली ताकत है।
तो यही असली ताकत है मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान की। उन्होंने कहा है कि इसी माटी में जन्मे हैं और यहाँ से
अब ज्यादा हो जाएगा, बहुत ज्यादा हो जाएगा।
लेकिन मुंह मीठा
लाडली बहना तो आपको निकलने ही नहीं दे रही, मैं देख रहा हूँ। लाडली बहना तो आपको निकलने ही नहीं दे रही है।
वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को निकालेंगे आगे।
अच्छा, वो आगे निकालेंगे भारतीय जनता पार्टी को।
लाडली योजना एक गेम चेंजर साबित होने वाली है।
देखिए, लाडली बहना योजना कोई वोट के लिए नहीं थी, ये बहनों की जिंदगी बदलने के लिए है। लेकिन बहनों का जो असीम लाड़, प्यार और स्नेह मिल रहा है वो अद्भुत है, अभूतपूर्व है।
सर, वोटर्स के लिए आपको कोई मैसेज?
अभी मैं पूजा करके आऊंगा, वोट डालने के बाद फिर करेंगे।
यहाँ देखिए मुख्यमंत्री।
So that was Shivraj Singh Chauhan speaking to the media. And there he can be seen accompanied by his family going to first offer prayers and then heading to the polling booth where he'll cast his vote. He's accompanied by his family members. Remember, in 230 constituencies of Madhya Pradesh, in all there are nearly 65,000 to be specific, 64,626 polling booths, candidates in all 2,533 candidates. Both the BJP and the Congress have fielded their candidates on all these 230 seats. There are a number of independents and also in particularly the Adivasi or the tribal belt of Madhya Pradesh, good 47 reserved seats, but the tribals also play a very, very decisive role in over 30 seats in the general seats category as well. So there are tribal specific parties, those who are, who have been founded only for this belt. We'll try and connect with reporters in just a bit. In fact, those visuals are coming in of Sadhana and his wife, Shivraj Singh Chauhan's wife, Sadhana Chauhan, and Shivraj Singh Chauhan, both of them performing prayers early morning as they begin their day. It's an important day for the Chief Minister and, of course, for the people of Madhya Pradesh as well. We go straight now to Bhopal, where Himanshu is joining us. We'll try and connect with the reporters in just a bit. But Saurav, what about the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh? Where is Bhupesh Baghel early morning?
Well, of course, he is expected to vote, and that is, of course, something that everyone's watching out for. Of course, he doesn't vote in Raipur, but this election is, like you said, key for him, and you've traveled here during the election campaign. A very key election in the sense that it's almost become, him versus, on the other side, there is the BJP. And therefore, this is a key election for him to win, or whichever way the voters decide. The BJP also, this would be looking as a key election to win, given the fact that they've been facing, they've been in opposition for the last 5 years, and they've all, sent their messaging to the public. Both these parties have focused on, campaigns that have been issue-centric, farmers' issues, women's issues, paddy procurement. These are the issues that the campaigns have been on. And we see voters coming in, and there is, of course, if I see this line, there are a huge number of women voters as well. So obviously, this is, of course, just what we see in front of us, not to give you a sense of the percentage of voters who voted. But if you see just this line, there are more women voters. And therefore, that would give you also an example of Chhattisgarh's numbers. And there are a significant amount of women voters who hold the key. And therefore, this is interesting in the sense also that, like I was saying earlier, the booth is managed by women as well. For example, when you come in and you meet officials, here also the booth is managed by women. So it's interesting to see this booth. It's been a very interesting booth to report from. In all these years of reporting on elections, I haven't seen a booth that's decorated like this, welcoming voters. And most importantly, what even the voters have given a thumbs up to is that they're managed by women, given the state also has a majority of women voters.
All right. Let me bring in the guest now. Amitabh Tiwari is joining us. Amitabh Tiwari, when we look at these visuals, very encouraging certainly, but what is it that you'll be watching out for early morning? You'll have to unmute yourself, Amitabh. Yes.
Yes, see, early morning, the people are trickling in and we need to...
We also have the Congress spokesperson there, Mithun Ahirwar. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we need to look at the overall turnout numbers at the end of the day. The women voters, as you mentioned, are key in both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh because increasingly over the years, they tend to turn out more in numbers than men. And in Chhattisgarh, they are more than men voters also. So in these elections, there are essentially people look for X factors. I say there are 5 L factors. One is ladies, of course. The other is Labhartis because it is a battle of current Labhartis versus future Labhartis of the opposition. Then there is a local candidate. The BJP has shifted its focus from Narendra Modi and the CMs to local candidates by announcing them very early. The fourth is local issues. Both BJP and Congress are raising local issues wherever they're in opposition. And the fifth is the lower socioeconomic class. As you've mentioned, the economy is a pain point. And we've seen how largely Behna Yojana seems to have covered some ground for the BJP. And then there is a sixth angle, which is the Langadi Mahar candidates, which is the others. Other candidates, smaller parties like the BSP, SP in Gwalior, Chambal, Bundelkhand, Vind, and many tribal parties like the JCC, Hamar Raj Party, BSP in the Chhattisgarh could spoil the chances of both the parties in many seats. There are many rebels as well of both the parties in MP, 36 of the BJP and 39 of the Congress. They could also play a very important role. In this election, there are many competing complex...
Labhartis, the ladies, of course, the women voters or the Mahila voter, and who else?
Lower socioeconomic class,
okay,
local candidate, and local issues.
So you have 7 L's here.
Yeah.
Interesting, certainly, Amitabh, to make that L's become important here. But what about the Y here? The youth voters, the first-time voters.
Yeah, so the first-time voters are also fairly important. 22 lakh voters in Madhya Pradesh, whereas the margin itself was just 5 lakhs in 2018. Yes. And they have never seen anybody else than Shivraj as the chief minister. So whatever good or bad is ascribed largely to Shivraj, and that's also perhaps one of the reasons why BJP has not gone ahead by declaring Shivraj as the CM because of the fatigue factor. But he's still not unpopular. He still leads the CM ratings against Shivraj. There is a decent amount of satisfaction with Shivraj. So all these competing complex factors are at play here, and we'll have to see how it pans out at the end of the day on 3rd of December.
Yes, absolutely. Vineet Goenka of the BJP is also joining us. Vineet, we have seen those visuals, some early morning prayers for Shivraj Singh Chauhan and his family. He understands that this is an important election for him, and particularly in the last leg, the push that we saw from him and also his party, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, campaigning and holding road shows. So the BJP is optimistic, but we have also seen some signs where they have also shown that great degree of nervousness, or which many read as nervousness, of fielding 3 ministers, 3 union ministers and 4 MPs.
Maria, Ram Ram to you, Ram Ram to all my co-panelists and everybody who's watching us right now. Let me just correct, I'm representing right now CPS as a political analyst and not as a Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson. But to answer your question, Shivraj ji goes to the election with strength on the women, as rightly said. One, the toilets which have been built there under the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan gives him a great strength. The Hindi belt sees that as to be a very good move. Number two, the gas cylinders which were provided in the Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh will go in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party. The third one is women reservation, which is there. The fourth part which is there is about, electing Murmuji as president, where the tribal was, seen as to be the first tribal president of India. That also has gone very well in both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh tribal belt, where they see that one of them could be the president. Number four part which has gone wrong for Congress in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh both is the anti-Hindu ranting by the Indie alliances. The Congress attempt to break it in the caste line. In 2023, with social media and the education level both in Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh.
जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में प्रदेश में हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जनता अपना आशीर्वाद दे। दूसरी बात, हमने जो कल्याणकारी योजनाएं चलाई है, उन्होंने लोगों की जिंदगी बदली है, समाज के हर वर्ग का कल्याण किया है। पहले लाडली लक्ष्मी
Shivraj Singh Chauhan there, speaking to the media, the gathered press, which has been following him since early morning. Anurag Dwari is joining us live. Anurag, let me ask you first, आपने अपना वोट दे दिया क्या?
Yes, Maria, ये देखिए. तो मैंने अपना वोट दे दिया Maria, and after a high decibel level campaign, you can see the people here in Madhya Pradesh, in Bhopal, are voting today. And I spoke to the CEC yesterday with a force of over 2.2 lakh security personnel on guard and, 2 helicopters. It's not like what we have seen there in Bastar, but still 3 areas are Naxal affected. So an electorate of around 5.6 crores, 48.5% of them are women. And I'll tell my camera person to show you the visuals. There are few people on wheelchair, few senior citizens are here to vote. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan and former Chief Minister Kamal Nath, they have already casted their votes, and we will try and talk to the senior citizens here who came at this polling center to vote. सर आपने अपना मतदान दे दिया? एक बार हमारे दर्शकों के लिए अगर आप दिखा दें, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आपका शुभ नाम? MS श्रीवास्तव, महावीर श्रीवास्तव। आपकी? अब 83 चल रही है। 83। मैम आप?
मैं भी इन्हीं की भाई।
जी, नाम आपका?
गीता श्रीवास्तव।
इस बार तो 48% से ज़्यादा महिलाएं हैं मतदान कर रही हैं। आप लोगों के लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं, क्या मुद्दे सोचकर वोट देने आए?
अब हम तो भैया देखो सबका अच्छा हुआ, हमारा भी अच्छा हो।
अच्छा,
हाँ जी,
सबका साथ सबका विकास।
बिल्कुल 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 बिल्कुल।
सर आप क्या सोचकर वोट देने आए हैं, क्या मुद्दे रहते हैं आपके लिए?
मुद्दे तो क्या है, जो सब ऐसे ही हैं, कोई किसी को भी दो
अच्छा
मुद्दे ही रहना है।
मुद्दे ही हैं। महंगाई
बहुत ज्यादा है,
समस्याएं बहुत हैं इसमें।
महंगाई ने तो सबकी कमर तोड़ दी है।
अच्छा।
जो बड़े लोग हैं तो उनका तो चल जाएगा, जो बीच वाले हैं वो ना कर सकते हैं ना रुक सकते हैं, और गरीब वाले बेचारे मारे जाते हैं।
आप भी इनके साथ आए थे? आपने मतदान कर दिया? अच्छा, आपका शुभ नाम?
मैं गुजरात से आया हुआ हूँ।
अच्छा,
वोटिंग के लिए एक्चुअली।
अच्छा।
मेरा विजय श्रीवास्तव है।
तो आपके लिए क्या इश्यूज हैं? पेरेंट्स आपके यहाँ रहते हैं, सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी?
एग्जैक्टली पूरा ही हम लोग चाहते हैं कि जितना भी जो भी आए, सभी लोग को, सीनियर्स को, सबको सपोर्ट मिले सब जगह से, और मेनली सब लोग को जितना विकास हो हम लोग की तरफ पे, जो कि होगा ही, हम लोग होगा जी।
दावा है
आपका? दावा ही है।
So people here, they have casted their votes, and few of them are just worried about their parents who live outside. Maria?
Good signs, isn't it? आपने अपना वोट दे दिया अनुराग, and you are seeing elderly couple early morning stepping out, and also someone who works outside Madhya Pradesh, works in Gujarat, but has decided to travel to Madhya Pradesh to exercise his right. So these are really, really good signs. But before I bring in Amritanshi, who looks very, very happy now, I'm sure she has had a breakfast. But Anurag, I want to understand from you, since you are from Bhopal, are you seeing something unusual in these elections, particularly polling today? some enthusiasm, or is there business as usual?
No, lots of enthusiasm. This time I can see that, voters have queued up since early in the morning. We are joined by, are you a first time voter?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Aditi Sharma.
Aditi Sharma.
Yeah.
Aditi, आप पढ़ाई कर रही हैं?
Yes, sir. I'm an MBA graduate.
MBA graduate.
Yeah.
So you have already completed your MBA?
No, sir. In third semester.
Achha, third semester.
Yeah.
So what are the issues for you?
Like as such, there's no issues, but actually the thing is that I think there should be another camp for such people, for first-time voters, and for the for the small children actually, because 18 plus we can't call them adults and like that.
Acha, so you want a separate queue or something like for the young voters, for the first-time voters.
Yeah.
Apart from that, the issues like unemployment or education, something like that.
Yeah, actually people don't know about the symbols and the people, because हमारे यहाँ पे जो maid आती है, she was saying that I will give vote to हाथ का पंजा and Dhruv Narayan Singh will win.
मतलब आप ये कह रहे हैं कि वोटर लिटरेसी नहीं है, ये आप चाह रहे हैं कि उनके बीच में वोटर लिटरेसी हो।
हमारे यहाँ पे जो ड्राइवर है, he was also saying कि हम पीसी शर्मा को जिताएंगे और कमल का बटन दबाएंगे।
अच्छा, तो पर उसके अलावा एज ए स्टूडेंट आपके लिए क्या मुद्दे हैं, क्या आपको चैलेंजेस फेस करने पड़ते हैं? आपको लगता है कि सड़कें अच्छी हैं, बिजली मिलती है, पढ़ाई अच्छा है, रोजगार है, इन मुद्दों की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ।
सर, मैं गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस के बारे में बोलना चाहूँगी कि उनमें थोड़ा सा इन लोगों को एफर्ट लगाना चाहिए, अदरवाइज जैसा कि सारे लोग कह रहे हैं दैट अयोध्या का टेंपल बन गया है, तो दैट्स रियली अमेजिंग।
Okay, that's great. So people, they are happy about the temple. It's democracy. They are, free to express whatever they want. And these young voters are also saying that they need some good quality education and a separate queue for the young voters. Voter literacy is also very important. Maria?
Right, Anurag, we'll keep coming back to you to get more visuals, and of course the thoughts of first-time voters. They are a crucial constituency. 22 lakh voters in Madhya Pradesh. This time around are first-time voters. Amritanshi is also there with us. She's joining us from Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan's constituency, and that is the polling booth, Jait village, is where he will be arriving any moment to cast his vote along with his entire family. Amritanshi, what is the atmosphere now? Has the queues become longer? Are you seeing more women voters, more youth voters, or is it the elders of Madhya Pradesh who have decided that they should set an example?
Totally, the assembly elections of Madhya Pradesh are very interesting. As you can see, the polling booths now. CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan, along with his family, has casted his vote particularly on this booth. This is the model polling booth station number 26, and as you can see, as the voting system here started 40 minutes late, and as you can see that many women are also coming out after casting their votes on this particular polling station. We'll try to talk to them because women are playing a very important and crucial power in the Madhya Pradesh election, which are being held today. The voting commenced at 7:50 a.m. At this particular station. Also, CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan, while he was in a conversation with NDTV, he also attacked the former Chief Minister Kamal Nath and the Congress party, saying that they are lying to the women of Madhya Pradesh. Also, CM Shivraj mentioned that he considers the people of Madhya Pradesh as his family, and that's why he appealed through NDTV to all the voters of Madhya Pradesh to cast their vote smartly, so that the people of Madhya Pradesh can cast their vote very smartly. As you can see, many people are also standing there, many women are also standing there, and as you mentioned that around 22 lakh first time voters are first time casting their vote in Madhya Pradesh. So their vote, the votes of especially the women is very important. Also when CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan came to this particular center, many women with the puja thali welcomed him at this particular center. We'll try to talk to the women who have been casting votes today, and the people in Jait are very excited. They are very enthusiastic, specifically for the today's date, because as we were talking to the people of Jait, they said that they consider Shivraj Singh Chauhan as their family member. That's why they always try to vote in for him or for the people for the BJP party. So we have seen like differences in many places, but the people of Jait are particularly very enthusiastic. As you can see in the behind that there are lines in the polling stations, and they will decide the future of the Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Though the same face has not been revealed by BJP till yet. They have been contesting elections in a swar with the face of PM Modi in Madhya Pradesh, with MP ke man mein Modi slogan all over MP. But they have, if we talk, they have a thing. They are thinking that again CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan will be the chief minister. The Jait people are saying that, saying this, and they are also appealing to the people of BJP.
Okay,
yeah,
okay. We'll come back to you in just a bit, Amritanshi. As soon as the Chief Minister arrives there in that constituency. Let me bring in the Congress spokesperson as well. It's an important battle for you. You had a brief government of just 15 months in 2018 after the Congress won the state. But, you know, it was because of somebody from within, a close confidant of Rahul Gandhi, Jyotiraditya Scindia, who rebelled and moved away. So, is Gwalior belt particularly important for you to send a message that you can do well without Mr. Scindia?
Well, it is not just the Gwalior, but the whole of Madhya Pradesh we are focusing at. And as you said, that it is an important battle for us. Yes, it is. And it is an even more important battle for the people of Madhya Pradesh and for the democracy of this state and this country, that BJP people are continually, they are trying to harm it. So we had an elected government in 2018. And the people want to avenge what has happened in 2020, because they elected for a government which the BJP got toppled, and they didn't get a government which they deserved the last time. So they are going to vote for a government that they deserve this time. So we are looking at a state under the almost 2-decade rule of Bharatiya Janata Party, which is #1 in tribal atrocities, which is #1 in Dalit atrocities, which is #1 in malnutrition, which has over 40 lakh unemployed people, which are registered as unemployed, and which has about 10 million people who are unregistered unemployed people, which has 2.5 crore people who are registered as laborers. A state which has had 18,000 farmer suicides in 18 years of BJP misrule, a state which fails on all the parameters of Human Development Index. And if you wish that in the last time Modi ji is gonna make some favors for you via voters, it's not going to happen, because leave alone people of Madhya Pradesh, even the BJP leadership doesn't take Modi ji seriously. Because when he says that reverie culture must end, Shivraj Singh announces a lot of reveries for this state. When he says that the BJP has a standard policy of giving petrol below 100 rupees everywhere, the BJP rules, Shivraj Singh ji ensures that it remains higher than 100 rupees. In Madhya Pradesh, in Bhopal, it is 108 rupees a litre. When he says that in 2020, I had promised to double the farmers' income. I'm yet to do it. Shivraj Singh Chauhan announces that he has already done this in states. So this is the kind of claims that BJP people are making here. But we have seen how there was a scam called Vyapam in which 50 deaths were reported. We have seen videos in which a lady, she's telling that capital of Madhya Pradesh is Delhi, and she's the topper of the Patwari exam. We have seen how in an exam, top 10 out of top 10 successful candidates, 7 were from the college wherein they had enrolled as a candidate. The college belongs to the BJP leader. So we have seen what kind of misrule that these people have given in Madhya Pradesh, and the Madhya Pradesh's people, whether it is youth, whether it is women, whether it is elder people, whether it is young children, because Madhya Pradesh also ranks highest in minor rapes. So all the people are going to ensure that they exercise their votes and they vote for a government they had voted the last time for. And they're going to have Kamal Nath ji as their chief minister for the full tenure. And
what really happens on 3rd, Amitabh? So 7 Ls we have counted today. Among all of them are Labhartis as well, because it's Labharti versus Labharti, welfareism of centre versus welfareism of the state. In case of Chhattisgarh, a different government. In case of BJP, Madhya Pradesh, a BJP government in the state also at the centre. But Labhartis as a constituency is interesting to see that this is a constituency which is being discussed increasingly only post 2019.
Yeah, essentially what has happened is that BJP has given, I would say, a tadaka of class element to caste politics. And the Bharati vote bank is now dedicatedly voting for the parties in power if they have performed or delivered across states, irrespective of whichever party is in power, cutting across caste lines. So it becomes very, very difficult for people like us or other election analysts and sociologists to actually analyze this factor, because a lot of focus in electoral analysis and even today in ticket distribution is on caste and not class. And class-wise data is also not available for most of the states. So while for every incumbent, delivery is important, an opposition party can make promises, but an incumbent government cannot make promises. That's why we've seen the Ladli Behna Yojana being announced and implemented. That's why we see in Chhattisgarh, the farm loan waiver and the bonus on the paddy is implemented. So that is also a difference between the delivery and the promise aspects for both incumbent as well as the opposition. BJP is in opposition.
The point that you make about class becoming important while caste of candidates is being focused upon more when ticket distribution happens is actually something that we look at in terms of narrative also. It is about various schemes. That's what we hear repeatedly by various leaders. They are talking about failure of schemes. They are talking about what they have to offer, the guarantees that various political parties are offering. So I think that's a welcome shift in politics that's happening.
Yeah, it's a welcome shift, of course, because what has also happened is that in the schemes, the BJP has introduced the direct benefit transfer schemes. So a direct cash transfer has a much higher impact than any other scheme. Let's say Rajasthan's Chiranjeevi scheme. Now the people will avail of it only when they fall sick, correct? But a Ladli Behna Yojana, a Kisan Nidhi scheme, the impact is immediate because people get the amount credited in their accounts. 15% of central government's expenditure today is through direct benefit transfers. And many states are following this. And even voters acknowledge the fact that since there is a lot of corruption in government schemes, it is better to have cash transfer schemes so that they will be able to utilize that amount properly and there are minimum leakages in those schemes.
Okay. Amitabh and Vineet Goenka, but before we wrap up this segment, Vineet, yes, it is about various schemes. Yes, it is about Labharti. Yes, it is about welfareism, which is being seen from different prism. But when we look at the larger politics of Madhya Pradesh, I didn't hear much about the caste factor on ground. It was essentially about failure of one and effectiveness of the other, and anticipated effectiveness of one party. So I think that narrative is something that will force the political parties to also look at elections and the issues that make them decide the candidates.
Yeah, apart from what the earlier speakers spoke about DBT and the economical backward upliftment. There are two parts which I'd like to put in. In Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, especially people didn't like the way Congress went on their anti-Hindu ranting. Whereas in Madhya Pradesh, the development of Omkareshwar and the Mahakaleshwar segment, the development of Sipra and the fair around that, जो मेला होता है शिप्रा मेला, and the development of the tourism in Kana, Jabalpur, that also given a boost. See, earlier Madhya Pradesh was called as Bimaru state, but now it is called as Bemishal state. Reason because there is zero migrants who are going out. Now rather the IT companies are coming back, and you see Indore being getting developed as to be an IT hub where most of the companies are coming and putting their shops there. So this is a positive thing which is there with Madhya Pradesh. The Law University in Bhopal and the students who are going there, or Makanla University. So the students are also preferring Madhya Pradesh as to be a destination to study. This all also speaks of volume apart from the goodwill which the women has given. Two things I'd like to tell you, Maria, and you will understand being a woman, is that the triple talaq bill has gone very well in the Bhopal Muslim segment, where the women feel that this will secure their future. So that has been one thing. Two, the women in Madhya Pradesh, if you see the ratio of fittest the ratio has improved in the male-female ratios has been improved in the last 10-15 years. That also goes positive with Shivraj. And the last part which I'll say is the gas which was provided to them in the house, apart from the toilet. That makes the women very happy, because now she does not have to go out in the jungle to collect wood, where she would either face the vagaries of nature, maybe it is monsoon, or maybe she has been hurt by snake, or there were also incidents of law and order which has come down. So this all goes in favor of Shivraj. Whereas on the other side, the infight within Congress, if you see, Digvijay does not going well with Kamal Nath ji, the infight between the Indie alliances, where they are speaking in different tones, and also the tented faces of Congress was summarily against Congress.
The infighting is also there in the BJP. So I think factionalism is something that we are seeing in both the states.
But more or less in Bharatiya Janata Party, the decision is taken at a central level,
yes,
and everybody respects that. But if you see in Congress, what Rahul ji would say, maybe probably Priyanka's faction may not agree, and what both of them say.
I'm sure the Congress spokesperson doesn't agree to you, Vineet. Amitabh Tiwari, Vineet, and the Congress spokesperson really appreciate your time. Let's listen in to the bites of some stalwarts that have come in early morning, and then there is a piece of breaking news that is coming in.
आप मतदान करेंगे तो इस आपके एक वोट किसानों के, मजदूरों की, महिलाओं की, युवाओं के भविष्य तय करेगा। छत्तीसगढ़ किस रूप में आगे बढ़ेगा, ये भी आप इस मतदान से तय होगा। तो साथियों, मतदान करने अपने घर से अवश्य निकलिए, मतदान केंद्र पहुंचिए और मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें।
मुझे पूरे प्रदेश पर विश्वास है कि वह प्रदेश की तस्वीर अपने सामने रख के सब चौपट प्रदेश और सच्चाई का साथ देंगे। मैं जनता पर, मतदाताओं पर विश्वास कर रहा हूं। मैं शिवराज सिंह नहीं हूं कि बोलूं इतनी सीटें आएंगी, उतनी सीटें आएंगी। ये सब अंदाज मैं नहीं लगाता, मैं जनता के ऊपर छोड़ता हूं।
लाडली बहना का असर जमीनी स्तर पर बहुत ज्यादा है। इसको लेकर कांग्रेस भी एलिगेशंस लगा रही है कि बीजेपी पुलिस पेशा प्रशासन का इस्तेमाल कर रही है। कमलनाथ कह रहे हैं
ये तो लाडली बहनों का अपमान है, और दूसरी बात यह है कि वो हार की भूमिका बना रहे हैं, उनको पता है कि वो जीत नहीं रहे।
हमले भी कई जगह पर हुए हैं, रीति पाठक ने भी ये बात कही है। सर, इस तरीके की तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं।
बौखलाकर इस तरह के कृत्य कर रही है, कानून अपना काम करेगा।
सर, एक अपील आप अगर वोटर्स से कर दें, क्योंकि मताधिकार बहुत,
मैंने अभी सार्वजनिक रूप से किया, मताधिकार का प्रयोग जरूर करें और विकास और जन कल्याण के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिताएं।
साधना जी से बातचीत अभी नहीं हो पा रही, लेकिन वोट जो है यहाँ पर जो है पूरे परिवार के साथ मुख्यमंत्री ने डाला है। बेहद ही महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है, क्योंकि जैत जो है वो मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान का गृहग्राम है, और यहाँ पर कांग्रेस पर तीखा हमला बोलते हुए सीएम शिवराज ने साफ तौर पर कहा है कि कांग्रेस हार की भूमिका बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है, पर वो सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। कैमरा पर्सन अभिषेक सिंह के साथ अमृतांशी जोशी, NDTV।
And some piece of breaking news that is coming in now from Madhya Pradesh, where there has been a violence at a polling booth in Dimani in Morena. One person has been injured in this stone pelting which has happened. Now the cops are saying that the situation is under control. What led to this stone pelting? We'll try and connect with a reporter in just a bit to get more details about this. But there has been some stone pelting incident which has happened in Dimani in Morena, where one person has been injured, although it's believed now that the situation is under control. This remains our top focus here on NDTV. We are slipping into a short break.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A cup of hope,
a cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in UAE. Coming soon only on NDTV.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope,
a cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the reality industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the reality landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably. नेहरू प्लेस, साकेत।
साकेत।
मुंबई।
टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
टेक गुरुजी।
टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate.
इस बार चुनाव आयोग ने सीनियर सिटीजन्स को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए कई स्तर पर पहल की है। मेरे साथ ध्रुव जी हैं जो परिवार के साथ मतदान करने आए। सीनियर सिटीजन्स के क्या इश्यूज़ हैं भोपाल में?
भोपाल में सीनियर सिटीजन के इश्यूज सबसे बड़े तो ये हैं कि जो ट्रैफिक है वो थोड़ा सा व्यवस्थित हो जाता है, तो उनको आने जाने में मैं अक्सर देखता हूँ, क्योंकि बहुत से सीनियर सिटीजन अपनी गाड़ियाँ खुद चलाते हैं तो उन्हें बड़ी दिक्कत होती है। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ ये भी है कि निर्माण हो रहा है, सड़कें बन रही हैं, तो अब वो बेचारे किसी तरह से उसको, जैसे मैं ही मास्क लेके आया हूँ, हमारे कोलार में इतनी धूल उड़ रही है और मुझे एलर्जी हो रही है उससे, तो मैं वोट देना अपना चूँकि अधिकार समझता हूँ तो मास्क लगा के वोट दे रहा हूँ। तो सीनियर सिटीजन की समस्याएं तो बहुत हैं। सबसे बड़ी समस्या ये है कि जो वृद्धाश्रम है उनमें व्यवस्थाएं अच्छी सरकारें नहीं कर पाती हैं। बच्चे बहुत दूर दूर जा रहे हैं और वो वृद्धाश्रमों में बच्चों को छोड़ रहे हैं। तो मैं देख रहा हूँ कि पैसे ले लेते हैं वृद्धाश्रम, लेकिन बुजुर्गों का उतना ख्याल नहीं रखते जी। बहुत अजीब तरह से प्राइवेटाइजेशन हो गया है वृद्धाश्रमों का, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वहाँ बुजुर्गों का शोषण होता है, उनको उतनी स्वतंत्रता और
ये इशू मैम आपको लगता है कि एड्रेस करना ज़रूरी होगा जो नई सरकार सत्ता में आएगी तो?
हाँ जी
जी। तो यहाँ पर क्या समस्या है? आपकी जैसी जो महिलाएं हैं जो कोलार क्षेत्र में रहती हैं, क्या इश्यूज हैं, क्या सोचकर मतदान किया आपने?
हमने तो ये सोच कर मतदान किया कि व्यवस्थाएं बेहतर हों हमारे बुजुर्गों के लिए, और जो वृद्धाश्रम में रहते हैं उन लोगों के लिए भी ठीक ठाक माहौल मिले जिससे वो रह पाएँ। और
ये इश्यूज हैं आपके लिए। आपकी जैसी जो महिलाएं हैं, इस बार विमेन वोटर्स को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए भी पहल हुई है और 2.7 करोड़ विमेन वोटर्स हैं इस बार। विमेन महिलाओं के लिए विशेषकर भोपाल इलाके में क्या सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट इशू है आपको लगता है?
भोपाल ही नहीं, मतलब इन जनरल मैं बोलूँगी कि सबसे बड़ा इशू है कि महिलाओं की सुरक्षा, ये सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा मुझे लगता है। और मुझे नहीं लगता कि किसी भी पार्टी ने अपने घोषणा पत्र में महिलाओं का मुद्दा, एक सुरक्षा, ये उठाया है इशू। क्योंकि आप देखिए कि हमारे देश में, और सिर्फ भोपाल में ही नहीं, इतने रेप केसेस हो रहे हैं, महिलाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं कि वो रात को ट्रैवल कर सकें रोड पर अकेले। मैं तो खुद अकेले ट्रैवल करती हूँ। आई एम अ वर्किंग वुमेन, आई एम अ सिंगल वर्किंग वुमेन एंड आई ट्रैवल अलॉट। तो मैं देखती हूँ कि मैं रेलवे से ट्रैवल नहीं कर सकती, मैं अपने आप को सिक्योर नहीं मानती। दैट्स द ओनली रीज़न कि मैं फ़्लाइट लेती हूँ। और दूसरा ये भी है कि अगर मैं ऊबर से भी जाती हूँ अकेले तो मुझे डर रहता है कि आई कैरी सम ऑफ द थिंग्स विच कैन प्रोटेक्ट मी, यू नो, सम पेपर पाउडर, कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें कि क्योंकि मेरे साथ भी कुछ ऐसे केसेस हुए हैं जिससे मुझे एक डर महसूस हुआ। तो मुझे लगता है वर्किंग वुमेन्स के लिए सरकार, कोई भी सरकार हो, वो क्या कर रही है वो मुझे क्लियर नहीं दिख रहा है अभी। महिलाओं की सुरक्षा सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा होना चाहिए सबके लिए, क्योंकि हम बात तो बहुत करते हैं जब कोई बहुत बड़ा बलात्कार या कुछ हो जाता है, लेकिन उसको लेकर सब सांत्वना ही देते हैं, लेकिन उसको लेकर आप क्या करते हैं? तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा इशू होना चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं ये फेस करती हूँ हर दिन। और इसलिए मैं अपनी सारी महिला साथी जो हैं उनके लिए कहना चाहूँगी कि ये रिक्वायर्ड है। दूसरा, महिलाओं की एजुकेशन, लड़कियों की एजुकेशन, मुझे लगता है इसके लिए गवर्नमेंट क्या ठोस कदम उठा रही है कि क्योंकि छोटी बच्चियां जो हैं जो सरकारी स्कूलों में जाती हैं, मेरी घर में मेड आती है, उसकी बच्ची मैं देखती हूँ किस तरह की शिक्षा, किस तरह की पढ़ाई हो रही है। अगर वो सिर्फ मिड डे मील के थ्रू उनको सेटिस्फाई किया जा रहा है तो ये बहुत गलत है। उनके लिए प्रॉपर स्कूलिंग, प्रॉपर अरेंजमेंट, उनके सैनिटेशन के लिए क्या सुविधाएं हैं, उनका फूड किस तरह का है, उनकी स्टडीज़ कैसी हैं, तो वो सब देखना ज़रूरी है। और मुझे लगता है इसमें हमारी सरकार, कोई भी सरकार हो, वो वीक है। और इवन लड़कियां जब आगे पढ़ लेती हैं तो मैंने देखा है कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड में बहुत से फैमिली रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ के कारण वो आगे नहीं बढ़ पाती हैं। तो सरकार किस तरह की योजना बनाएगी कि उन्हें एक सपोर्ट सिस्टम मिले, किस तरह की परिवार बने, किस तरह की योजनाएं बने कि उनको आगे बढ़ने का चांस मिले, तो ये
बात करने के लिए बहुत शुक्रिया। तो कोलार से मेरे कैमरा सहयोगी पवन के साथ हिमांशु शेखर, NDTV इंडिया।
So we have with us a first time voter. She's really excited. What's your name?
Deepa Kushwaha.
Deepa.
Ji.
So first time you have voted.
Yeah, I voted my first. I cast my first vote to a party.
Can you just yeah. आपके लिए issues क्या-क्या थे?
इश्यूज ऐसा कोई नहीं था। वीवीपैट जो मशीन EVM मशीन होती है वो बहुत इजीली हैंडल हुई।
नहीं वो इश्यूज नहीं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। आपके लिए मुद्दे क्या थे जो सोचकर आपने जिस भी उम्मीदवार को वोट दिया होगा तो दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था कि आप क्या दिक्कतें हैं या क्या सहूलियतें जिसकी वजह से आपको वोट करना चाहिए जिस उम्मीदवार को आपने वोट दिया?
वैसे तो बहुत सारी इश्यूज है जो मैंने फेस किया आज तक। फर्स्ट जो इशू था वो एजुकेशन से रिलेटेड था कि जो रूरल एरियाज है वहाँ पे एजुकेशन मीन्स वो जो एरिया होता है वहाँ पे अच्छी नहीं पहुँच पाती।
अच्छा।
एजुकेशन हुआ फर्स्ट। जो पॉलिटिक्स हमारी हर जगह होती है, मीन्स जहाँ पे पॉलिटिकल एरिया नहीं भी होता वहाँ पे भी मीन्स पॉलिटिक्स एक वो गेम इवॉल्व कर दिया जाता है।
तो आपके लिए शिक्षा व्यवस्था आप कह रही हैं कि एक बड़ा मुद्दा था, और इसके अलावा भी कुछ और जो आपको लगता है?
और भी जैसे एरियाज थे, जैसे जहाँ पे वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल जो अभी टॉपिक है, हॉट टॉपिक है, तो उसके रिगार्डिंग वो जैसे वुमेन्स को प्रमोट करना, एक अच्छी जगह उन्हें पहुँचाना और उन सारी फैसिलिटीज़ प्रोवाइड करना, ये मैंने ऑब्जर्व किया अभी तक।
अच्छा, तो महिला आरक्षण का मुद्दा, शिक्षा का मुद्दा, ये वो मुद्दे हैं जो आपको प्रभावित करते हैं?
जी।
और पूरी प्रक्रिया में आपको कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं आई? अब आप बता सकते हैं कि वीवीपैट और क्या रहा, कैसा
नहीं, वो एकदम इजी प्रोसेस था, उसमें कोई इशू नहीं हुआ।
कोई इशू नहीं आया। बहुत एक्साइटेड है अपने दोस्तों को?
हाँ, मैं सभी को बोलती हूँ कि
सोशल मीडिया, इंस्टाग्राम पर ये तस्वीर डालेंगे।
बिल्कुल मैं सबको टैग करके बोलूँगी कि प्लीज़ आप अपना वोट कास्ट करिए। इट इज़ इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर आवर कंट्री, डेमोक्रेसी।
बहुत बढ़िया। और क्या करना चाहती हैं और अभी क्या कर रही हैं आप?
मैं भी MBA परस्यू कर रही हूँ एंड इसके बाद मैं कोशिश करूँगी मींस हैविंग एक स्टेबल वो करके मैं करियर के लिए मैं वुमेन्स के लिए थोड़ा सा प्रमोट करूँगी कि उनको कुछ एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप काइंड ऑफ।
मम्मी जी, बिटिया ने तो महिला आरक्षण के मुद्दे पर वोट डाला, आपके लिए क्या क्या इश्यूज रहते हैं?
नहीं, मैं तो बेटी का ही सपोर्ट करूँगी, जो वो चाहेगी वही करेगी।
अच्छा, तो जो बिटिया कह रहे हैं बस आप
उसी को सपोर्ट करती हूँ मैं।
ठीक है, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
चलिए, धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो ये कुछ फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स थे जिनका ये कहना है कि ये चुनाव में महिला आरक्षण का मुद्दा हो चाहे शिक्षा का मुद्दा हो, ये इनके लिए अहमियत रखता है। भोपाल से अपने कैमरा सहयोगी रिजवान खान के साथ अनुराग द्वारी, NDTV इंडिया। मध्य प्रदेश की राजधानी भोपाल में भी चुनाव प्रक्रिया शुरू हो गई है। मैं भी मतदाता हूँ भोपाल में गोविंदपुरा इलाके का, और अब मैं भी अंदर जाकर पहले मतदान कर लूँ, फिर बाकी के काम। ये मेरा मतदान केंद्र है। So it was just a matter of 1 minute. This was the line for our constituency and we have few voters. आपके लिए क्या मुद्दा था? क्या किन मुद्दों पर वोट दिया आपने?
ने तो मेन चीज़ है यहाँ का अधिक से अधिक अतिक्रमण कम हो।
अतिक्रमण कम हो।
इसको बहुत ज़रूरी है। यानी आप देखिए सड़क पे जो नहीं चाहते अनचाही दुकानें खुल के रखी हैं, तो आज के भोपाल के ट्रैफिक को देखते हुए इस पे ज़्यादा कंट्रोल होना चाहिए कि अतिक्रमण हटे।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। यहाँ पर ये मेरा मतदान केंद्र था 154 355, और मैंने भी सुबह सुबह अपना मतदान कर दिया है। 1 मिनट से भी कम का वक्त लगता है। आप आएँ सुबह सुबह, जो हमारा नारा है, पहले मतदान फिर जलपान, और अपने मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें, लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व में शिरकत करें। भोपाल से अपने सहयोगी रिजवान खान के साथ अनुराग द्वारी।
मैं इस वक्त भोपाल के कोलार क्षेत्र में हूं और यहां पर मेरे साथ कुछ महिला मतदाता हैं। क्या सोचकर आप इस बार मतदान करेंगे?
भैया, जो हमारा काम करेगा उसके लिए ही वोट देंगे हम।
जी
हाँ।
क्या सोचकर आप चाहते हैं आपके इलाके का विकास हो?
विकास तो बहुत सारा होगा। जो रोडें खोद रही हैं, वैसे ही देख लो, रास्ते में कितनी दिक्कत हो रही है।
दिक्कत हो रही है। यहाँ पर जो महिलाएं रहती है कोलार में, उनकी क्या समस्याएं हैं?
ये हम तो काम करते,
झाड़ू पोछा कर रहे हैं, बर्तन मजा बूढ़न पे जी पे हो नहीं रहा, तो कर रही, क्या करें?
तो आपकी समस्याएं क्या है? समस्याएं क्या है? महिला
खत्म हो गए, नगर पालिका ने हमें 1 रुपया नहीं दिया है
जी।
फार्म भर दिया, ये जहाँ जाओ वहाँ जाओ, बस के लगे कुछ नहीं होगा तुम्हारा।
तो आप चाहती हैं कि विकास हो इस क्षेत्र का?
चल,
तरक्की हो, जनता की तरक्की हो, हम लोग भी यही चाहते हैं।
जी
और
जनता की तरक्की,
गरीब जनता की सुनवाई हो।
जी। तो जो महिलाएं रहती हैं यहाँ पर भोपाल में, कोलार क्षेत्र में, उनकी क्या समस्याएं हैं, क्या इश्यूज हैं आपको लगता है नई सरकार?
तो बहुत है, झुग्गी झोपड़ी वालों को, गरीब जनता को बहुत समस्याएं रहते हैं, लेकिन लोग बाग सरकारी नौकरी वाले इधर से उधर भगाते रहते हैं, कोई सुनवाई नहीं होती कहीं जाओ।
तो आप लोग चाहते हैं कि विकास होना चाहिए पूरे इलाके का?
हम लोग चाहते हैं कि विकास होना चाहिए और सब जनता की सुनवाई होना चाहिए।
महिलाओं की सुरक्षा का भी एक मुद्दा उठा है इस चुनाव में। आप सुरक्षित महसूस करते हैं यहाँ?
नहीं, सुरक्षित महसूस नहीं करते, इसलिए कि झुग्गी झोपड़ी वालों की कोई सुनवाई नहीं होती। कोई जुआ खेल रहा है, कोई दारू पी रहा है, वो कंप्लेन करने जाए तो कोई सुनवाई नहीं होती है, कहीं भी नहीं होती है।
तो आप चाहते हैं कि आपकी जो समस्याएं हैं उसको दूर करना जरूरी है, ये सोचकर आप मतदान करेंगे इस बार? हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया। कोलार क्षेत्र से पवन के साथ हिमांशु शेखर। मुरारी शर्मा जी, इस बार क्या नया है मध्य प्रदेश के चुनाव?
सर, नया इस बार ये है कि एक तो लोग वोट अधिक संख्या में करेंगे, रीजन की लोग जागरूक भी हो रहे हैं और गवर्नमेंट भी अच्छे विकास कार्य करती हैं, तो लोगों को लगता है कि हमें भी बढ़ चढ़ के इसमें योगदान देना चाहिए, क्योंकि लोकतंत्र में आदमी का राइट से एक मत है। तो आज अच्छे लोगों को चुनने के लिए आप देख ही रहे हैं, बूथ पर भीड़ है, बाकी टाइम पे इतनी भीड़ नहीं होती थी। इस बार
पिछले चुनाव में 64% के आसपास मतदान हुआ था भोपाल में। इस बार आपको उम्मीद है कि जिस तरह से लोग यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं बड़ी संख्या में,
इस बार कम से कम 73 to 75% वोटिंग होगा, बिकॉज ऑफ द डेवलपमेंट इन कोलार एरिया।
ठीक है, और इस बार ज़्यादा लोग आएंगे आपको उम्मीद है?
जी, 75% कम से कम।
जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया। पवन के साथ हिमांशु शेखर।
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in UAE. Coming soon only on NDTV.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people. A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the reality industry across UAE. The Reality Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the reality landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
.300 seats, 230 in Madhya Pradesh and 70 in Chhattisgarh are polling even as we speak. Remember, the polling began early morning at 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. depending on the belt. But largely the scene is that early morning the enthusiasm of voters is visible, particularly the encouraging sign of young voters being out early morning to cast their votes. In Madhya Pradesh alone, in all, there are 22 lakh first-time voters. Let me give you a sense of how Madhya Pradesh voted in 2018. Of course, this picture changed in 2020 when 22 MLAs who were seen as part of the Scindia camp switched and moved to the BJP. In 2018, the Congress had got 40.9% votes, and that had converted into 114 seats. As far as the BJP is concerned, they had got 0.1% more than the Congress. That conversion was less at 109. These two MLAs of the BSP had joined then to add 116 to make it total of 116, and then Mr. Kamal Nath formed his government. We'll try and connect to reporters to get you more visuals from the ground. Our reporters are joining us. Let me bring in Himanshu, who's joining us live. We also have Amritanshi live with us from the ground. Those are the visuals coming in of the former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Kamal Nath, who had just cast his vote. Remember, he is a 9-term MP from Chhindwara, and he is currently also contesting his MLA seat from Chhindwara.
जी हाँ बहुत अच्छा यही बोलने वाले इधर से निकल रहे सब दूर घूमना है भाभी जी थैंक यू
where Congress, BJP's General Secretary Kailash Vijaywargiya had just cast his vote. Remember, he is among the stalwarts which has been fielded by the BJP this time around. More visuals coming in. That is Prahlad Patel of the BJP performing early morning puja before going to cast his vote. Let me bring in Geeta Bhatt, analyst and others as well. Sujata Paul of the Congress is also joining us. Sujata Paul, this is an important election because in most of these states, it's a bipolar contest, particularly between the BJP and the Congress in the state of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh.
To remember what happened to the Congress government, how it was brought down, and that is why today MP is seeing misgovernance, and people of Madhya Pradesh obviously are reeling under various issues, especially the youth, the farmers, the women. I have seen Anganwadi workers on the streets. You have seen the youth protesting paper leaks. We have seen people across the board suffering, the Dalits, the Adivasis, the way they have been treated. And Mr. Shivraj Chauhan has not really been in the mood to contest elections because he knew that things were not right. But of course, now that he's contesting elections, he has to say something. And that is why whatever he's saying is without any passion, without any value to people as well. Whereas the Congress party has not only made promises, but in the neighboring state of Chhattisgarh, people can see that the promises that were made there have been delivered upon. And similarly, now that we have seen the kind of atrocities on Dalits and the Adivasis, people do want the caste-based census, which the Congress party promises, and the caste-based survey at least at the state level. We are promising the old pension scheme and health schemes, and there are so many things on which Mr. Kamal Nath has not only promised, but has also managed to deliver in the short period of governance that he had.
Hold on to your thoughts. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is addressing an event. Let's cut across to it.
में चल रहे पॉवर्टी रिडक्शन कार्यक्रमों को बल मिलेगा। G20 ने इस बार क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस पर अभूतपूर्व गंभीरता दिखाई है। ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों के लिए आसान शर्तों पर क्लाइमेट ट्रांजिशन के लिए फाइनेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी उपलब्ध कराए जाने पर भी सहमति बनी है। क्लाइमेट एक्शन के लिए लाइफ यानी लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट, इसके हाई लेवल प्रिंसिपल्स को अपनाया गया। इसी समिट में ग्लोबल बायोफ्यूल अलायंस लॉन्च किया गया है। यह ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और हम आशा करते हैं कि आप सभी इससे जुड़ेंगे। भारत मानता है कि नई टेक्नोलॉजी नॉर्थ और साउथ के बीच दूरियां बढ़ाने का नया स्रोत नहीं बनना चाहिए। आज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एआई के युग में टेक्नोलॉजी को रिस्पॉन्सिबल तरीके से उपयोग में लाने की बहुत जरूरत है। इसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए भारत में अगले महीने एआई ग्लोबल पार्टनरशिप समिट आयोजित की जा रही है। G20 द्वारा डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यानी डीपीआई के फ्रेमवर्क को अपनाया गया है, जिससे आवश्यक सेवाओं की लास्ट माइल डिलीवरी में सहायता मिलेगी और इंक्लूसिविटी बढ़ेगी। वैश्विक डीपीआई रिपोजिटरी बनाने पर भी सहमति बनी है। इसके अंतर्गत भारत अपनी क्षमताएं पूरे ग्लोबल साउथ के साथ साझा करने के लिए तैयार है। किसी भी प्राकृतिक आपदा से ग्लोबल साउथ के देश सबसे अधिक प्रभावित होते हैं। इसके लिए भारत ने कोएलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यानी CDRI शुरू किया था। अब G20 में डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन और रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए नया वर्किंग ग्रुप भी बनाया गया है। भारत की इस पहल पर इस साल को संयुक्त राष्ट्र इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स के रूप में मना रहा है। G20 के तहत सुपर फूड मिलेट्स, जिसे भारत में हमने श्री अन्न की पहचान दी है, उन पर रिसर्च करने के लिए नया इनिशिएटिव लिया गया है। यह क्लाइमेट चेंज और रिसोर्सेज के अभाव से उत्पन्न होने वाली फूड सिक्योरिटी की चिंताओं से लड़ने में ग्लोबल साउथ को सामर्थ्यवान बनाएगा। पहली बार G20 में सस्टेनेबल और ओशन बेस्ड इकोनॉमी पर बल दिया गया है। ये ग्लोबल साउथ के स्मॉल आइलैंड डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज, जिन्हें मैं लार्ज ओशन कंट्रीज मानता हूं, उनके लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। समिट में ग्लोबल वैल्यू चेन मैपिंग और डिजिटल सर्टिफिकेट को मान्यता देने के लिए अहम फैसले लिए गए। इससे ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों में एमएसएमई सेक्टर और व्यापार के लिए नए अवसर खुलेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, वैश्विक समृद्धि के लिए सबका साथ और सबका विकास जरूरी है, लेकिन हम सभी देख रहे हैं कि पश्चिम एशिया क्षेत्र की घटनाओं से नई चुनौतियां उभर रही हैं। भारत ने 7 अक्टूबर को इजरायल में हुए जघन्य आतंकी हमले की निंदा की है। हमने रिस्ट्रेंट के साथ ही डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी पर भी जोर दिया है। इजरायल और हमास के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में सिविलियंस की मौत की हम कठोर निंदा करते हैं। राष्ट्रपति महमूद अब्बास जी से बात कर हमने फिलिस्तीन के लोगों के लिए मानवीय सहायता भी भेजी है। ये समय है जब ग्लोबल साउथ के देश ग्रेटर ग्लोबल गुड के लिए एक स्वर में बात करें। वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर के लिए हम सब मिलकर 5 C's के साथ आगे बढ़ें। जब मैं 5 C's की बात करता हूं तब कंसल्टेशन, कोऑपरेशन, कम्युनिकेशन, क्रिएटिविटी और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग। एक्सेलेंसी, पहली वॉइस ऑफ ग्लोबल साउथ समिट में मैंने ग्लोबल साउथ के लिए एक सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस स्थापित करने का प्रस्ताव रखा था। मुझे खुशी है कि आज दक्षिण डेवलपमेंट एंड नॉलेज शेयरिंग इनिशिएटिव ग्लोबल साउथ सेंटर फॉर एक्सेलेंस का उद्घाटन हो रहा है। G20 समिट के दौरान मैंने भारत की तरफ से ग्लोबल साउथ के लिए वेदर और क्लाइमेट मॉनिटरिंग के लिए सैटेलाइट लॉन्च करने का प्रस्ताव रखा है। हम इस पर तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, इन विचारों के साथ मैं अपना वक्तव्य समाप्त करता हूं। अब मैं आप सभी के विचार सुनने के लिए बहुत ही उत्साहित हूं और इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में आप सबकी सक्रिय भागीदारी के लिए मैं हृदय से आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Geeta Bhatt is joining us live. Let's switch focus now to the 2 states that are polling even as we speak, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Geeta Bhatt, when we look at these visuals, we are seeing long queues in both the states, and women voters in particular are out there. We have Abhilash Kandekar as well. Geeta Bhatt, coming to you first. Women voters up and about early morning, finishing their household chores and then ensuring that they exercise their rights.
Absolutely. I think we have seen that how the number of women voters, across the states in India, that their number is equal to, and at times it is more than that of the men voters who have been going to cast their votes during the polls. And it is definitely a very heartening image, looking at that how women, they today are very well aware of exercising their voting rights. and are coming forward, not only in just exercising their voting rights, but also participating in the democratic process and, contesting the elections. Well, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, in both the states, I think we very well see that the contest is between the two parties in the Hindi heartland, Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress, Indian National Congress. Well, in Madhya Pradesh, we have seen that definitely that for the last 18 years, it has been a BJP ruled state. And in the last 18 years or so, it is, I think, by default, an anti-incumbency is something which sets in. But in spite of ruling for such a long time, more than a decade, more than 1.5 decades, we see that the present incumbent party which is ruling the state is very much a fighting force. And there are largely, I think, the women-related welfare schemes that have been put forward in Madhya Pradesh by the present Chief Minister that will have a very positive impact on the women voters. We know about the Ladli Behna scheme, the Ladli Lakshmi scheme, and these schemes which are providing financial assistance to women who are not, giving any income tax, or their, family income is within, limited annual structure. They are, I think, going to that is going to have a very positive impact. No. And also keeping in mind that in the 2018, when the Congress had come, yes, briefly for 15 months, they had actually removed some of the welfare schemes which are earlier running for women.
Okay, Sujata, would you respond to this quickly, and then I bring in Abhilash?
Yes, very interestingly, Ms. Bhatt is talking about 18 years of governance. She's forgotten that the people's mandate was disrespected when the government was brought down, and people cannot forget it, because when they vote for change and there has been a change in government, then they expect a party that has come into power to rule for 5 years. But the way in which it was brought down, and we've seen all those people who went with Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, a lot of them have abandoned him already. Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia is now hitting the streets because he knows that he cannot, he does not have the support of his own people also. And we know the kind of schemes that the neighboring states have delivered upon. Why is it that the BJP is also talking about high prices for procurement of crops? The reason is that the BJP government knows that people expect it to happen. But the way in which the Dalits have been treated, the Adivasis have been treated, I want her to explain why is it that the Anganwadi workers who have been asking for an increase or a hike in their honorarium have not been respected. Nobody has even bothered to talk to them. And you talk about one nation, one election, one last point. And you've had to have MPs contesting the MLA election. Supposing it was happening at one time, the MP and MLA election, what would you have done in Madhya Pradesh or elsewhere?
Okay.
You know that you do not have leadership at the state level.
Abhilash, I'm going to put the spotlight again on the women voters. Geeta, I'm coming to you in just a bit. But, women as a constituency have emerged for multiple chief ministers in multiple elections. We have seen that. And even, they have voted out governments, they have voted in governments. And that is the reason why this constituency is now being wooed in, very vociferously or very interestingly, I would say, by various political parties. But Abhilash, look at women as Labhartis. They are largely seen as a group which votes on the basis of how or the nature of schemes which is about them. Be it the Ladli Lakshmi or Ladli Behna, or if we were to look at other schemes or beneficiaries, policies that have been announced by the Congress party, but or even what is there in the context of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, where the houses are in the names of the women of the homes. Would you say that becomes important whether it's a direct benefit transfer, DBT, or schemes which are very women-centric? So welfareism, which is driven for women, drives women to polling booths.
So what you are saying is right, but there is a very thin line between welfareism and freebies distribution, which is happening in Madhya Pradesh before the during the run up to the elections. So definitely women as a solid vote bank has emerged in Madhya Pradesh over the last 20 years. And if you remember, the first OBC chief minister when the Digvijay Singh government was defeated was Uma Bharti, and she got a massive mandate in 2003. And from there on, everything happened. But Shivraj Singh must be credited for collecting the women under one umbrella of beneficiaries, whether it was earlier called the Ladli Lakshmi scheme for the girls, and now it is Ladli Behna for women also. But that is what is being criticized in Madhya Pradesh. But the BJP is saying that they are giving direct benefit transfer to women, and those who are neither in falling in any income group, nor they are basically the poor women group. So out of 2.72 crore women, it is expected that 1.5 crore women will vote for BJP because they have been the direct beneficiaries in the last 3 months because they were getting 1,250 rupees. However, I would like to add that when the manifesto was released, the BJP did not mention about the amount to be deposited in the women's bank accounts, but they only said that 1 करोड़ 31 लाख लाडली बहनों को मासिक आर्थिक सहायता के साथ में मिलेगा आवास लाभ, which means they have added residential, free residential or cheaper residential facility to the Ladli Behna scheme. So what you say is right, that women have emerged in Madhya Pradesh, and Bharatiya Janata Party has focused on this particular group as a game changer. And possibly tomorrow, if the BJP wins, the larger share will go to the women who have backed the ruling party and has cut the anti-incumbency factor, which is running high against Shivraj Singh.
Yes, and interestingly, Abhilash, women voters have also queued up. The queues that we are witnessing early morning, be it in Madhya Pradesh or in Chhattisgarh, it has a significant percentage of women. So women as agents of change, or women as the agents of continuity will be established.
So if you see
in
the last 15 years, Shivraj Singh was being dubbed as, or he emerged as a brand kind of a mama. And now in the last 6 months, he has converted himself into Ladli Behna's brother, who is extending all kinds of securities to them.
Okay, let me go straight to Raipur now, where Zulfikar is joining us. We also have Saurav Gupta, and I'm going to come back to the analysts in just a bit. But Zulfikar, what are you seeing early morning? क्या माहौल है वहाँ पर?
I am seeing in a Raipur, and it's a city. So as you know, people of the city, when the polling day, there is a holiday. That's why voters are not rushing to in a crowd in a city. So we can say that polling percentage is very low in a Raipur city. At 9 a.m. it was just 5.71%. And women voters are seen in a polling booth, because in a Chhattisgarh, as you know, that women voters is more than male voters are. Just I would like to
आपने बोला वहाँ पर महिलाओं की संख्या ज्यादा है, महिला की एज वोट बैंक ज्यादा है इन कंपैरिजन टू मेन. जिस पोलिंग बूथ पर आप हैं वहाँ पर अगर महिलाओं से अगर आप बात कर सकते हैं तो हमारे दर्शकों को थोड़ा सेंस होगा कि किस मुद्दे पर, किन मुद्दों पर महिलाएं वोट कर रही हैं.
जी बिल्कुल, मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि महिला से बात करेंगे. आपने वोट क्या सोच के वोट डाला है? क्या चाहते हैं अपने क्षेत्र में, क्या विकास हो? आपने वोट कास्ट किया है पूरे परिवार के साथ, आपने वोट डाल दिया है, तो क्या सोच के वोट डाला आप? अब छत्तीसगढ़ देखें तो यहाँ पे महिलाओं की संख्या ज्यादा है, महिला मतदाता ज्यादा है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी हो या कांग्रेस, दोनों ने महिलाओं के लिए बहुत सारे वादे किए हैं.
भाई हम तो कहीं जाते नहीं, घर में बैठे रहते
जी,
ज्यादा मालूम नहीं है हमको.
अच्छा, ये मतदाता जो छत्तीसगढ़ के होते हैं जनरली वो बोलते कम है, कुछ और महिला मतदाता निकल रहे हैं.
I will come back to you in just a bit. Saurav Gupta is also standing to give us views of, that's an interesting polling booth where you are, Saurav, completely being manned by women. Each and every responsibility of the polling, from the polling agent to various exercise being conducted by women. What are you seeing right now in terms of the queues, Saurav?
Well, yes, that was a very interesting booth. And of course, for the first time that, women were completely manning the polling booth and managing everything and, ensuring that voters could go in and cast their votes. And that happened in that booth. But we are now in the Raipur South constituency. And this is an important constituency because what it has is it has a gentleman named Brijmohan Agarwal, who's a BJP MLA for 7 terms. And he's contesting for the 8th time this time. The Congress has also fielded a Mahant against him, and this is an interesting contest. But again, you see, even in constituencies like this, there are women voters who are coming in. Like, for example, look at this group. You'll see a larger number of women who are coming in to vote, or for those who are stepping out. Again, you'll see a larger number of women who are stepping out after voting. And that is to reiterate the point that, yes, there are more women voters, and women-centric schemes, campaigns targeted towards women have been the theme of these elections, and therefore you will see that playing out today as well as voters queue up to vote. But this is also an election where, like I said, this is the Raipur South constituency now. Earlier I was in the Raipur North constituency, and here the interesting contest is between the BJP veteran and the interesting choice of candidate by the Congress also.
All right, Saurav, thank you so much. And Saurav and Zulfikar, thank you for getting us those early morning visuals. And as reports are coming in, this is certainly showing that the voting percentage is very, very promising early morning. Let's see what it reaches by the end of the day. News and updates will continue on the other side. We'll try and get you more ground reports. This remains our top focus here on NDTV. 300 seats, 230 in the state of Madhya Pradesh and 70 in Chhattisgarh are polling even as we speak.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella? Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A cup of hope,
a cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in UAE. Coming soon only on NDTV.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and Center, a show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debate, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vatwa. Let's get you our top story, and that is a U.S. news portal, the Free Press, has drawn a link between U.S. tech entrepreneur Neville Roy Singham and pro-Palestine protests in America. An article on the U.S. portal alleges that Neville Roy Singham, the fluent American-born tech entrepreneur, and his wife Jodie Evans have been major funders of the People's Forum since 2017. The portal alleges that the forum has co-organized multiple protests, including one in Times Square, just a day after Hamas's surprise attack in Israel that killed over 1,400 people. The portal goes on to allege that the protests are not a story of organic rage. Remember, Neville Roy Singham has been accused of funding pro-Chinese propaganda in India via a website. He has recently been issued summons by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, in an exclusive interview to NDTV's Sonia Singh, Piyush Goyal says the world is not just looking at India, but looking up to India, and India's Prime Minister has been recognized as a world leader. Listen it.
Hello and welcome to the NDTV Dialogues, a conversation of ideas. This week, we have a very special edition coming to you from San Francisco, where I'm joined by Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Mr. Goyal, you've had a packed schedule in the United States. There are 2 big economic meetings happening, and you're here for the idea of India in the sense that India is the place to be. What's been the big message? Because of course APEC, India is not a member of it, but you're here as a guest. India has been invited for the first time. What is the big message you're giving?
Well, I think very clearly the world is looking at India, and the way India's leadership has emerged over the last few years. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, recognized today as truly a world leader of substance, somebody people respect immensely, look up to his leadership, is reflected in our engagements at the APEC, at IPEF. They are all looking up to India to contribute in a big way for a safe, secure Indo-Pacific region. They are all looking at India as the growth engine of the world economy. And my engagements with different leaders here, my meetings with my counterparts, with industry, captains of industry, all demonstrate very clearly the excitement about working with India, working in India, and the expectations that are today quite large from the India story.
It's interesting because of course India isn't a part of APEC, yet we've been invited for the first time. Do you think India needs to be part of APEC sooner rather than later? And of course, the geopolitics, given that President Xi has come to the US after 5 years to attend this summit, you've said that the India-US relationship has nothing to do with what many say is the China plus one strategy of the United States.
I'm very convinced that today India stands on its own feet. India is a compelling case for investment. It's a compelling partnership based on trust, which we are forging with different countries. And while we are now very actively engaged with IPEF, we haven't applied our mind to joining up with APEC at the present moment. But it's been nice to be formally invited. Prime Minister Modi would have come, but for the elections going on in India. But clearly the respect that India is getting from the United States of America, from their leaders, from the other countries around the world, reflects the growing importance of India as a country and the huge adulation, I can say, that I see amongst the leaders when they talk about Prime Minister Modi.
And you can watch that entire interview at 7 p.m. today only on NDTV 24x7. Moving on to Telangana now, and Congress chief from Telangana has spoken with NDTV and says that people have decided to defeat KCR. Listen in.
Slogans of CM coming on here at a time when Mr. Revanth Reddy is here. I know that in your party, we don't know who's the CM and there are going to be many contenders, but it does appear like you're the star campaigner for the party. Everywhere you've been campaigning, going on a chopper. What has changed in the last 15 days? I would think that for the last 4 years, if you didn't have any momentum, suddenly the Congress seems to be peaking.
It is not that बहुत दिन से लोग सोच रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के मदद देते जाएगा, क्योंकि मीडिया इतना अटेंशन देना था उतना अटेंशन नहीं दिया. अभी चुनाव आ गए इसीलिए मीडिया अटेंशन ज़्यादा हो गए. 2019 पार्लियामेंट इलेक्शन itself they have defeated more than 50% seats in तेलंगाना. तो इसीलिए आज जो माहौल दिख रहा है लोग फाइनल कर लिए कि इस बार केसीआर को हराना है. केसीआर को जो 2 बार मौका दिए, तेलंगाना जनता को धोखा दिया, इसीलिए इस बार जनता ये तैयार हो गए कि केसीआर को किसी हाल हराना है. इसीलिए आपको ये माहौल दिखते आ रहा है.
The last time that Mr. Rahul Gandhi was here, you went to Kaleshwaram, and soon after that, the National Dam Safety Authority gave a report. The BRS sees in it political motive that you and the BJP are trying to limit the BRS victory.
भाई अभी मैं एक ही बात पूछना चाहता हूँ, जो मेडिगड्डा बैरेज है वो सिंक नहीं हुआ, वो झूठ है क्या? अन्नारम बैरेज जो ब्लास्ट हो गए वो गलत है क्या? सब सारे हो गए. एनडीए से जो रिपोर्ट दिए, रिपोर्ट देने के बाद कुछ कार्रवाई नहीं किए, तो वो दोनों का अंडरस्टैंडिंग क्या है पता लग रहा. आज बीआरएस, बीजेपी, एमआईएम एंड जेडीएस भी अभी साथ में जोड़कर आ रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी को इस चुनाव में हरवाने के लिए. तो इसीलिए लोगों को साफ पता है जितना भी कॉन्स्पिरेसी चलने दो ना, बीआरएस इस बार चुनाव जीतने वाले नहीं है. बिलो 25 सीट्स को लिमिट हो जाएंगे. इस बार कांग्रेस पार्टी एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटी सरकार बनाने वाले है.
हर मीटिंग में सीएम साहब कह रहे हैं कि धरनी को आपने कहा कि आप बे ऑफ बंगाल में फेंक देंगे और उसकी वजह से राइतु बंधु भी चला जाएगा. आप लोगों को क्या बताना चाहेंगे कि आप धरनी के साथ क्या करने वाले हैं? क्योंकि डिजिटल रिकॉर्ड्स लाना तो अच्छी बात है.
वो डिजिटल रिकॉर्ड नहीं है, रिकॉर्ड स्टैम्प पर कर रहा है. डिजिटल रिकॉर्ड, मैनुअल रिकॉर्ड्स को डिजिटल रिकॉर्ड्स में कन्वर्ट करने के लिए पायलट प्रोजेक्ट किया कांग्रेस पार्टी ने निजामाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट. तो वी आर प्रिफरिंग डिजिटल रिकॉर्ड. He is trying to tamper every record. That is how he has encroached almost more than 10,000 acres in and around Hyderabad. He has sold 1 lakh plus acres in Hyderabad, Rangareddy, Medchal and Sangareddy collectorate areas. We are going to take up inquiry on all these lands issue.
After your names came out, obviously there were a lot of rebels, but all the damage control you managed to do, which seems a little new for the Congress party, isn't it? That you have managed actually to stop most of your rebels. How are you looking right now?
It's a sign of forming the government. क्योंकि जब सरकार बन रहा है लोगों को इतना उम्मीद आ जाएंगे, अरे हमारा भी कुछ अच्छा हो जाएंगे, हमारा भी दूसरा मौका मिल जाएगा. तो दूसरा मौका मिलने के लिए भी पार्टी उन लोगों को अश्योरेंस किए. एलिजिबिलिटी लीडर सर, इससे पहले आप ही लोग बोल रहे थे 40-50 सीटों में कांग्रेस को कोई कैंडिडेट नहीं है, उम्मीदवार नहीं है, चुनाव लड़ने वाले नहीं. आज के तारीख में आप लोग बोल रहे हैं रेबल्स भी है, रेबल्स भी विड्रॉ कर लिए. इसका मतलब माहौल आपको दिखते जा रहा है. तो तो सरकार बनाने वाले इसीलिए रेबल्स भी उनके नॉमिनेशंस विड्रॉ कर ले। अभी कांग्रेस के साथ जोड़कर सब लोग काम कर रहा है। सरकार बनाएंगे, सरकार में सबको 4 करोड़ तेलंगाना जनता के लिए जो वेलफेयर एंड डेवलपमेंट करने का हमारा वादा पूरा करने के लिए कांग्रेस तैयार है।
जीएचएमसी में आपका शोइंग बहुत ही बुरा था, तब सबने कहा थी इनका तो ऑबिचुरी लिखा जाएगा अभी कांग्रेस का। क्या फर्क पड़ा है जीएचएमसी के इलेक्शन के बाद से अब तक? अभी उम्मीद गए सरकार के ऊपर, बहुत उम्मीद से डबल बेडरूम घर मिलने का, एम्प्लॉयमेंट के और लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के सब सारे सरकार के जो उम्मीद था, उम्मीद खत्म हो गए। अल्टरनेट इज ओनली कांग्रेस, दैट इज व्हाई द मोमेंटम इज देयर। कांग्रेस इज गोइंग टू विन इन एंटायर तेलंगाना। There is a talk that if the Congress does win, then the fight will begin for all the different CMs. So you are seen as a forerunner, certainly. Uma, you need not to worry. We will sort out all our problems. We have our own clarity. When time comes, we will tell you who is a chief minister, who is going to take oath, and who is going to take lead the cabinet. Okay, one final thing. Your style of talking, that's very popular among the people. But you are criticized as someone who is very personal in your attack, very sharp in your attack, and you are being spoken about as someone who is not to be trusted in that manner. So I wanted to tell you, in Telangana the game rule is like that. KCR is this author, all this language and this approach author is KCR. So I have to quit reply. So I'm using same terminology against KCR. He is the only person has introduced such type of language in politics. So I'm competing with KCR.
And moving on to more news now, and a scuffle broke out between the Sena factions at the Bal Thackeray's memorial on Thursday. Shinde faction has blamed the Uddhav camp. The incident took place after Chief Minister Shinde left the venue after paying his respects to Bal Thackeray at the Shivaji Park in Dadar. Workers of the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena and the Shiv Sena of the Uddhav Thackeray on Thursday came face to face and shouted slogans against each other at the memorial. This is the 11th death anniversary of Bal Thackeray, which is being observed today. Well, it is the day of polling, and Madhya Pradesh goes to poll since 7 o'clock this morning. Voters have come out in order to cast their vote. Well, we also had Shivraj Singh Chauhan out there casting his vote. Let's listen in to what he had to say and how hopeful he is about a win.
लाडली बहना का असर जमीनी स्तर पर बहुत ज्यादा है। इसको लेकर कांग्रेस भी एलिगेशंस लगा रही है कि बीजेपी पुलिस प्रशासन का इस्तेमाल कर रही है। कमलनाथ कह रहे हैं
ये तो लाडली बहनों का अपमान है, और दूसरी बात यह है कि वो हार की भूमिका बना रहे हैं। उनको पता है कि वो जीतते ही रहे। हमले भी कई जगह पर हुए हैं, रीति पाठक ने भी ये बात कही है। सर, इस तरह की तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं। बौखलाकर इस तरह के कृत्य कर रही है, कानून अपना काम करेगा। सर, एक अपील आप अगर वोटर्स से कर दें, क्योंकि मताधिकार मैंने अभी सार्वजनिक रूप से किया, मताधिकार का प्रयोग जरूर करें और विकास और जन कल्याण के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिताएं। साधना जी से बातचीत अभी नहीं हो पा रही, लेकिन वोट जो है यहाँ पर जो है पूरे परिवार के साथ मुख्यमंत्री ने डाला है। बेहद ही महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है, क्योंकि जैत जो है वो मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान का गृहग्राम है, और यहाँ पर कांग्रेस पर तीखा हमला बोलते हुए सीएम शिवराज ने साफ तौर पर कहा है कि कांग्रेस हार की भूमिका बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है, पर वो सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। कैमरा पर्सन अभिषेक सिंह के साथ अमृतांशी जोशी, NDTV।
मेरे साथ बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष विष्णुदत्त शर्मा हैं। 2023 के जो चुनाव हैं 2018 से कितना अलग हैं, क्या नया है?
मध्य प्रदेश के 2023 का चुनाव, ये वो चुनाव है जो जनता, विकास और गरीब कल्याण के साथ खड़ी है। मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के देश के दुनिया के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो गरीबों के जीवन को बदला है, मध्य प्रदेश के विकास को सुनिश्चित किया है। ये जो बीमारू राज्य था कांग्रेस के समय का, उसे विकसित राज्य बना करके आज हमारा संकल्प है। हमने कहा है कि अपने मध्य प्रदेश को स्वर्णिम मध्य प्रदेश बनाएंगे। तो जनता जनार्दन अब झूठ छल कपट की राजनीति को नकार के, जिन्होंने विकास और गरीब कल्याण भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो मध्य प्रदेश को सौगातें दी हैं, और महिला सशक्तिकरण माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मध्य प्रदेश ने देश के अंदर आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए जो अवसर मिला 33% का, लखपति दीदी का अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने चलाया, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ का अभियान चलाया। मध्य प्रदेश की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने लाडली लक्ष्मी से लेकर के लाडली बहना योजना, जो 1 करोड़ 31 लाख बहनें आज महिलाओं का हर बूथ पर हुजूम के साथ सुबह 5:30 बजे से पहुंची हैं। उनका आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को नेतृत्व को मिल रहा है, तो ये भी एक बड़ा आधार और हर समाज वर्ग को जो ताकत मिली है, सभी समाज वर्गों का भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है।
जी, एक सवाल था कि पिछले करीब 2 दशक से आप सत्ता में हैं, आपकी पार्टी यहाँ पर, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के बारे में आपकी क्या थिंकिंग है? आपको लगता है कितना प्रभावी होगा?
आपको एक चीज बताऊं, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी वहां होती है जहां काम नहीं होता है। मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस मध्य प्रदेश को विकसित मध्य प्रदेश बनाया है। सड़क, बिजली, पानी के लिए कांग्रेस के राज्य में लालायित मध्य प्रदेश था, दुरावस्था का दौर था। मिस्टर बंटाढार कहलाए थे दिग्विजय सिंह। कमलनाथ ने 15 महीने में लूटने के अलावा, वल्लभ भवन को दलाली का अड्डा बनाने के अलावा हर गरीब के हक और अधिकार को छीना, सारी गरीब कल्याण की योजनाओं को बंद कर दिया। प्रधानमंत्री आवास नहीं देने दिए। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मन में तो मध्य प्रदेश उस समय भी था कि 2 लाख प्रधानमंत्री आवास कमलनाथ की सरकार के समय में दिए थे। कमलनाथ जी ने 25% मैचिंग ग्रांट नहीं है, 2 लाख गरीबों का हक छीन लिया था। 248 करोड़ रुपए जल जीवन मिशन के लिए, घर घर पानी पहुंचाने के लिए दिए, लैप्स होके चले गए।
कमलनाथ दावा कर रहे हैं कि बहुत स्पष्ट बहुमत मिलेगा।
कमलनाथ जी इस बार छिंदवाड़ा में ही क्लीन बोल्ड हो गए, खुद चुनाव हार रहे हैं। दिग्विजय सिंह के बेटे भी राधोगढ़ में चुनाव हार रहे हैं। तो ये तो इनके हालात हैं, वो छिंदवाड़ा की चिंता करें। मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने विकास और गरीब कल्याण के साथ मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जनता को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है।
आखिरी सवाल, आपका क्या आकलन है, कितनी सीटें बीजेपी जीतेगी?
अभी तक की सर्वाधिक सीटें हम जीतेंगे, इतिहास बनेगा इस बार।
जी, कितनी सीटें जीतेंगे?
सर्वाधिक सीटें जीतेंगे।
जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया।
मध्य प्रदेश की राजधानी भोपाल में भी चुनाव प्रक्रिया शुरू हो गई है। मैं भी मतदाता हूं भोपाल में गोविंदपुरा इलाके का, और अब मैं भी अंदर जाकर पहले मतदान कर लूं, फिर बाकी के काम। ये मेरा मतदान केंद्र है। So it was just a matter of 1 minute. This was the line for our constituency and we have few voters. आपके लिए क्या मुद्दा था? क्या किन मुद्दों पर वोट दिया आपने?
ने तो मेन चीज़ है यहाँ का अधिक से अधिक अतिक्रमण कम हो।
अतिक्रमण कम हो।
इसको बहुत ज़रूरी है। यानी आप देखिए सड़क पे जो नहीं चाहते अनचाही दुकानें खुल के रखी हैं, तो आज के भोपाल के ट्रैफिक को देखते हुए इस पे ज़्यादा कंट्रोल होना चाहिए कि अतिक्रमण हटे।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। यहाँ पर ये मेरा मतदान केंद्र था 154 355, और मैंने भी सुबह सुबह अपना मतदान कर दिया है। 1 मिनट से भी कम का वक्त लगता है। आप आएँ सुबह सुबह, जो हमारा नारा है, पहले मतदान फिर जलपान, और अपने मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें, लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व में शिरकत करें। भोपाल से अपने सहयोगी रिजवान खान के साथ अनुराग द्वारी।
मैं इस वक्त भोपाल के कोलार क्षेत्र में हूं और यहां पर मेरे साथ कुछ महिला मतदाता हैं। क्या सोचकर आप इस बार मतदान करेंगे?
भैया, जो हमारा काम करेगा उसके लिए ही वोट देंगे हम।
जी
हाँ।
क्या सोचकर आप चाहते हैं आपके इलाके का विकास हो?
विकास तो बहुत सारा होगा। जो रोडें खोद रही हैं, वैसे ही देख लो, रास्ते में कितनी दिक्कत हो रही है।
दिक्कत हो रही है। हाँ। यहाँ पर जो महिलाएं रहती है कोलार में, उनकी क्या समस्याएं हैं?
ये हम तो काम करते, झाड़ू पोछा कर रहे हैं, बर्तन मंज रहे, बूढ़न पे जी पे हो नहीं रहा, कर रही, क्या करें?
तो आपकी समस्याएं क्या है? समस्याएं क्या है? महिला
खत्म हो गए, नगर पालिका ने हमें 1 रुपया नहीं दिया है। फार्म भर दिया, ये जहाँ जाओ वहाँ जाओ, बस के लगे कुछ नहीं होगा तुम्हारा।
तो आप चाहती हैं कि विकास हो इस क्षेत्र का?
चल,
तरक्की हो, जनता की तरक्की हो, हम लोग भी यही चाहते हैं
जी। जनता की तरक्की,
गरीब जनता की सुनवाई हो
जी। तो जो महिलाएं रहती हैं यहाँ पर भोपाल में, कोलार क्षेत्र में, उनकी क्या समस्याएं हैं, क्या इश्यूज हैं आपको लगता है नई सरकार?
तो बहुत है, झुग्गी झोपड़ी वालों को, गरीब जनता को बहुत समस्याएं रहते हैं, लेकिन लोग बाग सरकारी नौकरी वाले इधर से उधर भगाते रहते हैं, कोई सुनवाई नहीं होती कहीं जाओ।
तो आप लोग चाहते हैं कि विकास होना चाहिए पूरे इलाके का?
हम लोग चाहते हैं कि विकास होना चाहिए और सब जनता की सुनवाई होना चाहिए।
महिलाओं की सुरक्षा का भी एक मुद्दा उठा है इस चुनाव में। आप सुरक्षित महसूस करते हैं?
नहीं, सुरक्षित महसूस नहीं करते, इसलिए कि झुग्गी झोपड़ी वालों की कोई सुनवाई नहीं होती। कोई जुआ खेल रहा है, कोई दारू पी रहा है, वो कंप्लेंट करने जाए तो कोई सुनवाई नहीं होती है, कहीं भी नहीं होती है।
तो आप चाहते हैं कि आपकी जो समस्याएं हैं उसको दूर करना जरूरी है, ये सोचकर आप मतदान करेंगे? हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया। कोलार क्षेत्र से पवन के साथ हिमांशु शेखर। मुरारी शर्मा जी, इस बार क्या नया है मध्य प्रदेश के चुनाव?
सर, नया इस बार ये है कि एक तो लोग वोट अधिक संख्या में करेंगे, रीजन की लोग जागरूक भी हो रहे हैं और गवर्नमेंट भी अच्छे विकास कार्य करती हैं। तो लोगों को लगता है कि हमें भी बढ़ चढ़ के इसमें योगदान देना चाहिए, क्योंकि लोकतंत्र में आदमी का राइट से एक मत है। तो आज अच्छे लोगों को चुनने के लिए आप देख ही रहे हैं, बूथ पर भीड़ है, बाकी टाइम पे इतनी भीड़ नहीं होती थी। इस बार
पिछले चुनाव में 64% के आसपास मतदान हुआ था भोपाल में। इस बार आपको उम्मीद है कि जिस तरह से लोग यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं बड़ी संख्या में,
इस बार कम से कम 73 to 75% वोटिंग होगा, बिकॉज ऑफ द डेवलपमेंट इन कोलार एरिया।
ठीक है, और इस बार ज़्यादा लोग आएंगे आपको उम्मीद है?
जी 75% कम से कम।
जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया। पवन के साथ हिमांशु शेखर।
In other news, scuffle broke out between Sena factions at Bal Thackeray's memorial on Thursday. Shinde faction has blamed the Uddhav camp. The incident took place after Chief Minister Shinde left the venue after paying his respects to Bal Thackeray at the Shivaji Park in Dadar. Workers of the Eknath Shinde led a Shiv Sena and the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray on Thursday came face to face and shouted slogans against each other at the memorial of party founder late Bal Thackeray, whose 11th death anniversary is being observed today. We have my colleague Sunil joining us to get us more on this. Sunil saying scuffle at the Bal Thackeray memorial with workers of Shiv Sena shouting party belongs to them, while Uddhav Thackeray responded, his party workers responded by saying traitors go back.
देखिए बिल्कुल आज जो है कि शिवसेना प्रमुख जो दिवंगत बाला साहब ठाकरे हैं, उनका स्मृति दिवस है, पुण्यतिथि है, और मैं यहाँ पर शिवाजी पार्क में हूँ। और शिवाजी पार्क में देखिए उनका ये समाधि स्थल है, जहाँ पर कि आज सभी लोग श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए आते हैं। जब से शिवसेना में दो गुट बना है और एकनाथ शिंदे ने बगावत की है, तब से बाला साहब के विचारों को लेकर काफ़ी आरोप प्रत्यारोप लगता रहा है। और एकनाथ शिंदे का ऐसा कहना है कि इन्होंने चूँकि विचार त्याग दिया है, इसके लिए उनको विचारों को लेकर वो अलग हुए हैं। और आज जो है कि पुण्यतिथि आज है, तो कल ही वो आ गए थे कि इस दौरान संघर्ष न हो, इसलिए कल ही मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे अपने समर्थकों के साथ यहाँ पर आए थे और आकर यहाँ पर उन्होंने अपना श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित किया। लेकिन उसी दौरान शिवसेना उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे गुट के लोग आ गए और उन्होंने जो है कि यहाँ पर आकर नारेबाजी की ऐसा आरोप लगाया जा रहा है। और उसके बाद जो है कि दोनों ही गुटों में न सिर्फ नारेबाजी हुई बल्कि धक्का मुक्की भी हुई, एक तरह से संघर्ष बढ़ता गया और ये तनाव इतना फैल गया कि लगभग 3 से 3.5 घंटे तक यहाँ पर दोनों गुटों में नाराबाजी हुई, धक्केबाजी होती रही। हालांकि पुलिस ने वहाँ पर मौजूद थी और उसने बड़े ही कुशलता से दोनों गुटों को समझाकर स्थिति नियंत्रण में कर दी और बिगड़ने नहीं दिया। लेकिन चूंकि कल की जो घटना हुई है उससे लेकर एक आशंका बनी हुई है कि आज भी अगर बड़ी संख्या में लोग आते हैं और अगर दोनों गुटों के लोग आते हैं, क्योंकि बाला साहब के जो विचार हैं उस पर किसी का एकाधिकार नहीं है, ऐसा एकनाथ शिंदे गुट का भी कहना है। और साथ ही जो उद्धव ठाकरे गुट है उनका कहना है कि जो है कि उन्होंने एक तरह से विचार भी चुराया है और वो गद्दार हैं, तो गद्दारों को बाला साहब के ठाकरे के स्मृति स्थल पर आने का या उन्हें श्रद्धांजलि देने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है। लिहाजा इस बात को लेकर टकराव होने की आशंका है। हालांकि इस दौरान पुलिस ने काफ़ी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था कर दी है। कल की तुलना में आज 300 पुलिस बल यहाँ पर लगाए गए हैं, 50 से ज़्यादा जवान हैं, 10 SRP की प्लाटून लगाई गई है। दर्शन की भी जो व्यवस्था है काफ़ी सुव्यवस्थित कर दी गई है। और अभी तक जो देखा जा रहा है कि सिर्फ जो उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे गुट के लोग हैं फिलहाल इस तरफ आ रहे हैं और अभी दर्शन कर रहे हैं, उनकी समाधि स्थल पर जा रहे हैं। जैसे सामने अगर हम देखें तो शिवसेना के सांसद है और नेता हैं संजय राउत है, वो यहाँ मौजूद हैं, अभी आके उन्होंने पुष्प अर्पित किया है। अनिल देसाई हैं, दूसरे बड़े नेता हैं। तो उद्धव ठाकरे गुट के नेता ही फिलहाल यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, इसलिए फिलहाल शांति बनी हुई है। लेकिन अगर एकनाथ शिंदे गुट के नेता भी अगर यहाँ पर आते हैं और वो दर्शन करने के लिए या श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए आते हैं तो स्थिति बहुत विकट हो सकती है। हालांकि जो मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे हैं उनका यही कहना था कि चूँकि आज यहाँ पर आने से स्थिति तनावपूर्ण हो सकती थी, इसीलिए एक दिन पहले ही वो यहाँ पर आए थे, उन्होंने दर्शन किया। तो उनके लोग और अपने लोगों से उन्होंने अपील भी की कि आज का जो दिन है बहुत ही पवित्र दिन है, तो आज के दिन किसी तरह का मनमुटाव टकराव नहीं होना चाहिए, स्थिति खराब नहीं होना चाहिए। इसलिए अपने गुटों अपने लोगों से भी उन्होंने शांति बनाए रखने की बात तो कही है। लेकिन जब अगर दोनों पक्ष एक साथ आ जाता है, क्योंकि ये दादर है, शिवसेना का गढ़ रहा है और यहाँ पर इस मैदान को ले भी टकराव होता रहा है, यहाँ की जो शिवसेना के जो विधायक हैं वो एकनाथ शिंदे गुट के साथ शामिल हो गए हैं, तो स्थिति जो है कि बहुत भीड़ है, कभी भी बिगड़ सकती है। इसलिए सुरक्षा व्यवस्था भी काफ़ी की गई है और साथ ही कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि दोनों गुट आमने सामने न आ पाए। इसलिए फिलहाल यहाँ पर शांति है, लेकिन तनाव बना हुआ है, पुलिस व्यवस्था बनी हुई है, क्योंकि सिर्फ उद्धव ठाकरे गुट के नेता ही यहाँ पर फिलहाल आ रहे हैं। इंतजार है कि
थैंक यू सो मच सुनील। We will keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, let's just cut across to Kamal Nath, who's holding a press conference.
सर, सीएम शिवराज ने आगे का रोड मैप बताया है कि कैसे समृद्ध मध्य प्रदेश बनाएंगे, उसका रोड मैप भी उन्होंने तैयार कर लिया है। वो एक तरीके से बता रहे हैं कि बीजेपी सत्ता में लेने वाली है।
मैं देखूंगा कौन सा रोड मैप है। अगर उनका रोड मैप
विकसित से कह रहे हैं समृद्ध मध्य प्रदेश।
देखिए, समृद्ध मध्य प्रदेश कहें क्या, ये शिवराज सिंह की तो तारीफ करते नहीं। शिवराज सिंह का चेहरा बनाने, मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा बनाने में शर्मा रहे हैं, और अभी तक शर्माया। अभी तो बड़े ताज्जुब की बात है कि किसी का नाम नहीं ले सकते। नाम लेना छोड़िए, इनकार कर देते हैं, कहते हैं हम चुनाव के बाद तय करेंगे।
शिवराज जी, आप सुबह से ही लाडली बहनों के बीच में हैं, तिलक करवा रहे हैं, मिल रहे हैं, जुड़ रहे हैं।
अब कलाकार हैं, कोई ना कोई एक्टिंग करेंगे, कोई ना कोई कलाकार करेंगे, कलाकारी करेंगे, और अब बेरोजगार नहीं होंगे कि इसके बाद ये एक्टिंग करने बम्बई जाएंगे, मध्य प्रदेश का नाम रोशन करेंगे।
बीजेपी ये कह रही है कि लाडली बहना भारी तादाद में वोट कर रही है बीजेपी।
हम देख लेंगे ना 3 तारीख को। 3 तारीख को भी आप मुझे मिलेंगे, ठीक है?
सर, बीडी शर्मा जी कह रहा है कि क्लीन बोल्ड होगा कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह के पुत्र।
क्या?
सर, बीडी शर्मा जी कह रहा है कि क्लीन बोल्ड होगा कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह के बेटे।
अब देखिए, ये तो 3 तारीख ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है। हाँ, कौन क्लीन बोल्ड हुआ, कौन रन आउट हुआ, सब बात सामने आ जाएगी।
नड्डा कह रहे हैं, सर, जेपी नड्डा कह रहे हैं कांग्रेस को सिर्फ सत्ता से प्यार है, ना धर्म से प्यार है, ना राम से प्यार है।
ये चुनाव सत्ता का चुनाव नहीं है, सच्चाई का चुनाव है, और अंत में सच्चाई की जीत होगी।
कांग्रेस पार्टी कितनी आएगी सर?
मैं शिवराज सिंह नहीं हूँ, ना मैं बीडी शर्मा हूँ कि ये कहना कितनी सीटें, ये मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाता तय करेंगे कितनी सीटें हैं।
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल था, नए भोपाल में कई बूथों पर कांग्रेस के पोलिंग एजेंट्स नहीं है, क्या आप अभी बात करेंगे? कुछ लोगों से काफ़ी जगहों पर
मुझे ऐसी जानकारी नहीं है, पर पूरे प्रदेश में मुझे जो जानकारी हो, खास करके जो बड़े बड़े नेता हैं बीजेपी के, वो मुझे फ़ोन कर रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं क्या स्थिति है। सब बड़े खुश हैं, सब बड़े जोश में।
सर, आपके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष खड़गे जी और राहुल जी तो 150 का दावा कर रहे हैं, आप इसको मानते हैं? आप?
मैंने कहा, मैं कोई दावा नहीं कर रहा, मेरा बस एक ही दावा है कि मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाता सच्चाई का साथ देंगे, अपना भविष्य सुरक्षित रखेंगे। चलिए, बहुत हो गया।
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view. Because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24x7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the reality industry across UAE. The Reality Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the reality landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV. When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place, Saket.
साकेत।
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
टेक्निकल गुरुजी।
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A cup of hope.
A cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in UAE. Coming soon only on NDTV.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Up ahead, we'll get you all the latest as voting is taking place in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh, the second phase in Chhattisgarh. Also, we'll get you Prime Minister's statement on civilian killings in the Israel-Hamas war. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. In battle for states, polling across 230 seats in Madhya Pradesh, 70 in Chhattisgarh. The voter turnout till 9 a.m. was around 11% in Madhya Pradesh, 5.7% in Chhattisgarh. In his inaugural address at the second Voice of Global South Summit, Prime Minister Modi says we strongly condemn death of civilians in the conflict between Israel and Hamas, call for a dialogue. It's been over 120 hours since the 40 workers were trapped in a tunnel in Uttarakhand. It's the 6th day of the rescue operations. Now new pipes have been installed. The rescuers are hopeful. Congress will release its manifesto for Telangana today. Congress Chief Revant Reddy tells NDTV people have decided to defeat KCR. Will decide on Chief Minister when the time comes. And Chhath Puja celebrations today in parts of India. Devotees take a holy dip, offer prayers to the sun. Well, it's one of the biggest days of polling today in November, as the 5 states have gone to elections in this month. And today you have Madhya Pradesh polling and the second phase of polling for Chhattisgarh. Remember, these elections are being seen as the semi-final ahead of the big general elections next year. And as we said, Madhya Pradesh, it's a single phase. It's a bipolar contest. In fact, in both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, where the BJP takes on the Congress and Congress takes on the BJP. So 70 seats are polling in Chhattisgarh. This is the decisive second phase. Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel is also in this phase of the election in Chhattisgarh. And in Chhattisgarh, you also have the AAP, vying for a few seats, some smaller parties. But all in all, it is BJP versus Congress. And there you can see Kamal Nath early this morning having cast his vote in the Madhya Pradesh elections. He also addressed a press conference just a short while ago, where he's hit out over the violence that has taken place in Morena, where there have been clashes, and he hit out at the police and questioned the police over that violence. He also claimed that liquor was being distributed to coax voters. So some allegations they're coming from Kamal Nath, who has been Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh in 2018 when the Congress won the elections there. However, it was a short stint, just 2 years before his government fell, and then the BJP once again came to power in Madhya Pradesh. BJP, in fact, has been ruling Madhya Pradesh for 20 years, except for those 2 years in the middle when you had Kamal Nath as Chief Minister. And Kamal Nath also saying he's very optimistic of this time around, of the Congress coming back in the state. BJP too has claimed to be very optimistic about their chances. They have said that they are coming back. Both sides have announced several schemes, welfare schemes, what is called freebies as well, and a lot of efforts also to woo the women voters of the state. So let's just take a look at some of the statements that have been made since the morning as various leaders arrived to cast their vote.
आप मतदान करेंगे तो इस आपके एक वोट किसानों के मजदूरों के, महिलाओं के, युवाओं के भविष्य तय करेगा। छत्तीसगढ़ किस रूप में आगे बढ़ेगा ये भी आप इस मतदान से तय होगा। तो साथियों, मतदान करने अपने घर से अवश्य निकलिए, मतदान केंद्र पहुंचिए और मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें।
लोगों के हित के मुद्दे हैं। लोगों की बेहतर जीवन के व्यवस्था को बना पाने में जितनी सफलता मिले वो प्राथमिक है, और उसके साथ में अधोसंरचना का विकास जितना हो सके वो मेरे लिए दूसरी प्राथमिकता है। पहली प्राथमिकता व्यक्ति और परिवार की बेहतरी, और उसके साथ में सेकंड नंबर मेरे लिए अधोसंरचना।
विस्तार से बाद मैं वोट डालने के बाद करूंगा, लेकिन असीम उत्साह है, सब जगह उत्साह है। लाडली बहनों का प्रेम मिल रहा है, बेटे बेटी बुजुर्ग नौजवान असीम स्नेह और प्रेम की वर्षा कर रहे हैं।
All right, incumbent Chief Minister Shivraj Singh there speaking out as he cast his vote. He also offered prayers this morning before that. Now, Kamal Nath addressed a press conference just a short while ago. NDTV's Anurag Dwari spoke to him.
देख रहे शिवराज जी कल से और आज भी लाडली बहनों के साथ
18 साल तक ये लाडली बहन नहीं थी। चुनाव के 4 महीने पहले ये लाडली बन गई। आप सोचते हैं हमारी बहनें इसको समझ नहीं पाती?
सर अभी आपको जाना होगा, लेकिन कई जगहों से हिंसा की भी खबरें आ रही है, खास करके मुरैना में। आपकी कुछ
ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है, ऐसी कोई घटना, बड़ी घटना नहीं हुई, छोट-मोट घटना हो रही है। पुलिस की कार्रवाई बहुत कमजोर है। पुलिस कहीं तो पुलिस बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता के रूप में काम कर रही है।
आपने मुरैना एसपी के बारे में कहा कि वो,
मैंने तो खोल के कहा कि वो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में काम कर रहा है।
सर एक आखिरी सवाल, आपके पार्टी अध्यक्ष ने कहा है कि 150+ सीटें आएंगे, आपका कोई आकलन है?
मेरा आकलन ये है कि मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाता सही फैसला करेंगे।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जिस प्रकार प्रदेश की सेवा की है, मुझे उम्मीद है कि लोग घर से निकलकर वोट डालना प्रारंभ कर दिया है। लंबी लंबी लाइनें भी लगना चालू हो गई है, और हम सरकार बनाएंगे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनाएंगे, और डबल इंजन की सरकार मध्य प्रदेश में जैसे पहले हमने विकास किया वैसे हम विकास करेंगे। हम लगभग 150 से ऊपर सीट जीतेंगे।
मुझे लगता है कि जो हमारे गरीब कल्याण, महिला सशक्तिकरण और आने वाली पीढ़ी को भविष्य हमसे बेहतर हो, ये जो 3 संकल्प भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, प्रदेश की जनता वहाँ मत भी देगी, पूरे दिन सहयोग भी करेगी, और आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिलेगा, और हम प्रचंड बहुमत से 5वीं बार सरकार बनाएंगे।
मतदान का दिन मतदाता के अधिकार का दिन होता है, और मतदाताओं को अपने वोट का उपयोग अवश्य करना चाहिए। वोट की ताकत के महत्व को दिन समझते होंगे। ये जो इतने महीने भर से सारा कवायद चल रही है, आज उसके परिणति का दिन है कि हम अपने वोट का उपयोग करने के लिए मतदान केंद्र पर जाएं, वोट डालें, और हम जिस तरह की सरकार चाहते हैं, जिस तरह के हाथों में हम प्रदेश की बागडोर सौंपना चाहते हैं, उनको चुनने का असली मतदाताओं को अपने वोट का उपयोग अवश्य करना चाहिए।
And we also spoke to Chief Minister, incumbent Chief Minister Madhya Pradesh Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who has really, pushed and reached out to the women voters of the state with the Ladli Beti scheme of his. Let's listen in.
लाडली बहना का असर जमीनी स्तर पर बहुत ज्यादा है। इसको लेकर कांग्रेस भी एलिगेशंस लगा रही है कि बीजेपी पुलिस प्रशासन का इस्तेमाल कर रही है। कमलनाथ कह रहे हैं
ये तो लाडली बहनों का अपमान है, और दूसरी बात यह है कि वो हार की भूमिका बना रहे हैं, उनको पता है कि वो जीतते ही रहे। हमले
भी कई जगह पर हुए हैं, रीति पाठक ने भी ये बात कही है। सर इस तरीके की तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं।
बौखलाकर इस तरह के कृत्य कर रही है, कानून अपना काम करेगा।
सर एक अपील आप अगर वोटर्स से कर दें, क्योंकि मताधिकार
मैंने अभी सार्वजनिक रूप से किया, मताधिकार का प्रयोग जरूर करें, और विकास और जन कल्याण के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिताएं।
साधना जी से बातचीत अभी नहीं हो पा रही, लेकिन वोट जो है यहाँ पर जो है पूरे परिवार के साथ मुख्यमंत्री ने डाला है। बेहद ही महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है, क्योंकि जैत जो है वो मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान का गृहग्राम है, और यहाँ पर कांग्रेस पर तीखा हमला बोलते हुए सीएम शिवराज ने साफ तौर पर कहा है कि कांग्रेस हार की भूमिका बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है, पर वो सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। कैमरा पर्सन अभिषेक सिंह के साथ अमृतांशी जोशी, NDTV।
All right, so that was Shivraj Singh Chauhan speaking to our reporter there. But let's go across to my colleagues Anurag and Himanshu join us, both from Bhopal. And Anurag, just a short while ago, we saw you were speaking with Kamal Nath. He has made some allegations about liquor being used to coax voters. He's also spoken out about violence that has been reported in certain, polling booths.
Yes, Gargan, I can just give you the latest updates related to the violence because all three prime candidates from the Sumawali seat, including ex-minister and BJP candidate Edel Singh Kansana, Congress sitting MLA Ajab Kushwaha and BSP Kuldeep Sikarwar, they were brought to the Morena police station as a part of security measure. And apart from that, the LOP and sitting Congress MLA from Lahar seat, Govind Singh, of the same three parties from Bhind, confined to the government rest house and circuit house in Bhind district as a part of security measures. So, because we have heard that sitting MLA Congress candidate Vikram Singh Nati Raja's car driver Salman was murdered in Rajnagar Assembly constituency, and firing was also reported in Dimni, where Union Minister Narendra Singh Tomar is the candidate from the BJP. So this is the security situation, because we have around 2 lakh of police personnel deployed in all the sensitive areas, apart from 700 paramilitary troops from the Central Armed Police Forces. Still, violence was reported from few seats of Madhya Pradesh, especially in Gwalior, Chambal.
All right, so that's a look at some of the violence that's taking place, those reports that are coming in. Let's go across to Himanshu. And Himanshu, you've been speaking to a lot of the voters, a lot of the elderly and women voters, various concerns that they have, especially the elderly, and also, running theme is about increased air pollution in Bhopal. So tell us what you've, what the turnout's been like, and also the concerns voters have been coming with.
Since morning, I have interviewed several voters in different segments. There have been senior citizens who have come out in large numbers at the booth where I was standing previously. And also, I've also interviewed the first-time voters, and especially, I think I've seen large number of women voters who have come out to vote. And this is largely because people say that in Madhya Pradesh, especially in Bhopal and other important districts, there has been a campaign, a concerted campaign by Election Commission to actually encourage those segments of the population who were earlier not very active in the electoral process, to encourage them to come out of their homes and vote. And I saw several special facilities have been created for senior citizens, for first-time voters, for persons with disability, and especially women voters. And largely, if there is one issue that concerns every segment, that is progress. See, in Bhopal, I have seen in different parts of the city, there's a lot of construction work going on. And because of that, there is a problem of pollution, there's a problem of traffic, and lots of diversions are there. Then there are first-time voters who want better education. There was one girl, Arya Chaurasia, who told me that there is a problem of brain drain not only outside India, but in Madhya Pradesh as well. She said that we have to go out of Madhya Pradesh to get better education, and we have to spend a lot of money in getting accommodation in other states. If such good universities are set up in Madhya Pradesh, then we will not have to migrate. There will be no brain drain. Some students said that the cost of education has gone up. They want the education should be more affordable. Senior citizens want better senior citizen homes. They want better basic facilities. They are saying that we are getting more and more lonely as children move out of Madhya Pradesh and they are going out to work outside the state. And so we need a government which cares better for the senior citizens. Women want better safety. They're saying we are worried about our security in the city when you travel outside also from Bhopal to other parts of Madhya Pradesh. So every segment of the voters that I have interviewed since morning, they have their issues, but they all want that the new government, whichever government comes to power, it must work for giving basic facilities, create better basic amenities in the city, better sewage facilities. So that is largely the sentiment. But I think the most important thing, first-time voters, I saw a lot of enthusiasm in young boys and girls who have voted for the first time, and they are all very happy, and they said that they are very proud of the fact that they have become a stakeholder now in Indian democracy. Gagi.
All right, Himanshu, thanks so much for that. Do stay on. And Anurag, we're watching Jyotiraditya Scindia going ahead to cast his vote. What's been very unprecedented this time, Anurag, is that the BJP has fielded 7 members of parliament, out of which 3 of them are ministers, a general secretary, and while their fates are up today with the polling taking place, Jyotiraditya Scindia's fate is also kind of up for what's going to happen next, in a sense, how his loyalists are doing, how many loyalists were even left with him by the end of it, how the BJP is going to fare in the area where he's influential.
Yes, Gargi, 3 of his loyalists were not given ticket this time, but we spoke to Jyotiraditya Scindia a few days back and he looked carefree, and he almost travelled in 80 seats of Madhya Pradesh, out of 230. A major concern for him also, because last time we all know how the government was formed here in Madhya Pradesh, because Jyotiraditya Scindia along with his 22 loyalists walked out of the Congress party and joined the BJP. That's a major concern for him also, but nonetheless people are coming in huge numbers to cast their vote, and the results will be known to all of us on 3rd of December. Gargi?
That's right, on 3rd of December. Himanshu, the fact that the BJP, has fielded 7 members of parliament and 3 ministers was, being seen, it was being viewed very, it was being speculated whether this means that, they're trying to give it a bigger push. Are they worried about something that they're getting in these national level leaders as well as a general secretary in to the campaign? And also a big question over, who's going to become a chief minister should the BJP come to power, given such big names are being fielded.
That's right, Gargi, and that is I think there is one big issue that we have seen in these elections, that this contest has become far more keen now. And if you just look at the 2018 elections, there were around 46 seats where the victory margin was less than 5,000. There were 30 seats where the victory margin was less than 3,000. And that shows that the contest between BJP and the Congress, in fact, has intensified. And that is why in run-up to these elections in 2023,
right, sorry, I'll have to interrupt you.
BJP's
We're just going to listen into Jyotiraditya Scindia. Himanshu will just come back.
का जो एक उत्सव है, मतदान सबसे बड़ा कार्य प्रजातंत्र में नागरिक का होता है। आज उस मतदान करने का सौभाग्य मुझे प्राप्त हुआ और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि प्रदेश की जनता अपने भविष्य, अपना विकास, अपनी प्रगति सुरक्षित और निरंतर रखने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ इस चुनाव में जिताएगी और पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 3 दिसंबर को बनने जा रही है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैंने कहा है पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार हमारी बनेगी। मैंने सदैव कहा है मैं ज्योतिष नहीं हूँ, मैं सीट्स का नंबर कभी नहीं देता, लेकिन पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की अवश्य जनता के आशीर्वाद के साथ ही बनने जा रही है।
पार्टी बदल सर, जिम्मेदारी वही है।
जिम्मेदारी मध्य प्रदेश के नागरिक के रूप में है। विकास और प्रगति के सफर को सुनिश्चित करने का ही है और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में डबल इंजन की सरकार पूर्ण रूप से मध्य प्रदेश को एक नई विकास और प्रगति की उड़ान पर सुनिश्चित ले जाएगी। मैंने पहले से ही कहा है मैं सीएम के रेस में नहीं हूँ,
ना मैं कभी था ना आज हूँ। आप लोगों ने बार बार मुझे पूछा है, 2013 में भी, 18 में भी और आज भी पूछ रहे हैं। तीनों बार मैंने कहा है कि मैं सीएम के रेस में नहीं हूँ। ये रेस कुर्सी का नहीं है, ये रेस विकास का है, ये रेस प्रगति का है और ये रेस जनता का विश्वास सुनिश्चित रखने का है। कुर्सी का रेस कांग्रेस की है।
All right, so Jyotiraditya Scindia there after casting his vote and very confident that the BJP is going to come to power, also saying that he's not in the race for the chief ministership. Last time around 5 years ago, when he was in the Congress too, he said he was not in the race for chief ministership. Anurag, coming to you, so we were talking about Jyotiraditya Scindia's fate. He was responsible for the fall of Kamal Nath's government in 2020. Now he's, they're very confident about the BJP coming back to power and denying that he's in the fray for chief ministership.
Yeah, this is what he has been repeating again and again, and claims and counterclaims by the Congress, by the BJP, that they will win the maximum number of seats. All the senior leaders of the Congress are saying 150 plus. The same thing BJP is also repeating, 150 plus out of 230. So let's, as I said, we'll have to wait. But Gargi, coming to your first question, that time you were asking about the union ministers and member of parliaments being fielded here in Madhya Pradesh. So if you see, in the first two lists, there were around 80 candidates, and if you see 76 seats, whether a stronghold of the Congress in the last 3 to 5 elections, BJP was never able to win from those seats. And if you see from there onwards, like more than around 140 seats, a clear stamp of approval from none other than the Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan. So I don't think it will be proper to say that, he was being neglected by the central leadership, because maximum number of candidates are from his camp only and after his stamp of approval.
All right, and Himanshu, finally, this election in Madhya Pradesh, there have been, competitive promises being made by both the BJP and the Congress when it comes to various schemes, attracting women voters, attracting the youth. So this competitive, this competitive offerings to the electorate, the beneficiaries.
That's right, and that is a reflection of a very close contest that is happening across the state. And that is why you saw both Congress and BJP taking one step ahead in terms of making promises. And all the voters that I have been talking to, Gagi, they have been saying, especially women voters, that the participation of certain segments of the society in Indian politics has increased. And in last couple of years, Election Commission in Madhya Pradesh, in other states as well, has been carrying out intensive campaigns to encourage women voters to come out. And so if you look at the manifesto and the promises that both BJP and Congress have made, the most of the promises actually relates to the welfare of women and girl child. And that is the point that Shivraj was also making, and that is the point that Kamal Nath was also challenging. So clearly the rise of a segment of Indian voters in Indian elections is broadly reflected in the kind of promises that are now being made, because everyone realizes the power of women voters in Indian politics. They know that this has gone up. If you just look at the parliamentary debate, Gagi, if you remember in 2010, when first the bill was brought for 1/3 reservation, there was strong protest and Congress could not push it in Lok Sabha. But in 2023, we all reported that only party that opposed the 1/3 reservation bill was the AIM, Asaduddin Owaisi's party. In Raj Sabha, there was no opposition, and everyone came together, joined hands to pass this legislation. And that shows the larger reflection of the change in Indian politics. The power of women voter has increased in last few years, and in Bhopal today, since morning, I have seen that. I have met large number of women voters who have been very assertive, and they have been saying that we have our aspirations. We want the new government to work for giving us better security, giving us better jobs. They want better infrastructure, better basic civic amenities. And they have said very categorically on camera that we want to assert the fact that we have a constitutional right. वी आर अ स्टेक होल्डर इन इंडियन डेमोक्रेसी। ये हमारा धर्म है चुनावी प्रक्रिया में भाग लेना, और वो एक रिफ्लेक्शन जो है, अभी भी मैं यहाँ पर खड़ा हूँ नरेला के बूथ पे, और आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ भी बड़ी संख्या में महिला मतदाता यहाँ पे आई हैं। आप सब भोपाल में रहते हैं? जी जी। तो आप सब मतदान में भाग लेने आए हो? हाँ जी। तो आपके जैसे जो ये महिला मतदाता यहाँ पे हैं, इस बार क्या सोचते हैं आप, क्या उम्मीद है नई सरकार से?
नई सरकार भी बनना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, तो महिला के लिए काम करना होगा नई सरकार।
हाँ, फिर
महिला के उत्थान के लिए।
हाँ।
और यहाँ पे जो महिलाएं रहती हैं भोपाल में, किस तरह की समस्याएं होती हैं आपके, क्या चुनौतियां, क्या मुद्दे हैं यहाँ पे?
बहुत मुद्दे हैं पर हल भी होते हैं।
नहीं, पर आप क्या चाहते हैं, नई सरकार को क्या करना चाहिए?
नई सरकार ने हमारी समस्या सब समझना चाहिए।
समझना चाहिए। हाँ? किस तरह की चाहते हैं आप?
अभी तो वैसे सब समझते हैं, सब काम हो रहे हैं हमें। अब कोई भी सरकार बने हमारा साथ देना चाहिए।
आपका साथ देना चाहिए। And this is the sentiment, Gagi, that I've seen across Bhopal today, and large number of women voters have come out this time. Remember, the percentage of votes in Madhya Pradesh, in Bhopal in 2018 was 75.63% in 2018. But in Bhopal, in Madhya Pradesh, but in Bhopal it was around 64 to 65%. And one election commission official said that in last several months we have made a concerted effort to ensure that this urban apathy, the apathy of voters in urban areas, can be addressed, and this time they expect the turnout to be better than 2018 when it was around 64 to 65%. And I think the fact that large number of women I have seen, youth, even senior citizens have come out, I think the voting percentage one could expect to be little better than what it was 5 years back. Gagi.
Well, we certainly hope so, Himanshu, you know, as we've seen so many campaigns to encourage voters to come out there. Now, we've been hearing from Anurag and Himanshu who are in Bhopal, so the urban voters there, but let's find out about the more rural voters, and Amritanshi joins us from Jaith village in Sahor. And Amritanshi, you've been speaking to various people who've been coming out there to cast their vote. What are the kind of issues they've been talking about? Also reports of violence in some of the constituencies, some of the polling booths.
So we are right now present in the village. This village is the hometown of CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan. As you can see, that many people, many voters are here to cast their votes. CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan casted his vote along with his family here, with his son Kunal and Kartike, and we can see a generous amount of voters. Like you can see the line already. There is a huge line to cast their votes. The voting commenced on this particular booth at 7:50 a.m. because there was some issues in the EVM machine, and we have first-time voters. We have women out there who have came here to cast their votes. Also, you can see this is a model polling booth. This model polling booth has been decorated so that people can come here and with enthusiasm they can cast their vote. You can see all the people here are taking pictures also. If you can see, one selfie point has also been made so that the women excited about the voting. We'll try to talk to the voters of this particular area because CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan has been winning around 11 elections since he has been contesting from this constituency. We'll try to talk to the voters. आपने कर दिया है भाई साहब वोट?
अभी करेंगे
लाइन लंबी है, उत्साह जबरदस्त है।
बिल्कुल जरूर करेंगे मतदान।
किन मुद्दों पर इस बार जैत की जनता भरोसा कर रही है, किन मुद्दों पर इस बार जो है वोट डालने आप लोग जाएंगे?
देखिए, पहला मुद्दा तो है किसानों के लिए हमारे भैया ने इतना दिया और अभी वर्तमान में जो मूल्य दिया, अपार खुशी किसानों को। बहना महिलाओं को बहना के रूप में जो राशि सम्मान दी जाती उसका खुशी है उनको, तो अपार खुशियां हैं।
18 साल से मुख्यमंत्री हैं सीएम शिवराज। जैत की तस्वीर कितनी बदल गई?
देखो, बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न किया मैडम आपने, बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न किया आपने। अगर विकास देखना तो आज से 20 साल पीछे चलिए पीछे कुछ नहीं थे, गड्ढे के अलावा कुछ रास्ता उजारा था ही नहीं।
Here the people are talking about Digvijay Singh's. Here we have some the young voters. Are you first time voters?
Yes, first time.
Okay, देखिए these are the first time voters. We'll try to talk to them. आप लोग युवा हैं, रोजगार आपका मुद्दा है, अच्छी शिक्षा मुद्दा है. आप लोग किस मुद्दे पर इस बार जो है वोट देने के लिए आए हैं और पहले वोटर, फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर के रूप में कितना उत्साहित हैं?
उत्साहित तो बहुत थे और बहुत ज़्यादा थे, पर पहले तो विकास ही मुद्दा है वोट का, और सेकंड रोजगार, क्योंकि विकास जब होगा जब रोजगार होगा, तो ये दोनों मुद्दे सबसे ज़्यादा जरूरी।
आपकी नज़रों में विकास क्या है? कैसा विकास देखती हैं? अच्छी सड़कें, अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, क्या देखती हैं?
अच्छी सड़कें, युवाओं को जो बेरोजगार हैं उनको रोजगार मिले, किसानों के लिए, खास कर किसानों के लिए, क्योंकि किसान में बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, क्योंकि किसान,
पिताजी किसान हैं?
हाँ, मेरे पिताजी किसान हैं। तो सबसे पहले तो किसानों के लिए जितना भी हो सके, जितना होना चाहिए और जितना कर सके उतना करना चाहिए, और फिर युवाओं के लिए जो बेरोजगार है, हम भी मतलब बेरोजगार मतलब है नहीं, बट कोशिश कर रहे हैं हम, तो इसके लिए, और बस देश का, प्रदेश का विकास हो।
सरकारी नौकरी के लिए आपको क्या लगता है कि कितना प्रयास सरकार को और ज़्यादा करना चाहिए?
प्रयास तो करना चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत सारी वैकेंसीज हैं जो खाली हैं और भरी नहीं जाती हैं, और कई बार हम लोग देखते हैं कहीं घोटाला कर सकती है, तो उसे करना चाहिए, क्योंकि बच्चे सब रहे हैं।
सरकार बनाएगा जो इस तरीके की चीज़ों को जो है अच्छी नौकरियां पाएगी, आप जो
तो सभी सोच के देते हैं कि हमारे देश, हमारे प्रदेश का विकास हो और वैकेंसीज निकले, युवाओं का हर घर से एक रोजगार हो, सब लोग जॉब में लगे, पर ये डिपेंड करता है उन पे, और हमारी भावनाओं को वो लोग कितना रखते हैं ये तो पार्टी बताएगी।
बिल्कुल, देखिए इनकी भावनाओं को रखना ज़रूरी है। आप भी फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर हैं?
जी।
कैसा लग रहा है फर्स्ट टाइम वोट डाल के? उत्साह है?
बहुत उत्साह है, फीलिंग ऐसी आ रही है कि हम हैं कुछ काबिल, आज वोट देके हम अपने मतलब नेता को चुन सकते हैं शायद से।
Okay, thank you. Yes, Gargi.
All right, thanks so much, Amritanshi, for getting us, voices of from rural India, from in Madhya Pradesh. There are women there, and their concerns, as you saw, many of them concerned about farmers and farming in the area and what the government is going to be offering them. Now, NDTV's Himanshu also earlier spoke with the BJP president of Madhya Pradesh, Vishnu Dutt Sharma.
मेरे साथ बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष विष्णु दत्त शर्मा हैं। 2023 के जो चुनाव हैं 2018 से कितना अलग हैं, क्या नया है इस बार?
मध्य प्रदेश के 2023 का चुनाव, ये वो चुनाव है जो जनता, विकास और गरीब कल्याण के साथ खड़ी है। मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, देश के, दुनिया के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो गरीबों के जीवन को बदला है, मध्य प्रदेश के विकास को सुनिश्चित किया है। ये जो बीमारू राज्य था कांग्रेस के समय का, उसे विकसित राज्य बना करके आज हमारा संकल्प है, हमने कहा है कि अपने मध्य प्रदेश को स्वर्णिम मध्य प्रदेश बनाएंगे। तो जनता जनार्दन अब झूठ छल कपट की राजनीति को नकार के, जिन्होंने विकास और गरीब कल्याण, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो मध्य प्रदेश को सौगातें दी हैं, और महिला सशक्तिकरण माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मध्य प्रदेश ने देश के अंदर आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए जो अवसर मिला 33% का, लखपति दीदी का अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने चलाया, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ का अभियान चलाया। मध्य प्रदेश की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने लाडली लक्ष्मी से लेकर के लाडली बहना योजना, जो 1 करोड़ 31 लाख बहनें आज महिलाओं का हर बूथ पर हुजूम के साथ सुबह 5:30 बजे से पहुंची हैं। उनका आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को नेतृत्व को मिल रहा है। तो ये भी एक बड़ा आधार, और हर समाज वर्ग को जो ताकत मिली है, सभी समाज वर्गों का भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है।
जी, एक सवाल था कि पिछले करीब 2 दशक से आप सत्ता में हैं, आपकी पार्टी यहाँ पर, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के बारे में आपकी क्या थिंकिंग है? आपको लगता है कितना प्रभावी होगा?
आपको एक चीज बताऊं, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी वहाँ होती है जहाँ काम नहीं होता है। मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस मध्य प्रदेश को विकसित मध्य प्रदेश बनाया है। सड़क, बिजली, पानी के लिए कांग्रेस के राज्य में लालायित मध्य प्रदेश था, दुरावस्था का दौर था। मिस्टर बंटाढार कहलाए थे दिग्विजय सिंह। कमलनाथ ने 15 महीने में लूटने के अलावा, वल्लभ भवन को दलाली का अड्डा बनाने के अलावा हर गरीब के हक और अधिकार को छीना, सारी गरीब कल्याण की योजनाओं को बंद कर दिया, प्रधानमंत्री आवास नहीं देने दिए। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मन में तो मध्य प्रदेश उस समय भी था कि 2 लाख प्रधानमंत्री आवास कमलनाथ की सरकार के समय में दिए थे। कमलनाथ जी ने 25% मैचिंग ग्रांट नहीं है, 2 लाख गरीबों का हक छीन लिया था। 248 करोड़ रुपए जल जीवन मिशन के लिए, घर घर पानी पहुंचाने के लिए दिए, लैप्स होके चले गए।
कमलनाथ दावा कर रहे हैं कि बहुत स्पष्ट बहुमत मिलेगा।
कमलनाथ जी इस बार छिंदवाड़ा में ही क्लीन बोल्ड हो गए, खुद चुनाव हार रहे हैं। दिग्विजय सिंह के बेटे भी राधोगढ़ में चुनाव हार रहे हैं। तो ये तो इनके हालात हैं, वो छिंदवाड़ा की चिंता करें। मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने विकास और गरीब कल्याण के साथ मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जनता को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है।
आखिरी सवाल, आपका क्या आकलन है, कितनी सीटें बीजेपी जीतेगी?
अभी तक की सर्वाधिक सीटें हम जीतेंगे, इतिहास बनेगा इस बार।
जी, कितनी सीटें जीतेंगे?
सर्वाधिक सीटें जीतेंगे।
जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया।
All right, let's shift focus now to Chhattisgarh, in which the second phase of polling is taking place. The first phase took place earlier, 20 seats, and today 70 seats are going to the polls, constituencies. You have 1,181 candidates in the fray. Now, this is the state where the Congress is very hopeful of winning again, as they feel their Chief Minister, Bhupesh Baghel, is extremely popular. The Chief Minister himself is in the fray in this particular phase of the elections. And the Congress feels that they have managed to deliver to the voters, and they're fairly confident of getting that support. But the BJP, the leadership of the BJP, somewhat in disarray in Chhattisgarh, though they've also been talking about winning over the state. And we've seen Home Minister Amit Shah also campaign quite extensively in Chhattisgarh. Earlier, NDTV's Saurabh sent us this report from Raipur.
Well, yes, that was a very interesting booth, and of course for the first time that, women were completely manning the polling booth and managing everything, and, ensuring that voters could go in and cast their votes. And that happened in that booth. But we are now in the Raipur South constituency, and this is an important constituency because what it has is, it has a gentleman named Brijmohan Agarwal, who is a BJP MLA for 7 terms, and he's contesting for the 8th time this time. The Congress has also fielded a Mahant against him, and this is an interesting contest. But again, you see, even in constituencies like this, there are women voters who are coming in. Like, for example, look at this group. You'll see a larger number of women who are coming in to vote, or for those who are stepping out. Again, you'll see a larger number of women who are stepping out after voting. And that is to reiterate the point that, yes, there are more women voters, and women-centric schemes, campaigns targeted towards women have been the theme of these elections, and therefore you will see that playing out today as well as voters queue up to vote. But this is also an election where, like I said, this is the Raipur South constituency now. Earlier I was in the Raipur North constituency, and here the interesting contest is between the BJP veteran and the interesting choice of candidate by the Congress also.
आप मतदान करेंगे तो इस आपके एक वोट किसानों के, मजदूरों के, महिलाओं के, युवाओं के भविष्य तय करेगा। छत्तीसगढ़ किस रूप में आगे बढ़ेगा, ये भी आप इस मतदान से तय होगा। तो साथियों, मतदान करने अपने घर से अवश्य निकलिए, मतदान केंद्र पहुंचिए और मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें।
लोगों के हित के मुद्दे हैं। लोगों की बेहतर जीवन के व्यवस्था को बना पाने में जितनी सफलता मिले वो प्राथमिक है, और उसके साथ में अधोसंरचना का विकास जितना हो सके वो मेरे लिए दूसरी प्राथमिकता है। पहली प्राथमिकता व्यक्ति और परिवार की बेहतरी, और उसके साथ में सेकंड नंबर मेरे लिए अधोसंरचना।
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll bring you some of the other news stories, the rescue operations in Uttarakhand, and also an encounter in Kulgam.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope,
a cup cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the reality industry across UAE. The Reality Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the reality landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV. When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A cup of hope,
a cup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV. Welcome back. Now breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the army and police are engaged in an operation in Kulgam. There's heavy firing that is underway, and according to sources, terrorists are holed up over there. Let's go across to Nazir now for more. And Nazir, we're seeing these deferred visuals, but if you can tell us what the security, what the authorities there are sharing at this point regarding this current operation.
Well, this operation is going on for last around 20 hours now. And there are reports that 3 or 5 militants may have been killed, but these are unnamed sources. Some media outlets are, local media is reporting. But we will not unless the police confirms it. What I have last thing police have said is that they have launched a joint operation in Saman in DH Pora in Kulgam district after they received a tip-off about presence of militants. What sources tell us 3 to 5 militants are believed to be holed up in this area. Intense firing was going on since yesterday. During the night, firing was stopped, but at the first light, security force resumed the major assault on hold-up militants at the target area. And as I said, there are reports of killing of 3 to 5 militants, but let's not jump the gun unless security force, police and the army confirms it officially. They have not said anything officially so far, but there are reports that there have been heavy casualties on militants. It was a group of 3 to 5 militants who were hiding in a house in this area. So it is the part of a series of operations security force have been launching, rather the relentless operations. They say they want to see zero militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. Yesterday we saw army said they filed a major infiltration attempt and several militants have been killed along the line of control, in which 2 militants, including a launch commander of militant groups in POK, has been killed. And today there are reports of 3 to 5 militant killings. But we are waiting for the police version because they are conducting this operation. We are not. They know the best thing, not the media or anyone else, unless it is officially said. So clearly, this operation has been going on for last around 20 hours, and since morning, heavy firing has been going on at the target area. So this operation is underway, and let's wait what police has to say. But there are reports that there have been heavy casualties on militants, hold-up militants who are hiding in a residential house.
All right, Nazir, thanks so much for joining us with the latest on this operation that's been underway for over 20 hours now. Well, moving on to news now from Uttarakhand, where rescue operations have been underway for over 100 hours. It's the 6th day today. Rescue teams are battling against time to evacuate the 40 construction workers who've been trapped under debris in Uttarkashi district. This is for over 120 hours since this tunnel collapsed on Sunday morning. The workers' prolonged confinement within the tunnel is also raising concerns about their health. And a special machine, remember, was flown to the spot to expedite the rescue work. Earlier, there was a drill brought from Haridwar. However, that did not work out. Now, a new drill was brought in from Delhi, and it will bore through the rock and insert a less than 3 feet wide pipe through which the laborers are supposed to then crawl out. Communication is still there with the laborers, trying to keep up their morale. What we do know, the latest regarding the efforts is that they have drilled up to 30 meters into the debris, so that is halfway. They still have to drill a total of 60 meters and then insert the pipes and pull out the workers through those pipes. There are also pipes being used to supply food items and oxygen to the workers. The Uttarakhand Chief Minister, meanwhile, has also said that all tunnels that are being built in the state will be reviewed. The under construction tunnel is part of the ambitious Char Dham project, a national infrastructure initiative meant to enhance the connectivity to the various pilgrimage sites, the Char Dhams of Uttarakhand.
आगे के लिए जितने भी इस प्रकार की सुरंगों का, टनल्स का, क्योंकि हमारे राज्य में बहुत अधिक इसकी आवश्यकता भी है और निर्माण कार्य भी हो रहे हैं, हम इन सभी की समीक्षा करेंगे और इनकी समीक्षा के साथ साथ चूँकि पहले हम सभी शहरों की बेयरिंग कैपेसिटी का भी अध्ययन कर रहे हैं, वो भी आकलन कर रहे हैं और इसके साथ ये भी करेंगे।
120 घंटे से ज़्यादा का वक्त गुजर चुका है और अभी भी सभी रेस्क्यू टीमें और लगातार जो ड्रिल हो रहा है उनका एक ही मकसद है कि उन 40 लोगों को बाहर निकाला जा सके। अभी तक अगर देखा जाए तो ड्रिल मशीन बेहतर काम कर रही है। ये अमेरिकन ऑगर ड्रिल मशीन जिस उम्मीद से लाए थे उस उम्मीद पर खरी उतर रही है। लगभग 24 मीटर तक ड्रिल कर दिया गया है और एक सफलतापूर्वक ड्रिल किया गया है और इसमें 4 पाइप फिट कर दिए गए हैं। इसके बाद जो नेक्स्ट पाइप है, यानी 24 मीटर के बाद जो 5वां पाइप है, यानी 4 पाइप जा चुके हैं, उसको लेकर लगातार अब यहाँ पर फिटिंग चल रही है और सभी लोग इसी इंतज़ार में हैं कि कब वो जल्दी निकले। थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल इशू ये है कि अंदर से एक बोल्डर आ गया है, उस बोल्डर को ड्रिल किया जा रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ के जो कर्मचारी है, जो इंजीनियर्स है काम करने वाले, उनका ये कहना है कि लगातार ड्रिल किया जा रहा है और ये बेहतर मशीन काम कर रही है और उम्मीद है कि ये जल्द मशीन उन लोगों को बाहर निकालेगी। सेहत की अगर बात करें, इनकी सेहत अच्छी अच्छी है। लगातार इनको रात भर भी इनसे बातचीत की गई, इनको खाना दिया गया और ताकि उनको मेंटली तौर पर मजबूत रखा जाए। और उनको भी अंदर से उम्मीद है, जो लगातार ये बता रहे हैं, उनसे बातें हो रही हैं, उनको भी उम्मीद है कि ये लोग इनको बाहर निकाल लेंगे। तो फिलहाल 24 मीटर तक ड्रिल कर दिया गया है, 4 पाइप फिट हो गए हैं और इनको बचाने की जंग लगातार चल रही है और धीरे धीरे उनके पास ड्रिल मशीन और ये लोग पहुंच रहे हैं।
In other news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today condemned the deaths of civilians in the ongoing Israel-Hamas war and highlighted the urgent need for unity and cooperation among the global south in the face of escalating challenges. Speaking at the inaugural session of the second Voice of Global South Summit, the Prime Minister underscored the importance of exercising restraint and prioritizing dialogue as the cornerstone of conflict resolution.
भारत ने 7 अक्टूबर को इजराइल में हुए जघन्य आतंकी हमले की निंदा की है। हमने रिस्ट्रेंट के साथ ही डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी पर भी जोर दिया है। इजराइल और हमास के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में सिविलियंस की मौत की हम कठोर निंदा करते हैं। राष्ट्रपति महमूद अब्बास जी से बात कर हमने फिलिस्तीन के लोगों के लिए मानवीय सहायता भी भेजी है।
A U.S. news portal, The Free Press, has drawn a link between U.S. tech entrepreneur Neville Roy Singham and pro-Palestine protests in America. An article on the U.S. portal alleges that Neville Roy Singham, the affluent American-born tech entrepreneur, and his wife Jody Evans have been major funders of the People's Forum since 2017. The portal alleges that the forum has organized multiple protests, including one in Times Square just a day after Hamas's surprise attack in Israel that killed over 1,400 people. The portal goes on to allege that the protests are not a story of organic rage, though this is what is claimed by this particular portal. Remember, Neville Roy Singham has been accused of funding pro-Chinese propaganda in India via a website and has been issued summons by the Enforcement Directorate. News now from Maharashtra. A scuffle broke out between Sena factions at Bal Thakre's memorial on Thursday. The Shinde faction has blamed the Uddhav camp. Now, this incident took place after Chief Minister Shinde left the venue after paying his respects to Bal Thakre. This was at Shivaji Park in Dadar. Then workers of the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena and the Shiv Sena UBT of the Uddhav Thakre camp then came face to face, shouting slogans against one another at the memorial. And it was his 11th death anniversary that was being observed, and a ruckus there breaking out, a scuffle between the two different sides.
तो लोगों ने उनको कल विरोध किया। जब लोग आए थे, ठीक है, मुख्यमंत्री आए, मुख्यमंत्री है, पूरी फौज लेकर आते हैं, उनका एक प्रोटोकॉल होता है। लेकिन बाकी के जो लोग हैं, गद्दार, बेईमान, उनको अधिकार नहीं है वहाँ आकर बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के समाधि पर फूल माला चढ़ाए या सर झुकाए और नाटक करिए, नौटंकी करिए। तो लोगों ने विरोध किया और ये विरोध जारी रहेगा।
All right, now an exclusive interview with the Union Minister Piyush Goyal, who's in San Francisco.
Hello and welcome to the NDTV Dialogues, a conversation of ideas. This week we have a very special edition coming to you from San Francisco, where I'm joined by Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Mr. Goyal, you've had a packed schedule in the United States. There are two big economic meetings happening, and you're here for the idea of India in the sense that India is the place to be. What's been the big message? Because of course APEC, India is not a member of it, but you're here as a guest. India has been invited for the first time. What is the big message you're giving?
Well, I think very clearly the world is looking at India and the way India's leadership has emerged over the last few years. Prime Minister Narendra Modi recognized today as truly a world leader of substance, somebody people respect immensely, look up to his leadership, is reflected in our engagements at the APEC, at IPEF. They are all looking up to India to contribute in a big way for a safe, secure Indo-Pacific region. They are all looking at India as the growth engine of the world economy. And my engagements with different leaders here, my meetings with my counterparts, with industry, captains of industry, all demonstrate very clearly the excitement about working with India, working in India, and the expectations that are today quite large from the India story.
It's interesting because, of course, India isn't a part of APEC, yet we've been invited for the first time. Do you think India needs to be part of APEC sooner rather than later? And of course, the geopolitics, given that President Xi has come to the US after 5 years to attend this summit, you've said that the India-US relationship has nothing to do with what many say is the China +1 strategy of the United States.
I'm very convinced that today India stands on its own feet. India is a compelling case for investment. It's a compelling partnership based on trust, which we are forging with different countries. And while we are now very actively engaged with IPEF, we haven't applied our mind to joining up with APEC at the present moment. But it's been nice to be formally invited. Prime Minister Modi would have come, but for the elections going on in India. But clearly the respect that India is getting from the United States of America, from their leaders, from the other countries around the world, reflects the growing importance of India as a country and the huge adulation, I can say, that I see amongst the leaders when they talk about Prime Minister Modi.
How closely is India watching the meeting which just happened with President Xi and President Biden? And what would you say about this China +1 strategy? Do you agree with it at all?
Well, that's an internal matter between the US and China, and we wish them well. We have no reason to watch that meeting, as you're saying. But more importantly, across the world, there is a recognition that there should be more resilient supply chains. Across the world, businesses are concerned about their experiences of the recent past. They are also very concerned about transparency, about opaque business practices, about and the big value that democracy brings to the table. In all those respects, and when you have an overlay of the cost of doing business, where India today stands out as a very, very attractive destination, I think India will be an important partner in supply chains, more for the trust that they have in our abilities. Just before this interview, I had a conversation with a large semiconductor company who has big operations in India, and he told me that they're almost like an Indian company now. They have 15,000 highly qualified, highly paid engineers working in India doing cutting-edge technology work, R&D work, innovation, design, and they're super excited about it. They have aggressive plans to grow the business there.
And you can watch that entire interview, NDTV Dialogues with Piyush Goyal, a special from San Francisco on the 17th at 8:30 p.m.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope,
A cup of joy.
can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country
Through every twists and turns.
on Turning Point on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states, 679 seats, over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories, every twist and turn. of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the reality industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the reality landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe. We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
The battle for states polling in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, polling across 230 seats in Madhya Pradesh and 70 in Chhattisgarh. The voter turnout till about 11 o'clock this morning has been 27.6% in Madhya Pradesh and 19.7% in Chhattisgarh. And during his inaugural address in the second Voice of Global Summit, Prime Minister Modi says we strongly condemn the death of civilians in conflict between Israel and Hamas, and the Prime Minister's called for dialogue. Shiv Sena founder Balasaheb Thackeray's death anniversary today. Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray pay respect at the Shivaji Park in Dadar. Sena versus Sena, a scuffle between factions on Thursday. Chhath Puja celebrations taking place today. Devotees take a holy dip and offer prayers. Breaking news coming in, 5 terrorists have been neutralized by the police and the army, as well as the CRPF, is what the police is saying in Jammu and Kashmir, with incriminating material that has been recovered. The operation is in its final stage and the area is being sanitized, is what has been put out by the police of J&K. Heavy firing underway in Kulgam. As far as that encounter is concerned, security forces have resumed operations. The terrorists were holed up in Kulgam, but this is what the police had to say. They're saying it was a joint operation between the police, the army and the CRPF. They have incriminating evidence that they have recovered. The operations are now in the final stage. We have Nazir joining us. Nazir, take us through all the details that you have for us.
Well, after 20 long our operation and fierce gun battle, 5 militants have been killed. This the police have confirmed. The identity of killed militants has not been ascertained so far. This appears to be one of the biggest encounters and the operations launched jointly by the police, army and CRPF. It started in Damhal Nejpura area of Kulgam yesterday afternoon. And today police confirmed killing of 5 militants who appeared to be the local recruits. Last month, police had said that only 10 locals had joined militancy. 6 of them have been killed. Then there were reports of one more has joined. So if these are all locals, which means all the local recruits who had joined militancy recently have been killed. So far, police say their identity is being sustained and search are underway. They are saying incriminating material has been recovered, and we don't know the quantity of arms and ammunition which has been recovered in this operation, or if there has been any injuries on the security force side. But the way we see since yesterday, first there was a heavy operation was launched based on specific information that 3 to 5 militants could be hiding in a residential house. Firing continued till late evening and it was stopped for the night. At the first light of the day, fierce gun battle erupted again. There was a heavy firing and our security force launched final assault at the target site.
So Nazir, gunshots were exchanged early this morning after a night-long lull as far as operations are concerned, but the operations were resumed, but now the operations have reached the final stage.
Yeah, exactly. Encounter has actually ended. Searches are underway to see what police are saying. They have also recovered the incriminating material, which means this large part of search have already been done. They have not given the details of what kind of weapons have been recovered. And if all these 5 militants are the locals, which is believed to be their local recruits, and it means the completely finishing the local element of militancy in Ladakh. Yesterday, Army had said they had eliminated a huge, large infiltration bit. Several militants have been killed along the line of control in Uri sector, and only 2 bodies could be retrieved. Among them, Bashir Ahmed Malik, who was in last count of meetings with
Well, let's just listen in to what the police in Jammu and Kashmir is saying.
कल दोपहर को सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को एक इतला मिली थी कि समनू कुलगाम में कुछ टेररिस्ट की मूवमेंट की आशंका है, तो उसी सिलसिले में उस समनू कुलगाम में कुछ घरों का मुहासरा किया गया था। मुहासरे के दौरान जब सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जब उसको सर्च कर रहे थे तो वहाँ से अंदर से फायर आया और उसके बाद एक एनकाउंटर की शुरुआत हुई। तो ये एनकाउंटर अभी जारी है, फाइनल स्टेजेस में है।
Well, we have Nazir back with us. Nazir, take us through the details. The search operations that turned into a gun battle as the terrorists opened fire towards the security personnel. Now, the security forces maintain a tight cordon off as far as the area is concerned, where the terrorists are trapped. The operation was suspended overnight. Take us through any report of any sort of casualty.
Well, as I have already mentioned, 5 militants have been killed in this encounter, and the encounter is over. Effectively, gun battle is over. But the searches as a procedure to see what kind of, material or the recoveries they can make in terms of the weapons and other incriminating material. Police have said they have already recovered the incriminating material, including arms and ammunition. We are waiting to see the details, what kind of arms and ammunition have been recovered, and the identity of those who have been killed. But it appears all the 5 are said to be, these are initial reports, 5 said to be local recruits. And if these 5 are local recruits, which means completely finishing local element of militancy, because last month police had said out of 10 local recruits who had joined militancy this year, 6 have already been killed. 4 others are, even they had asked them to surrender. And then during the encounter, even those 4 or 5 have also been killed, if these all are local militants. And this operation was launched by the police, army and the CRPF yesterday afternoon. And today, police have confirmed killing of 5 militants whose identity is being ascertained. This is one of the biggest encounters in the recent months in Kashmir Valley, where 5 militants have been killed in one gun battle. Since morning, there was intense firing at the target area as security force launched the final assault on it to eliminate militants, because during the night there was a lull, because to prevent collateral damage, security forces often use as an SOP, standard operating procedure, stop firing, stop operations during the night. They keep the cordon, they tighten the cordon during the night, but they do not fire. Normally, that is the SOP. At the first light, they launched a massive assault at the target area and finally killed 5 militants who appeared to be local militant recruits. And if all these are 5, that means local militancy looks like, so at least those who had joined this year have been completely finished and killed.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us those details of how the operation was suspended due to darkness in the area for precautionary measures and resumed this morning at first light. But 5 terrorists have been killed in those joint operations between the CRPF, the army and the police in Jammu and Kashmir. Moving on to other news now, and Prime Minister Modi today condemned the deaths of civilians in the ongoing Israel-Hamas war and highlighted the urgent need for unity and cooperation among the global south in the face of escalating challenges rising in West Asia due to the conflict. Speaking at the inaugural session of the Second Voice of Global South Summit, the Prime Minister underscored the importance of exercising restraint and prioritizing dialogue as the cornerstones of a conflict resolution. He has asked for dialogue.
भारत ने 7 अक्टूबर को इजराइल में हुए जघन्य आतंकी हमले की निंदा की है। हमने रिस्ट्रेंट के साथ ही डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी पर भी जोर दिया है। इजराइल और हमास के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में सिविलियंस की मौत की हम कठोर निंदा करते हैं। राष्ट्रपति महमूद अब्बास जी से बात कर हमने फिलिस्तीन के लोगों के लिए मानवीय सहायता भी भेजी है।
In other news now, news coming in from Mumbai, and Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray pay their respect at the Shivaji Park. The Shiv Sena founder Balasaheb Thackeray's 11th death anniversary today. But just a day before, on the eve of Bal Thackeray's death anniversary, scuffle broke out between Sena factions. The Shinde faction has blamed the Uddhav camp. The incident took place after Chief Minister Shinde had left the venue after paying his respects to Bal Thackeray at the Shivaji Park in Dadar. The workers of the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena and the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray on Thursday came face to face and shouted slogans at each other at the memorial of party founder late Balasaheb Thackeray. Now, this is the 11th death anniversary that is being observed today.
तो लोगों ने उनको कल विरोध किया जब लोग आए थे। ठीक है, मुख्यमंत्री आए, मुख्यमंत्री है, पूरी फौज लेकर आते हैं, उनका एक प्रोटोकॉल होता है। लेकिन बाकी के जो लोग हैं गद्दार बेईमान, उनको अधिकार नहीं है वहाँ आकर बालासाहेब ठाकरे जी के समाधि पर फूल माला चढ़ाए या सर झुकाए और नाटक करिए, नौटंकी करिए। तो लोगों ने विरोध किया और ये विरोध जारी रहेगा।
And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. To stay with us.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A cup of hope,
A cup of joy.
can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country
Through every twists and turns.
on Turning Point on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in UAE. Coming soon only on NDTV.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
roundup of joy.
Can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore.
Welcome back. And now let's get you the latest update at the moment. We are talking about, this is Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray paid their respects at the memorial of Balasaheb Thackeray at the Shivaji Park in Dadar. This is the 11th death anniversary of Balasaheb Thackeray. But you can see both Aditya Thackeray there as well as Uddhav Thackeray there, paying a tribute to Balasaheb Thackeray. But just a day before, on the eve of Bal Thackre's death anniversary, a scuffle broke out between the Sena factions. Shinde's faction has blamed the Uddhav camp, and the incident took place after Chief Minister Shinde left the venue after paying his respects to Bal Thackere. At the Shivaji Park in Dadar, workers of the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena and the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray on Thursday came face to face and shouted slogans against each other at the memorial of party founder late Balasaheb Thackeray, whose 11th death anniversary is being observed today. And let's just get you this ground report with my colleague Sunil Singh. When that scuffle that broke out, slogans were being shouted at, the workers were shouting off the Shiv Sena that the party belongs to them, while the Uddhav Thackeray faction responded with "Traitors go back." Those were the slogans that were heard during that scuffle that took place on Thursday. Let's just listen in to what Sanjay Raut has to say.
तो लोगों ने उनको कल विरोध किया जब लोग आए थे। ठीक है, मुख्यमंत्री आए, मुख्यमंत्री है, पूरी फौज लेकर आते हैं, उनका एक प्रोटोकॉल होता है। लेकिन बाकी के जो लोग हैं गद्दार बेईमान, उनको अधिकार नहीं है वहाँ आकर बालासाहेब ठाकरे जी के समाधि पर फूल माला चढ़ाए या सर झुकाए और नाटक करिए, नौटंकी करिए। तो लोगों ने विरोध किया और ये विरोध जारी रहेगा।
And now in an exclusive interview with the NDTV Sonia Singh, Piyush Goyal has gone on to say that the world is looking at India, not just looking at India, looking up to India, while Prime Minister Modi has been recognized as a world leader. Let's listen in.
Hello and welcome to the NDTV Dialogues, a conversation of ideas. This week we have a very special edition coming to you from San Francisco, where I'm joined by Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Mr. Goyal, you've had a packed schedule in the United States. There are two big economic meetings happening, and you're here for the idea of India in the sense that India is the place to be. What's been the big message? Because of course APEC, India is not a member of it, but you're here as a guest. India has been invited for the first time. What is the big message you're giving?
Well, I think very clearly the world is looking at India and the way India's leadership has emerged over the last few years. Prime Minister Narendra Modi recognized today as truly a world leader of substance, somebody people respect immensely, look up to his leadership, is reflected in our engagements at the APEC, at IPEF. They are all looking up to India to contribute in a big way for a safe, secure Indo-Pacific region. They are all looking at India as the growth engine of the world economy. And my engagements with different leaders here, my meetings with my counterparts, with industry, captains of industry, all demonstrate very clearly the excitement about working with India, working in India, and the expectations that are today quite large from the India story.
It's interesting because of course India isn't a part of APEC, yet we've been invited for the first time. Do you think India needs to be part of APEC sooner rather than later? And of course the geopolitics, given that President Xi has come to the US after 5 years to attend this summit. You've said that the India-US relationship has nothing to do with what many say is the China plus one strategy of the United States.
I'm very convinced that today India stands on its own feet. India is a compelling case for investment. It's a compelling partnership based on trust, which we are forging with different countries. And while we are now very actively engaged with IPEF, we haven't applied our mind to joining up with APEC at the present moment. But it's been nice to be formally invited. Prime Minister Modi would have come, but for the elections going on in India. But clearly the respect that India is getting from the United States of America, from their leaders, from the other countries around the world, reflects the growing importance of India as a country and the huge adulation, I can say, that I see amongst the leaders when they talk about Prime Minister Modi.
How closely is India watching the meeting which just happened with President Xi and President Biden? And what would you say about this China Plus One strategy? Do you agree with it at all?
Well, that's an internal matter between the US and China, and we wish them well. We have no reason to watch that meeting, as you're saying. But more importantly, across the world there is a recognition that there should be more resilient supply chains. Across the world, businesses are concerned about their experiences of the recent past. They are also very concerned about transparency, about opaque business practices, about and the big value that democracy brings to the table. In all those respects, and when you have an overlay of the cost of doing business, where India today stands out as a very, very attractive destination, I think India will be an important partner in supply chains, more for the trust that they have in our abilities. Just before this interview, I had a conversation with a large semiconductor company who has big operations in India, and he told me that they're almost like an Indian company now. They have 15,000 highly qualified, highly paid engineers working in India doing cutting-edge technology work, R&D work, innovation, design, and they're super excited about it. They have aggressive plans to grow the business there.
And on the first day of his US visit, Piyush Goyal visited the Tesla factory and made that announcement that Tesla has doubled its components import from India. He also said that electric vehicles have come to stay. Let's listen in.
So for American companies, it's made in India because so many of the engineers are from India. But you visited the Tesla factory, and I think you made that point that you were excited to see that the number of components they import from India is going to double. You were excited to see the number of Indian engineers there. But the big question, Bloomberg just reported that India is considering perhaps a tax holiday or tax cuts on fully assembled electric vehicles to come in for the first 5 years. Any confirmation of that?
Please don't buy the stories that you see on news channels.
That's why I'm asking you
all the time. My visit was primarily around meeting the Tesla team, many of whom are Indians and have done us proud. It was also to discuss their plans about an increasing India element in their supply chain, and I'm really immensely pleased at their plans to double their imports from India. And going forward, they're really looking at very aggressive plans along with reputed auto component manufacturers in India. There are many other discussions which are always there on the table. But for the present, the meeting was focused on what we can do to be an important element of their supply chain.
But this is actually a proposal made by Elon Musk earlier in 2021 that give us some kind of tax holiday and incentive to come in. Is that something the government will consider seriously?
Very clearly, we would like to see a lot more happening in the electric vehicle ecosystem in India. You can see that we are adopting EVs very fast. The two-wheeler industry, for example, is seeing nearly 40% of two-wheelers being sold in India being electric. Going forward, I think on commercial vehicles, whether it's buses, trucks, or even passenger cabs, it's a no-brainer to use electric vehicles. It's much more economical and eco-friendly. Yes. On passenger vehicles, I think the battery costs are a deterrent, and we are seeing that rapidly correcting itself. And I do think that in the years ahead, the EV ecosystem in India is going to grow rapidly. Probably the fastest ramp up you'll see in the next 10 years of electric vehicles will happen in India. So I suspect all the countries around the world would like to come to India. We have good domestic manufacturing capability on electric vehicles already. Government has bought a lot of electric vehicles also. I see them all over the place in the private sector.
So you're not willing to go down that road of tax cuts. You're not thinking of that yet because you think our market is big enough.
I think we'll talk to all the players and have a conversation with other electric vehicle manufacturers both in India and across the world, and come up with a cogent policy which will support the electric vehicle ecosystem. My own sense is electric vehicles have come to stay. They are very good for us in terms of our environment efforts to clean up the environment, our fight against climate change, our commitments to reduce import of crude oil, which will significantly help the Indian economy. So it's a multifarious benefit that we get from the electric vehicle ecosystem. And just imagine if we cut down the $100 billion of oil imports into the country, and we would have a trade surplus every year.
Exactly.
And India would be a growth story like unparalleled in history.
Well, you can watch that entire interview at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Breaking news coming in at the moment of the Gyanvapi survey. The ASI has asked for 15 more days. The ASI is seeking an extension as far as the deadline to submit that report is concerned. The ASI conducted scientific survey of the Gyanvapi mosque, and this survey was conducted on the order of the court. To get more on this, we have my colleague Tanish joining us. Tanish, an extension is being sought as far as that deadline. They are asking for an extension of that deadline by almost 15 days.
Yes, Divya, exactly. First, let me just clarify that the extension is to file the report. The survey has been completed. It was completed earlier, and the survey went on for over 100 days, and extension had been given thrice. Now, the Archaeological Survey of India has asked for an extension, a 15-day extension. The last time the extension was given, ASI asked for an 15-day extension of 15-day extension on 2nd of November. Now today again they have asked for a 15-day extension. The matter is likely to come up in the court at around 2 p.m. Today, and the extension is likely to be given. But let us see what happens in the court. What will happen in the court? But extensions have been already given thrice to the Archaeological Survey of India. This is the 4th time they are seeking an extension. This extension is to file the findings of the survey. The survey is completed, which went on for around 100 days. But this extension is particularly to find the findings of the survey. Let me just tell you that the case is of 5 women petitioners claiming, seeking permission to pray inside the mosque complex, the Shringar Gauri Shrine, which is inside the mosque complex, and the mosque committee is opposing it. So yes, it started in 2021. The findings had to be submitted by today, by November 17th. On November 2nd, the court gave another extension to the Archaeological Survey of India to submit the findings by November 17th. Now today, the Archaeological Survey of India has requested for 15 more days to compile the report, to compile their findings and submit a detailed report. Over to you.
Right. So, of course, that report that has to be filed, they're asking for an extension by 15 days. And that is the ASI that conducted that scientific survey of the Gyanvapi Mosque, a survey that was conducted, like Tanishq was getting us all those details. It was conducted on the order of the court. We will keep tracking the story. Tanesh, thank you so much for all the details you brought for us. Moving on to more news now, and that in the Uttarakhand tunnel collapse, it's day 6 of rescue operations. A new drilling machine, an American machine, is being used and rescuers are hopeful. The Chief Minister has gone on to say that they'll review all under construction tunnels, where when we talk about, it's been over 120 hours and now rescue operations have started. Do remember, it was a landslide which had hampered the rescue operations a day before, and which is why when they started with that new machinery that was flown in from Delhi, this was the American machinery that was brought in. 40 construction workers continue to remain trapped under debris for over 120 hours following that tunnel collapse. Let's just listen in to what the authorities have to say.
आप लोग उत्सुक होंगे कि अभी और क्या कार्रवाई की जा रही है, किस पोजीशन पे हम वहाँ पहुँचे हैं। जैसे मैंने आपको पिछले दिन बताया कि कार्य हमारा स्टार्ट हो चुका था, करीब 5 से 6 मीटर की खनन उस पर हो चुका था। तो एट प्रेजेंट अभी जब हम बैठे हैं 24 मीटर हम अंदर पहुँच चुके हैं, जो मेरे हिसाब से बहुत अच्छी स्थिति है, और हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्द से जल्द दूसरे छोर को हम पकड़ के वहाँ पर जा सकें। और जैसा कल मैंने बताया था आपको कि जो मशीन काम करी, इसकी भी रिडंडेंसी के लिए हम लोग आज एक और मशीन को एयरलिफ्ट कर रहे हैं, वो इंदौर से हमारे पास आएगी, तो वो कल सुबह तक।
So rescue operations have started there, the authorities there, but a lot of concern raised about the well-being of the 40 workers who continue to be trapped for more than 120 hours at a stretch. We'll get you a whole lot more on the other side with my colleague Gargi. To stay with us.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav.
Welcome back. Well, polling is underway in 2 of the 3 heartland states and drawing a public attention ahead of next year's general election. It's the big one in the Hindi heartland, as they say. Madhya Pradesh going to the polls, all 230 seats, and Chhattisgarh is the second phase of polling today. So a single phase for Madhya Pradesh. There have been reports of some violence breaking out in certain constituencies, certain polling booths. That has been a bit of a concern. You had Congress leader and former Chief Minister Kamal Nath also speaking about that. There you can see Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, who cast his vote earlier today. He said the BJP is going to come back under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, that the people of the state have confidence in the BJP. He also said he was not in the race for chief ministership. Now remember, it was due to Jyotiraditya Scindia that the Congress government in the state in 2018 fell, and in 2020 when he took 22 loyalists with him. And in a sense, these elections will also be a big impact on his political future, given how the BJP is going to perform in areas where he's influential. He has been doing the rounds of all the constituencies, many of the constituencies there that he has visited during campaigning. This has also been unprecedented, with 7 members of parliament who are actually contesting the state election this time around. 3 of them union ministers. Many have pointed out that this shows how committed the BJP is. Others have questioned whether it was a sign of nervousness on the BJP's part that one general secretary, that's Kailash Vijayvargiya, also contesting, and 7 members of parliament also contesting in the state elections in Madhya Pradesh. Chief Minister, incumbent Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has also spoken out about the women voters and his scheme, a Ladli Behan scheme that was launched by his government just a few months ago, something that the Congress has jibed about, saying that just a few months suddenly you launched this scheme. But Shivraj Singh Chauhan has also not been projected as Chief Minister, like we've seen in the last couple of elections. This election too fought by the BJP under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So many sound bites coming in, many statements coming in since the morning. Just before we bring those to you, let's also tell you about the voter turnout. Until 11 a.m. in Madhya Pradesh, the voter turnout was 27.6%, while in Chhattisgarh it was 19.7%. So a pick up there in Chhattisgarh in the second phase of polling that is taking place. The Congress is fairly confident in Chhattisgarh under the leadership of Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel. Let's just listen into some of the statements.
आप मतदान करेंगे तो इस आपके एक वोट किसानों के, मजदूरों के, महिलाओं के, युवाओं के भविष्य तय करेगा। छत्तीसगढ़ किस रूप में आगे बढ़ेगा ये भी आप इस मतदान से तय होगा। तो साथियों, मतदान करने अपने घर से अवश्य निकलिए, मतदान केंद्र पहुंचिए और मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें।
लोगों के हित के मुद्दे हैं। लोगों की बेहतर जीवन के व्यवस्था को बना पाने में जितनी सफलता मिले वो प्राथमिक है, और उसके साथ में अधोसंरचना का विकास जितना हो सके वो मेरे लिए दूसरी प्राथमिकता है। पहली प्राथमिकता व्यक्ति और परिवार की बेहतरी, और उसके साथ में सेकंड नंबर मेरे लिए अधोसंरचना।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जिस प्रकार प्रदेश की सेवा की है, मुझे उम्मीद है कि लोग घर से निकलकर वोट डालना प्रारंभ कर दिया है। लंबी लंबी लाइनें भी लगना चालू हो गई है, और हम सरकार बनाएंगे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनाएंगे, और डबल इंजन की सरकार मध्य प्रदेश में जैसे पहले हमने विकास किया वैसे हम विकास करेंगे। हम लगभग 150 से ऊपर सीट जीतेंगे।
मुझे लगता है कि जो हमारे गरीब कल्याण, महिला सशक्तिकरण और आने वाली पीढ़ी को भविष्य हमसे बेहतर हो, ये जो 3 संकल्प भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, प्रदेश की जनता वहाँ मत भी देगी, पूरे दिन सहयोग भी करेगी, और आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिलेगा, और हम प्रचंड बहुमत से 5वीं बार सरकार बनाएंगे।
मतदान का दिन मतदाताओं के अधिकार का दिन होता है, और मतदाताओं को अपने वोट का उपयोग अवश्य करना चाहिए। वोट एक ताकत के महत्व को दिन समझते होंगे। ये जो इतने महीने भर से सारा कवायद चल रही है, आज उसके परिणति का दिन है कि हम अपने वोट का उपयोग करने के लिए मतदान केंद्र पर जाएं, वोट डालें, और हम जिस तरह की सरकार चाहते हैं, जिस तरह के हाथों में हम प्रदेश की बागडोर सौंपना चाहते हैं, उनको चुनने का असली मतदाताओं को अपने वोट का उपयोग अवश्य करना चाहिए।
All right, so those were a cross-section of sound bites from leaders as both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh are polling today. Let's also listen in to what BJP President in Madhya Pradesh, Vishnu Dutt Sharma, had to tell NDTV's Himanshu.
मेरे साथ बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष विष्णु दत्त शर्मा हैं। 2023 के जो चुनाव हैं, 2018 से कितना अलग हैं, क्या नया है?
मध्य प्रदेश के 2023 का चुनाव, ये वो चुनाव है जो जनता, विकास और गरीब कल्याण के साथ खड़ी है। मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, देश के, दुनिया के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो गरीबों के जीवन को बदला है, मध्य प्रदेश के विकास को सुनिश्चित किया है। ये जो बीमारू राज्य था कांग्रेस के समय का, उसे विकसित राज्य बना करके आज हमारा संकल्प है। हमने कहा है कि अपने मध्य प्रदेश को स्वर्णिम मध्य प्रदेश बनाएंगे। तो जनता जनार्दन अब झूठ छल कपट की राजनीति को नकार के, जिन्होंने विकास और गरीब कल्याण भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो मध्य प्रदेश को सौगातें दी हैं, और महिला सशक्तिकरण माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मध्य प्रदेश ने देश के अंदर आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए जो अवसर मिला 33% का, लखपति दीदी का अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने चलाया, बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ का अभियान चलाया। मध्य प्रदेश की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने लाडली लक्ष्मी से लेकर के लाडली बहना योजना, जो 1,31,00,000 बहनें आज महिलाओं का हर बूथ पर हुजूम के साथ सुबह 5:30 बजे से पहुंची हैं। उनका आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को नेतृत्व को मिल रहा है, तो ये भी एक बड़ा आधार, और हर समाज वर्ग को जो ताकत मिली है, सभी समाज वर्गों का भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है।
जी, एक सवाल था कि पिछले करीब 2 दशक से आप सत्ता में हैं, आपकी पार्टी यहाँ पर, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के बारे में आपकी क्या थिंकिंग है? आपको लगता है कितना प्रभावी होगा?
आपको एक चीज बताऊं, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी वहां होती है जहां काम नहीं होता है। मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस मध्य प्रदेश को विकसित मध्य प्रदेश बनाया है। सड़क, बिजली, पानी के लिए कांग्रेस के राज्य में लालायित मध्य प्रदेश था, दुरावस्था का दौर था। मिस्टर बंटाढार कहलाए थे दिग्विजय सिंह। कमलनाथ ने 15 महीने में लूटने के अलावा, वल्लभ भवन को दलाली का अड्डा बनाने के अलावा, हर गरीब के हक और अधिकार को छीना, सारी गरीब कल्याण की योजनाओं को बंद कर दिया। प्रधानमंत्री आवास नहीं देने दिए। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मन में तो मध्य प्रदेश उस समय भी था कि 2 लाख प्रधानमंत्री आवास कमलनाथ की सरकार के समय में दिए थे। कमलनाथ जी ने 25% मैचिंग ग्रांट नहीं है, 2 लाख गरीबों का हक छीन लिया था। 248 करोड़ रुपए जल जीवन मिशन के लिए, घर घर पानी पहुंचाने के लिए दिए, लैप्स होके चले गए।
कमलनाथ दावा कर रहे हैं कि बहुत स्पष्ट बहुमत मिलेगा।
कमलनाथ जी इस बार छिंदवाड़ा में ही क्लीन बोल्ड हो गए, खुद चुनाव हार रहे हैं। दिग्विजय सिंह के बेटे भी राधोगढ़ में चुनाव हार रहे हैं। तो ये तो इनके हालात हैं, वो छिंदवाड़ा की चिंता करें। मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने विकास और गरीब कल्याण के साथ मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जनता को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है।
आखिरी सवाल, आपका क्या आकलन है, कितनी सीटें बीजेपी जीतेगी?
अभी तक की सर्वाधिक सीटें हम जीतेंगे, इतिहास बनेगा इस बार।
जी, कितनी सीटें जीतेंगे?
सर्वाधिक सीटें जीतेंगे।
जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया।
All right, so big claims by the BJP president Madhya Pradesh, claiming that both Digvijay Singh and Kamalnath's sons are going to lose their elections. Kamalnath is rather going to lose his election. Well, let's find out what's happening now in Chhattisgarh, where the second and final phase of polling is taking place. And Saurabh joins us from Raipur. And Saurabh, there has been a pickup in the turnout with at 11 a.m. 19.7% turnout in Chhattisgarh. Tell us about the reports that are coming in.
Well, of course, the turnout is something that one expects to pick up even further. But that is, of course, given the fact that a lot of people, especially in places like Raipur, which is, of course, an urban area, you do see people coming in to vote late as well. Whereas in rural areas, people usually tend to vote earlier and not later. Now, we are in Raipur, where, of course, there are several interesting factors in this election. One is, of course, in the Raipur North constituency, we were earlier at a booth which was completely managed by women. And even in Chhattisgarh, in this election campaign, it's been a campaign that's been targeted towards women voters. And the reason for that is women voters are catalysts of results, and they can swing the election one way or the other, especially given the number of women voters in Chhattisgarh and also in other places. So in that context, both parties have reached out to women, and even now when you see voters walking in, you see a fair number of women as well who are walking in to vote, and that is quite been the story the entire day. I mean, this is not give you an idea of sure shot percentage, but it's anecdotal evidence of the number of women voters who are actually turning up to vote. And here I presume there are also some first time voters, but look at this group. Again, a group of women voters, and behind them another group of women voters, all coming in to vote. And they are the ones who will decide this election. If I can ask some of them, महिलाओं को नज़र रखते हुए इस बार चुनाव कैंपेन में बहुत कुछ कहा गया है। महिलाएं वोट देने आए हैं, तो क्या-क्या मुद्दा है आप लोगों के मन में जब आप वोट देने आते हैं?
अपन मन इच्छा कोईला दे सका था नोटी, अपन ऐसे देना है, कोई भी जीते।
Okay, thank you. So a lot of women coming in to vote, and that's what we were trying to point out, through this, as far as voting in Chhattisgarh and especially in Raipur is concerned.
All right, thanks so much for that, Saurabh. We're going to just cut across, move away from the election news and go across to where the Foreign Affairs Minister Jaishankar is speaking at the Global South Summit.
Successful in any domain, Excellencies, we must ensure exchange of best practices and also of scaling up. The Global South is eminently capable of coming up with its own answers once we develop that awareness. India, for its part, reaffirms its commitments to the Global South through an extensive range of development projects in 78 countries. These projects are demand-driven, outcome-oriented, transparent, and sustainable. I assure you that this will only expand in its scale and scope in the times to come. We will always welcome your views, suggestions, and proposals in this context. As India embraces digital delivery, promotes green growth, and ensures affordable health access, it will always have the Global South at the center of its international partnerships. Excellencies, I look forward to hearing your ideas to further South-South cooperation, as well as ways in which we can consolidate the gains from the New Delhi G20 for the Global South and take it forward. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now invite the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Samoa, the Honorable Fiame Naomi Mutafa, to deliver her.
All right, so that was Dr. Jaishankar speaking at the second Global Voice of the Global South Summit. We'll slip into a short break and return with more election news. Stay with us. Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the reality industry across UAE. The Reality Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the reality landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
top interviews,
and analysis
from around the globe.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technically.
A month of November in which 5 states have gone to the polls. Today, Madhya Pradesh is polling in a single phase, and the second phase of the Chhattisgarh elections is taking place. Let's go across to Anurag Dwari for more. And Anurag, tell us a bit about the turnout. So far, we've seen, a pickup. It's 27.6% till 11 o'clock, and a lot of women coming out to vote. This is a bipolar contest in Madhya Pradesh between the BJP and the Congress. Lots of, confident statements being made from both sides.
Yes, Gargi, but before that, I would like to tell you one latest news that Kamal Nath's son Nakul Nath was stopped from entering a polling station in Chhindwara by BJP leader Vijay Pandey, who said that outsiders cannot enter inside the polling booth premises. And we just spoke to his father, ex-Chief Minister Kamal Nath, also a few while back. Let's listen to what Kamal Nath had to say about the polling which is underway in Madhya Pradesh. सर, अभी तक आपको क्या क्या रिपोर्ट्स आई हैं पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में?
अच्छी रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं। मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाता सच्चाई का साथ देंगे और मध्य प्रदेश का भविष्य सुरक्षित रखेंगे।
सर, लाडली बहना का कुछ इम्पैक्ट देख रहे हैं शिवराज जी कल से, और आज भी लाडली बहनाओं के साथ
18 साल तक ये लाडली बहन नहीं थी। चुनाव के 4 महीने पहले ये लाडली बन गई। आप सोचते हैं हमारी बहनें इसको समझ नहीं पाती?
सर, अभी आपको जाना होगा, लेकिन कई जगहों से हिंसा की भी खबरें आ रही है, खास करके मुरैना। आपकी कुछ
ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है, ऐसी कोई घटना, बड़ी घटना नहीं हुई, छोटी-मोटी घटना हो रही है। पुलिस की कार्रवाई बहुत कमजोर है। पुलिस कहीं तो पुलिस बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता के रूप में काम कर रही है।
आपने मुरैना एसपी के बारे में कहा कि
मैंने तो खुल के कहा कि वो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में काम कर रहा है।
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल, आपके पार्टी अध्यक्ष ने कहा है कि 150+ सीटें आएंगी, आपका कोई आकलन है?
मेरा आकलन ये है कि मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाता सही फैसला करेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
All right, let's go back to Anurag for more. So Anurag, we heard Kamal Nath there, and since then the news has also come about his son being stopped from going into a polling booth. There have also been reports of violence breaking out in, certain polling booths. In one place, a candidate also got injured, and Kamal Nath also hitting out at some, the role of the police. If you could tell us a bit more about that.
Yes, Gargi, Kamal Nath is clearly alleging that the BJP is, the police is working as an extended wing of the BJP. He clearly hit out at the Morena SP saying he is working like a BJP worker. And reports of violence coming in from Dimni and other regions of Gwalior Chambal as well as Chhatarpur also. But Kamal Nath also dismissed these incidents, saying these are small incidents and nothing to worry about. We have heard that there were some gunshots also fired in Gwalior Chambal, though the police is denying and saying that everything is going on peaceful. There are about more than 2 lakh security personnel from Madhya Pradesh police deployed across the state, as well as 700 companies of Central Armed Police Forces for peaceful and fair election in Madhya Pradesh. Gargi?
All right. Thanks so much, Anurag, for joining us. With that, we're also joined by Himanshu, joins us from Bhopal as well. And Himanshu, tell us about, you've been speaking to lots of the people who've been coming in to cast their votes. We've seen a lot of schemes on offer. There's been this sort of competitive offering of various schemes or freebies, as it were. Also, women voters are the big focus, and that's been a really welcome change we've seen in the last couple of years. There's such an emphasis on women.
That's right, and we have met women reporters who have been very assertive. In fact, since morning, I have interviewed more than 50 women voters, and most of them are saying that this time women are coming out of their homes to vote because they want to have a say in the Indian democracy. They want to have a say in the government, a new government that will be elected. They are saying that we have had issues of security, of development, of progress, and we are very happy that finally political parties actually are reaching out to us directly. In fact, young women voters whom I have interviewed, they have the concerns about safety. They're saying that we don't feel secure when we move around in public transport, so we expect the new government to take new measures. They also want new laws, more stringent laws to stop crime against women. So clearly a very assertive voting class. The rise of women voters is visible in different parts of Madhya Pradesh. And remember, this is also the time when the Election Commission has been running a very concerted campaign to encourage women voters to take part more and more in the election process. And that effort, that campaign that Election Commission had launched in different parts of Madhya Pradesh is finally now showing good results, and it is visible out on the roads here in polling booths that I've seen. The second important change is the greater participation of senior citizens. Now, this is another segment of the voter which was targeted by the Election Commission, and I've interviewed several senior citizens who have come out to vote today, and they all want that in this world where children are moving out to work, they're moving out of homes, they're moving from one state to another to a different country, senior citizens are getting alone. So the state has to come forward in terms of new policy measures to ensure that their safety, their security, and the empathy that they need at this stage of their life is well taken care of by the government. And they expect the new government to set up new senior citizen homes. They want better basic facilities. And they were very appreciative also of the fact that administration has been helping them to ensure that they could come and vote. And I saw several special facilities for persons with disabilities at different polling booths, for senior citizens, and importantly, the first-time voters, a lot of enthusiasm in young voters here in Madhya Pradesh. And that is, I think, one big change. Remember, from 1st January 2023 till 30th October 2023, around 11,29,000 young voters had registered themselves who have turned 18 this year. And I've interviewed at least 2 first-time voters, and they were also very assertive. They want education which is affordable. They want a better educational and employment opportunities. So clearly a very a class of voters who were earlier not very, very assertive in previous elections. I see they have a greater footprint in these elections in Madhya Pradesh, and this is one big change which is clearly visible on the ground. As far as politics is concerned, of course, it's a 50-50 elections. I remember a shopkeeper told me that despite whatever anyone else might be saying and claiming, it's a 50-50 elections for us, and it is a very, very close contest. And Gauri, you have to also remember one thing, that in the 2018 elections, there were 46 seats where the victory margin was less than 5,000. There were 30 seats where the victory margin was even less than 3,000. And these are hotly contested seats that could well define the mandate, the new mandate that people will vote for this time.
Right, and Himanshu, you know, these elections are also being talked about as a semi-final ahead of 2024, and given that it's in the heartland, you have Madhya Pradesh, you have Chhattisgarh, you have Rajasthan that's going to be voting later. What would you say on that? You know, because people in the state are going to vote on particular issues, and when it comes to general elections, they'll vote on, you know, different issues.
That's right. You have said it very right. See, it has happened in the past that a party which has won these assembly elections have not been successful in Lok Sabha elections and vice versa. So there is no direct link in terms of the outcome of these results and how that could well define what will happen in 2024. But clearly, every time these elections have happened in these three crucial states, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, they have been seen as a test case by important political parties in terms of the issues that they are planning to take to people in 2024. And that's why you saw all important leaders have campaigned very extensively in these elections. This has also been a test case for the India group of parties. Remember Akhilesh Yadav repeatedly saying that we should have a major say in terms of the seat arrangement that Samajwadi Party desperately wanted. Similarly, other parties also have had their own issues. So how far the India group of parties can coalesce? They have said repeatedly that this India group that has been formed is for 2024 elections and not for assembly elections. But clearly, it has had ramifications, and I think it will definitely shape the nature of the election campaign that big national parties are actually planning for the 2024 elections. And they have a very keen eye on how the voters actually respond, how the stakeholders respond, and the kind of issues that will be more better in terms of giving results in 2024. So these elections clearly will be a test case. We'll have to wait and see how leaders like Jyotiradittya Scindia, for instance, for the first time, he and his supporters have actually campaigned for the BJP here. So how far he will be successful, or if the results will be different. I think these are all questions, but I think fate of several political leaders is at stake. And Madhya Pradesh has always been politically seen as a very, very significant state with almost 50% OBC population. So different issues, but clearly for BJP and the Congress, this, of course, will be a kind of a semi-final. Well, they have tried to actually score a point, but very keen contest at the moment in Madhya Pradesh.
All right, thanks so much for that, Himanshu. Well, let's shift focus to the other state that's going to be going to polls, Telangana. And today the Congress is going to be releasing its manifesto, and Mallikarjun Kharge, in fact, will be releasing the manifesto for the Congress party. And in fact, he's released the manifesto for Telangana. And remember, the Congress is fairly confident in Telangana. They've been they've been very optimistic given the kind of support they've been getting. A lot of leaders also shifting to the Congress ahead of this. In fact, we had an interview with Revant Reddy where he said that going as far as to say the chief minister from the Congress party will be decided after the election. So a very confident Congress party. Today, a release of the manifesto, which will have numerous schemes, one can imagine, that have been offered by them. Remember, already there have been 6 guarantees that were promised by the Congress party previously, and now with the manifesto being released, one can imagine a slew of offers by the Congress. Their guarantees included women getting, an allowance every month, the Mahalakshmi scheme. There was also something for farmers, which was that farmers and leaseholders would also get a certain amount every year, every year, and a bonus. There was a Green Jyoti scheme, which was about providing certain units of free electricity. So in line with what we've seen in the past in Karnataka, the kind of promises and guarantees that the Congress has been making that seem to have worked very successfully there. They came under attack by the BJP, but again in Telangana as well, the manifesto they released and a slew of promises to the people of the state. We'll slip into a short break and get you more highlights from the manifesto.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
A cup of hope,
A cup of joy.
can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in UAE. Coming soon only on NDTV.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
And there's too much talking but very little being said. Too many voices but hardly any being heard. You turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
A cup of hope,
A cup of joy.
can India lift it at home after 12 years?
We will follow their journey through the length and breadth of the country.
Through every twists and turns.
On Turning Point, on NDTV 24/7.
Election in 5 states. 679 seats. Over 16 crore voters. A crucial semi-final before 2024. NDTV brings you the politics, the promises, the stories and backstories. Every twist and turn of 5 high-stake battles. When it comes to elections, India trusts NDTV.
Hello, Namaste, and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the United Arab Emirates. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
After an over 20-hour encounter in Kulgam, authorities now say that all 5 terrorists have been killed and the cleaning operations is currently taking place. Battle for states elections, polling underway in both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. A one-phase election for Madhya Pradesh, while it's the second phase in Chhattisgarh. Voter turnout in MP has been 27.6% till 11 a.m. and 19.7% in Chhattisgarh. During his address in the second Voice of Global South Summit, Prime Minister Modi says we strongly condemn the death of civilians in the conflict between Israel and Hamas. He calls for a dialogue. Shiv Sena founder Balasaheb Thackeray's death anniversary today. Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray paid respect at Shivaji Park. Yesterday there was a scuffle that broke out between the two factions. And Chhat Puja is being celebrated today in different parts of the country. Devotees take a holy dip and offer prayers to the sun. All right, while polling is taking place in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh, let's talk about Telangana, where the Congress today has released its manifesto. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge released the manifesto. Let's go across to Uma for more on this. And Uma, tell us about, what's been promised. One can imagine all kinds of promises have been made in the manifesto already. The Congress has given 6 guarantees to the people of the state.
Yes, indeed, Gargi. I'm here at the function where, in fact, the manifesto release function is happening. If you see the persons, and behind that you will see Sridhar Babu, of course, Telangana Congress President, you have Madhu Yaski, you have all the central leaders and state leaders as well. And as you mentioned, already the 6 guarantees of the Congress have been hugely spoken about, and that's what they are going to push forward as well, with certain additional elements also that they have added. Already, of course, they have spoken about 200 units of free power for households, which is something that the BRS manifesto does not have. Whether it is pensions, BRS manifesto also had it, and already they were giving 2,000 rupees as pension to widows and elderly. That has been increased to 5,000. The BRS, in fact, competitively said that they are going to make that 6,000 rupees. Raitu Bandhu, which is a direct cash transfer to the farmers. BRS has been giving 10,000 rupees per acre per farmer. And what the Congress did was to increase that to 15,000 acres. Every farmer, and they also included a very important category of tenant farmers in that category, and that is something that is considered quite critical. Already, of course, the Congress had spoken about gas cylinder for 500 rupees, which the BRS has now promised for 400 rupees. Of course, earlier they were not giving any subsidy, and it is a reaction to the Congress guarantees that they did that. And of course, there is an educational loan that they have spoken about. This is the copy of the manifesto where you can see Manikrab Thackeray, of course, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and you have Manikrab Thackeray, Devant Reddy, Bhatti and Sridhar Babu. So they are going to go big with this manifesto now, because the initial momentum that seemed to have picked up of the Congress, there have been certain reports suggesting that after the finalization of the candidates, that momentum had not in a sense kept up, and therefore the manifesto will have to be the new element that can push. And what I understand, I've not been able to go through the details yet, but what I understand is that there could be an electric vehicle, an EV scooter on offer for all the college-going girls above 18 years of age. That could be a big plus. They're also talking about announcing a year's calendar, job calendar, as part of the Telangana State Public Service Commission. That's a important issue, because one of the things being held against the BRS government is that they were unable to fulfill the promises of jobs for youth. So, of course, KTR and others have been saying that our numbers are bigger than any other place in the country. But yes, the perception has gained ground, and that's where the Congress will hope that its promises of the job calendar, as well as 5 lakh rupees to every college-going student, all that is going to add up. And therefore, this, of course, is something that is augmenting the promises that were already made in the 6 guarantees of the Congress. How the government and the BRS government was hoping to cope with what they are already criticism, that they had gone into debt from a healthy state. Now this Congress manifesto is going to do that much more harm, in a sense, I should point out, to the finances of Telangana, if indeed implemented.
All right, Uma, thanks so much for that. We'll give you time to actually go through the entire manifesto and see what all else the Congress has promised to the people of the state. But let's change focus now and get you the latest from Jammu and Kashmir, where an encounter was taking place in Kulgam, and now 5 terrorists have been killed in this encounter in the Kulgam district of Jammu and Kashmir. The operation is in its final stage, according to the police. The identity of the terrorists is also being ascertained. Earlier, we knew that there was a heavy exchange of firing that was taking place between security forces and the terrorists. Let's listen in to what the police have to say.
जो टेररिस्ट की संभावना है और कुछ बॉडी साइट हुई हैं। चूँकि अभी ऑपरेशन सैनिटाइज हो रहा है और उसकी बाकी जो शिनाख्त और बाकी तफसीलात हैं वो आपको उचित समय पे शेयर की जाएंगी। अभी एक जो सिक्योरिटी अफराद था उनको हल्का सा थोड़ा सा स्मॉल इंजरी थी। इट वाज नॉट फैटल, इट वाज स्टेबल।
All right, let's go across to Nazir now for more. Nazir, this encounter initially broke out yesterday afternoon. Give us, the latest.
Well, 5 militants, according to police, have been killed in this encounter, and police say their identity is being ascertained and incriminating material have been recovered from the encounter site. This appears to be the biggest, encounter in a sense in number of casualties of militants in the valley this year, because number of militants has gone down significantly in the valley. According to police, only 10 local militants, local recruits had joined militancy this year, and 6 of them were killed and 5 or 6 were alive. And if these are those 5 militants who had recently joined or joined this year, which means it is complete clearing the, finishing the local militancy in the valley. But militancy is clearly a complex subject. It is one step forward, 2 steps backward. So long the weapons and the militants from Pakistan continue coming, it is not going to end. And that is why, besides this operation yesterday, the army said they foiled a major infiltration attempt along the line of control in which several militants were killed, bodies of 2 were recovered, and a huge cache of arms ammunition was recovered as well. But in this encounter, which started yesterday afternoon, which was jointly launched by the army, police, and the CRPF, during the night, operation was stopped because it is as part of the SOP not to carry out operation during the darkness, because there's a chance of collateral damage. Since morning, army and police and CRPF, they launched the final assault. There were intense firing at the target area where militants were hiding. So at the end of this operation, 20-hour-long operation, police said all the 5 militants have been killed and the identity is being ascertained.
All right, thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us there with the latest. So 5 terrorists there killed in this encounter. But let's now go across to Uttarakhand and get you the latest on the rescue efforts for the 40 laborers who are stuck in the tunnel in Uttarkashi. It's a battle against time. Today is the 6th day, and these men have been trapped under the debris for over 120 hours, rather trapped in the tunnel due to the debris that's fallen for over 120 hours. This prolonged confinement is also raising concerns about their health and their well-being, their mental state as well. Now, the company representative of NHIDCL gave a briefing a short while ago, and he said that the latest drill they've got, remember earlier they had a drill which they did not manage to use successfully. Another drill was brought from Delhi, and that has managed to drill 30 meters into the debris. There's another 30 meters left, but what is the worry or the big concern is the pipes that are being put in. That is what is taking time, as it's through these pipes the workers will eventually be pulled out.
कर लिया है अभी तक ज़्यादा समय नहीं लगता है, लेकिन जो पूरा आपका पाइप है उसको जब हम लाते हैं मशीन के ऊपर बिठाते हैं, उसको अलाइन करते हैं, क्योंकि पहले ऑलरेडी कुछ पाइप आगे जा चुके हैं, अलाइन करते हैं, फिर उसकी वेल्डिंग करते हैं. सबसे महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ है वेल्डिंग.
Well, let's go across to NDTV's Kishore Rawat, who joins us from there and who's been covering this entire rescue operation. Kishore, अब आपको क्या सुनने में आ रहा है? हमको मालूम है कि 30 मीटर्स तक ड्रिलिंग हो गई है, लेकिन जो ये अथॉरिटीज कह रहे थे वो जो पाइप्स इंसर्ट करने होते हैं वो थोड़ा डेलिकेट ऑपरेशन है.
बिल्कुल, जिस तरीके से जो लगातार रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है उसमें अभी फिलहाल जो जानकारी मिल रही है उसमें इंजीनियर्स जो बता रहे हैं अंदर से आके वो 30 मीटर तक उन्होंने ड्रिल कर दिया. हालांकि अभी बीच में थोड़ा सा काम रुका था, लेकिन वो फिर शुरू हो गया है. इसके अलावा एक इंदौर से और मशीन को बैकअप में मंगाया जा रहा है, एयरलिफ्ट किया जा रहा है. पहली जानकारी तो महत्वपूर्ण यही है. और लगातार जो ड्रिलिंग है वो चल रही है, क्योंकि अब जिस तरीके से 30 मीटर तक जा चुके हैं उसके बाद अब जो बड़ी मशीनें हैं वो मलबे में दबी है, तो उनको लग रहा हो सकता है कि वो मशीनें ड्रिल के आगे ना आए. उसको पूरी तरह से चेक किया जा रहा है. अगर ड्रिल के आगे आते हैं उसके लिए भी बैकअप रखा जा रहा है, और कम से कम 5 से 6 जो वेल्डिंग करते हैं, जो वेल्डर्स होते हैं, उनको भी रखा गया है कि अगर मशीन आती है तो उसको कैसे उस पाइप के जरिए अंदर जाके उसको गैस कटर से कट करना है, ये सारी चीजें वहां पर अंदर चीजें तय की जा रही है और हर चीज का बैकअप रखा जा रहा है। तो लगातार अभी ड्रिल चल रहा है और ये ऑपरेशन थोड़ा अभी फिलहाल लंबा खिंच सकता है। संभव ये देर रात या कल सुबह तक ये ऑपरेशन में ही सब कुछ क्लियर हो पाया थोड़ा।
और कोई आइडिया है कि कितना टाइम और लगेगा? कल तक तो कह रहे थे कि 10-15 घंटे और लग सकते हैं, अब उतना टाइम तो हो चुका है, 120 आवर्स हो चुके हैं अब जो लोग फंसे हुए हैं। कुछ भी ऐसा बोला है कि कितना टाइम लग सकता है?
देखिए, टाइमिंग की तो अभी फिलहाल कोई इस बात की कोई जानकारी नहीं दे पाएगा, क्योंकि कितना मटेरियल अंदर आ चुका है और कितना मटेरियल है अभी तक। लेकिन ये जरूर है कि इनका एक जो इन्होंने सारा समय रखा है, इन्होंने कल दोपहर तक का समय रखा है कि उसके बाद ही हम कुछ क्लियर और सामने आके बात कर पाएंगे।
All right, thank you so much, Kishore Rawat there, who's been reporting on the situation, on this entire rescue operation since these workers have been trapped, 40 of them trapped for over 120 hours. It's the 6th day today of the drilling effort to rescue these workers. Hopefully, it will happen soon. Moving on to news now from on the Gyan Vapi Mosque, and the Archaeological Survey of India has asked for a 15-day extension to file its report on the scientific survey of the mosque complex. The survey itself, which was ordered by Varanasi court to check if the mosque was built over a Hindu temple and carried over a 100-day period, has been completed. The Varanasi court will be hearing that plea for extension, for a second extension at 2 p.m. So the Archaeological Survey to ask for 15 more days to submit that final report. Earlier spoke to Tanishq for more.
जी देखिए, मैं आपको बताऊं, 15 दिन का वक्त मांगा गया है और ये जो वक्त, जैसे कि आपने बताया, ये वक्त जो है वो रिपोर्ट फाइल करने के लिए मांगा गया है। सर्वे क्योंकि कंप्लीट हो चुका है पहले ही, पिछली बार ये वक्त मांगा गया था 2 नवंबर को। 2 नवंबर को एएसआई ने कहा कि हमको 15 दिन का लगभग वक्त चाहिए जो सर्वे है उसकी डिटेल्ड रिपोर्ट, एक बहुत ही विस्तार रिपोर्ट फाइल करने के लिए। आज 17 नवंबर को ये वापस होना था। 17 नवंबर को वापस एएसआई ने 15 दिन का समय और मांगा है। तो उनका कारण यही है, उन्होंने कहा अपनी उसके अंदर याचिका में यही है कि उनको सारी फाइंडिंग को करने के लिए उनको कंपाइल करने के लिए थोड़ा वक्त चाहिए, थोड़ा 15 दिन के और 15 दिन का और वक्त चाहिए पूरी की पूरी डिटेल रिपोर्ट को फाइल करने के लिए। मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि माफ करिएगा, मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि ये चौथी बार एक तरीके से एक्सटेंशन मांग रही है आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया, एएसआई, अपनी रिपोर्ट करने के लिए। जो साइंटिफिक सर्वे होना है वो पूरे मॉस्क के प्रेमाइसेस का होना है, मॉस्क के एरिया का होना है, लेकिन उसमें वजू खाना जो एरिया है उसका प्रेमाइसेस नहीं होगा, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था कि उसके अलावा पहले वाराणसी कोर्ट ने कहा था कि उस एरिया का, उस वजू खाने जो पॉन्ड एरिया है उसका सर्वे नहीं होगा, साइंटिफिक सर्वे। और फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसे अपील किया था, कहा था कि उसके अलावा बाकी पूरे उसका साइंटिफिक सर्वे होगा। तो ये जो है साइंटिफिक सर्वे होना है, सर्वे हो चुका है, इसकी रिपोर्ट फाइल होनी है। लगभग 100 दिन के आसपास जो है ये सर्वे चला है, 100 दिन के आसपास ये सर्वे चला है। कई बार एक्सटेंशन मांगा गया था सर्वे कंप्लीट करने के लिए, और अगस्त 4 को ये सर्वे शुरू हुआ था। ये मैं आपको बता दूं, ये जो पर्टिकुलर ज्ञानवापी को लेके कई सारे केसेस हैं। ये जो पर्टिकुलर केस है इसके अंदर 5 वुमेन पिटिशनर ने गौरी श्रृंगार, जो कि वेस्टर्न वॉल ऑफ मॉस्क, मस्जिद की जो वेस्टर्न वॉल है उससे सटे हुए गौरी श्रृंगार के ऊपर साल भर पूजा करने के लिए मांग करी थी। फिर उसके बाद मांग आई कि हाँ, कि इसका जो रिलीजियस जो स्ट्रक्चर है उसकी हिस्ट्री जानना जरूरी है। जो मॉस्क कमेटी ने अपोज किया प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट 1991 के तहत। तो फिर जो है कोर्ट ने कहा कि नहीं, इसका सर्वे होना जरूरी है ताकि इस केस को जल्दी से खत्म किया जा सके, केस को जल्दी से वो किया जा सके। तो इसी कारण में सर्वे हो रहा था, और एएसआई ने अगस्त 4 को अपना सर्वे शुरू किया था, और सर्वे लगभग 100 दिन हो गए हैं। सर्वे उनका खत्म हो चुका है, लेकिन वो सर्वे की रिपोर्ट फाइल करने के लिए उनको थोड़ा सा और वक्त चाहिए, इसलिए उन्होंने थोड़ा सा और वक्त मांगा है। जो अभी ये मैटर है ये अभी 2 बजे आएगा वाराणसी कोर्ट के अंदर, और उसके बाद पता चलेगा कि जज उनको कितना वक्त देते हैं, पूरे के पूरे 15 दिन देते हैं या कम देते हैं, वो हमको लगभग 2 बजे के आसपास पता चलेगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi today condemned the deaths of civilians in the ongoing Israel-Hamas war and highlighted the urgent need for unity and cooperation among the global south in the face of escalating challenges rising in West Asia due to the conflict. Speaking at the inaugural session of the second Voice of Global South Summit, the Prime Minister underscored the importance of exercising restraint and prioritizing dialogue as the cornerstone of conflict resolution.
भारत ने 7 अक्टूबर को इजराइल में हुए जघन्य आतंकी हमले की निंदा की है। हमने रिस्ट्रेंट के साथ ही डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी पर भी जोर दिया है। इजराइल और हमास के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में सिविलियंस की मौत की हम कठोर निंदा करते हैं। राष्ट्रपति महमूद अब्बास जी से बात कर हमने फिलिस्तीन के लोगों के लिए मानवीय सहायता भी भेजी है।
News now from Mumbai. And Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray today paid respect at Shivaji Park on the death anniversary today of Shiv Sena founder Bala Saheb Thackeray. Now, just yesterday, a day before today, on the eve of Bal Thackeray's death anniversary, a scuffle broke out between the two different Sena factions. One faction under Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the other under Uddhav Thackeray. The Shinde faction has blamed the Uddhav Thackeray camp. This scuffle took place just after the Chief Minister Shinde had left the venue after paying his respects, and then workers of both the different factions came face to face shouting slogans at one another.
तो लोगों ने उनको कल विरोध किया। जब लोग आए थे, ठीक है, मुख्यमंत्री आए, मुख्यमंत्री है, पूरी फौज लेकर आते हैं, उनका एक प्रोटोकॉल होता है, लेकिन बाकी के जो लोग हैं गद्दार बेईमान, उनको अधिकार नहीं है वहाँ आकर बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के समाधि पर फूल माला चढ़ाए या सर झुकाए और नाटक करिए, नौटंकी करिए। तो लोगों ने विरोध किया और ये विरोध जारी रहेगा।
Now, an NDTV exclusive, Union Minister Piyush Goyal, who is in San Francisco for the APEC summit, spoke to NDTV.
You know, and one interesting aspect has been because so often geopolitics takes matters really out of any country's planning. So we've seen that with the ban on the export of rice because of what happened in Ukraine. Now you've got what's happening in Israel and Palestine. How worried are you about looking, because of India's plan to become the third largest economy in a few years, how do you think these global conflicts are actually impacting India? And again, we talk about the voice of the global south, but India has differed quite significantly on the view on the conflict from many other countries of the global south.
At the outset, in terms of our growth trajectory, I think Prime Minister Modi has steered the Indian economy so beautifully, strengthening the macroeconomic fundamentals, creating a whole country of 140 crore aspirational Indians looking for a better quality of life, and the deep focus on infrastructure development. This trinity of actions is something which has helped India be poised for probably 3 or 4 decades of high growth rates. So in terms of India becoming the third largest economy, I don't think it will be more than 3 or 4 years down the road. So when Prime Minister Modi guarantees that in his third term, India will be the third largest economy, I think it's a no-brainer. It's 100% there. We will make it happen. And his decisive leadership, his commitment to growth, his commitment to encouraging investments in India is recognized and respected across the world today. Today I met many large investors running some of the world's largest investment funds, and their investment plans are huge into the country. I in fact threw a couple of numbers at 1 or 2 of those companies, and every case they said, no, this is not our ambition, it's much bigger. So I think India is poised to get there to the third largest economy and then beyond. On your other point about the geopolitical situation, first of all, let me clarify, any of our bans are not because we are unable to meet the needs of others. It's just to ensure that the greed of some unscrupulous business persons or traders does not cause international prices to go crazily high. So in effect, our bans are more to keep prices both in India and in other less developed countries or emerging markets stable. We do provide rice or other food grains to all our friendly countries, to all our deserving partners, particularly the less developed countries, which is at affordable prices and helps them maintain price stability. So more cases than not, our restrictions on export are directed towards channelizing the available material or food grains for global good, rather than allowing it to become a matter of profiteering by certain businesses. And to your third point about our views on the geopolitical situation, I think we have great clarity in our thinking. Prime Minister Modi is on record to condemn terrorism in all its form anywhere in the world, and India has suffered from terrorism for years. We have been at the receiving end. I mean, almost until we removed Article 370 and 35A from the statute in Kashmir, we would have terrorism rearing its head on a daily basis. It's only in the last 4.5 years that we've finally found peace in Kashmir, except for that sporadic incident. Having said that, I think we believe in the two-nation theory. We believe there should be a cessation of hostilities. We have supported the last UN resolution. And India has had a very consistent stand, A, against terrorism, B, against peaceful coexistence. Dialogue and diplomacy is the way forward. War can never be a solution.
And you can watch that entire interview tonight at 8:30 on NDTV 24/7. NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the reality industry across UAE. The Reality Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the reality landscape in UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV. When it comes to sports, we set the ball rolling.
Because we have our eyes on the ball.
Because we want to get you the best.
Latest updates,
Top interviews
and analysis
from around the globe.
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest now on elections that are taking place in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh. In Madhya Pradesh, it's a single-phase polling, while this is the second phase of polling for Chhattisgarh, and this is the heartland, Hindi heartland states that are polling, and this is being viewed as a semi-final ahead of next year's general election. There have been reports of some violence breaking out in certain parts of Madhya Pradesh at certain polling booths. Also, a report that former Chief Minister and Congress leader Kamal Nath's son was not allowed into a polling booth. So that has been something of a controversy that's taking place. Kamal Nath also alleging that some voters are being plied with alcohol to coax them. But let's talk about how much the turnout has been so far. And in Madhya Pradesh, if we look at the turnout, it has been around by 11 o'clock, the turnout was 27.6%, and in Chhattisgarh it was 19.7%. Chhattisgarh is the state the Congress is most optimistic about, with their Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel having performed well according to them, and they're fairly confident of returning in the state, as the BJP leadership in the state, however, is seen to be in something of disarray, though there are also smaller parties that could possibly play spoilsport in some of the seats. Both states, though, it is a bipartisan sort of battle that we're seeing between the BJP and the Congress party. In Madhya Pradesh, for the first time, you have 7 members of parliament who are actually contesting. 3 of them are ministers. This was being touted as, showing the BJP's commitment to Madhya Pradesh, but also being viewed as a sign of possible nervousness that you're sending in national level leaders. Also, there you can see Jyotiraditya Scindia, the union minister who has been campaigning extensively in this election, though once again today he said he's not in the fray for chief ministership. As once in Madhya Pradesh, you're seeing, as the BJP has done over the last couple of years, they're fighting under the banner of the Prime Minister's leadership. So let's just listen into some of the statements that have been made through the day.
आप मतदान करेंगे तो इस आपके एक वोट किसानों के, मजदूरों के, महिलाओं के, युवाओं के भविष्य तय करेगा। छत्तीसगढ़ किस रूप में आगे बढ़ेगा, ये भी आप इस मतदान से तय होगा। तो साथियों, मतदान करने अपने घर से अवश्य निकलिए, मतदान केंद्र पहुंचिए और मताधिकार का प्रयोग करें।
लोगों के हित के मुद्दे हैं। लोगों की बेहतर जीवन के व्यवस्था को बना पाने में जितनी सफलता मिले वो प्राथमिक है, और उसके साथ में अधोसंरचना का विकास जितना हो सके वो मेरे लिए दूसरी प्राथमिकता है। पहली प्राथमिकता व्यक्ति और परिवार की बेहतरी, और उसके साथ में सेकंड नंबर मेरे लिए अधोसंरचना।
And in Madhya Pradesh, let's just listen into what the incumbent chief minister had to say this morning.
लाडली बहना का असर जमीनी स्तर पर बहुत ज्यादा है। इसको लेकर कांग्रेस भी एलिगेशंस लगा रही है कि बीजेपी पुलिस प्रशासन का इस्तेमाल कर रही है। कमलनाथ कह रहे हैं
ये तो लाडली बहनों का अपमान है, और दूसरी बात यह है कि वो हार की भूमिका बना रहे हैं। उनको पता है कि वो जीतते ही रहे।
हमले भी कई जगह पर हुए हैं, रीति पाठक ने भी ये बात कही है। सर, इस तरीके की तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं।
बौखलाकर इस तरह के कृत्य कर रही है, कानून अपना काम करेगा।
सर, एक अपील आप अगर वोटर्स से कर दें, क्योंकि मताधिकार बहुत
मैंने अभी सार्वजनिक रूप से किया, मताधिकार का प्रयोग जरूर करें और विकास और जन कल्याण के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिताएं।
साधना जी से बातचीत अभी नहीं हो पा रही, लेकिन वोट जो है यहाँ पर जो है पूरे परिवार के साथ मुख्यमंत्री ने डाला है। बेहद ही महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है, क्योंकि जैत जो है वो मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान का गृहग्राम है, और यहाँ पर कांग्रेस पर तीखा हमला बोलते हुए सीएम शिवराज ने साफ तौर पर कहा है कि कांग्रेस हार की भूमिका बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है, पर वो सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। कैमरा पर्सन अभिषेक सिंह के साथ अमृतांशी जोशी, NDTV।
And let's also listen in to what former Chief Minister and Congress leader Kamal Nath had to say. He has alleged there has been violence in some of the polling booths.
सर, अभी तक आपको क्या क्या रिपोर्ट्स आई हैं पूरे मध्य प्रदेश से?
अच्छी रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं। मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाता सच्चाई का साथ देंगे और मध्य प्रदेश का भविष्य सुरक्षित रखेंगे।
सर, लाडली बहना का कुछ इम्पैक्ट देख रहे हैं शिवराज जी कल से, और आज भी लाडली बहनाओं के साथ।
18 साल तक ये लाडली बहन नहीं थी। चुनाव के 4 महीने पहले ये लाडली बन गई। आप सोचते हैं हमारी बहनें इसको समझ नहीं पाती?
सर, अभी आपको जाना होगा, लेकिन कई जगहों से हिंसा की भी खबरें आ रही है, खास करके मुरैना में। आपकी कुछ
ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है, ऐसी कोई घटना, बड़ी घटना नहीं हुई, छोट-मोट घटना हो रही हैं। पुलिस की कार्रवाई बहुत कमजोर है। पुलिस कहीं तो पुलिस बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता के रूप में काम कर रही है।
आपने मुरैना एसपी के बारे में कहा कि वो,
मैंने तो खोल के कहा कि वो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में काम कर रहा है।
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल, आपके पार्टी अध्यक्ष ने कहा है कि 150+ सीटें आएंगे, आपका कोई आकलन है?
मेरा आकलन यही है कि मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाता सही फैसला करेंगे।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
And let's go back to Chhattisgarh, where Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel is casting his vote. There you can see, and as we said, this is a state where the Congress is fairly confident of their return. It is the second phase of polling in Chhattisgarh. 20 seats had polled earlier. Those were in the seen to be the mainly Maoist belt, and now the 70 seats in the fray today. And this is also bipolar contest between the BJP and the Congress party. But will smaller parties play spoilsport in some of the seats? That remains to be seen. Counting will take place on the 3rd of December. We'll slip into a short break. More news on the other side.
We have
surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella? Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
Hello, Namaste and Salam UAE. We are here to celebrate exceptional success stories of leading individuals in the realty industry across the UAE. The Realty Awards, brought to you by NKN Media in partnership with NDTV, will also provide a vision for the realty landscape in the UAE. Coming soon, only on NDTV.
More knockout heartbreak for South Africa, more glory for Australia. It is going to be India versus Australia on the 19th of November. It was a thriller at the Eden Gardens today. South Africa tried to cross the line, but they fell short by just 3 wickets. Australia have managed to win yet again and reach the finals. This is the 8th time Australia have managed to reach the final of an ICC tournament. It is going to be a battle for the ages when India clash against Australia on the 19th at Ahmedabad. The cookie crumbled for South Africa as top 4 departed, with the Proteas managing just 23 in 11 overs.
Edged and gone, it's another!
Rain came as a welcome break for the struggling South Africans, who looked down and out after the first 12 overs. Klaasen and Miller started the rebuilding process. Miller in particular taking on Adam Zampa. But everything seemed to fall in favour of the Aussies as Travis Head got back-to-back breakthroughs. David Miller was the only bright spot for South Africa on a gloomy day as he reached a priceless century, giving his team some hope. Australia started fearlessly as Warner and Travis Head went hammer and tongs against the South African quicks.
That's what he does as well.
Aiden Markram and Rabada got the crucial breakthroughs to give some hope to the Proteans. But Travis Head continued his destructive form as Australia cruised towards the target. It is going to be India versus Australia at Ahmedabad on the 19th of this month. Gurcharan Singh.
It is going to be a repeat of 2003 finals.
Exactly, I was about to say that. Gurcharan Singh, it is a repeat of 2003 World Cup. How are you looking at it? How are you looking at the competition? And does India have an edge in the final?
Yeah, definitely. India have got an edge. No doubt. The way they have been playing, they are winning all the matches very, very convincingly. And semi-final also they won by 70 runs. And because I think all around there's not any weak links in the Indian team. They are fielding, bowling, batting exceptionally. Plus the 5 bowlers, I think that is the main strength. And plus our openers, the way they are starting, the way they are demolishing the bowlers in the power play and making easier for the later batsmen. Then King Kohli, the way he is playing. I think all the 5 batsmen up to KL Rahul, they are doing a great job. And our fielding also, and above that, the captainship of Rohit, captain and plus very, very good leader, the way he's leading the team. He's leading from the front by batting. And I think definitely India has got an edge, but it's a final and we are playing against Australia. Australia lost 2 matches initially and from there they have reached the finals. It will be, I think, good final, but definitely India has got an edge.
I want to ask this question to all the 3 of you. Would you have preferred South Africa in the finals? Because going by what we saw in at the Eden Gardens, every wicket, every dot ball was being cheered by the Indian crowd, as if to say that look, it is going to be an easier opponent if South Africa makes it to the final. But it is Australia. Would you guys have preferred South Africa in the final? Starting with Vijay Bhai.
I think, if you have asked right in the beginning of the tournament that India is in the final, you would have said anyone.
Okay.
If you're in the final. the kind of cricket that we have played so far in this tournament, you'll still stick by the same thing and say anyone.
Okay.
The only reason why we're saying about South Africa is because what happened in the past. A lot of people feel, the fans or so-called pundits also feel that this tag of chokers is right next to their name. Even tomorrow's headline will be something like that. And anybody can have a bad game. They had a bad game. There's no doubt about that. And there was a pressure. They don't put enough runs. The fielding was not up to the South African standard. All those things were there. And it happens with a lot of teams. Unfortunately, with them, it happened in a knockout game. And they have no recovery from here. So the kind of cricket Indian team is playing right now, they'll say, okay, anyone. But the problem is, in the end, like Kush Paji's said 10 things about India and just say one line about Australia right in the end, that it's Australia. It's Australia who's won more World Cups than India, who's been there, done that. But at the moment, if you look at the moment, and if you look at the confidence, if you look at the skill level, if you look overall, and let's not forget about home conditions, let's not forget about the home crowd, and not only home crowd, the biggest home crowd you're going to get on 19th, there's no doubt about that. All those things are definitely in favor of India. But once you get into that stage and you know what is at stake for so many of Indian players, it'll be almost their last World Cup. All those things starts to play in your mind as well. But I won't finish by saying that it's Australia. I'll still say that India is hot favorite. Before this game started, I was saying South Africa and Australia 55-45.
Yeah.
But for the finals, I'll definitely say 60-40 India.
Okay. Sabha, your thoughts?
India is up for the challenge, and I don't think India would be unduly worried whether they're playing Australia or South Africa. India would be more than happy to face Australia, because you know what, Osama, I find this Australian batting lineup extremely fragile.
Okay.
And I've yet to see an Australian batting lineup like this. One expected more from Steve Smith, one expected more from Manus Labuschagne. One expected far better shot selection from the Australian side, not only in this game, but overall in the entire tournament. I somehow even now cannot put my head around the way Australia batted today. And I've said this before, it was a challenging track, but it does not mean that you lose focus and you try to be ultra aggressive in getting to the target. And I think Australia really messed it up. They just somehow managed to scrape through. And with this kind of performance, I don't think India should be worried about facing Australia, because mind you, the final game is to be played at Ahmedabad. It will definitely be played on a slow track. So for Australia, it is going to be a tough encounter in the finals against India. This is a different ball game altogether. Australia is playing against India in home conditions, which is favorable to India. India has kind of covered all the bases. So even if India comes across a challenging track or a slow track, we have enough batting power, we have enough in our bowling resources to come on top against Australia.
Yeah. Kushpaji, you mentioned that this is Australia, and Vijay Bhai very rightly picked it up. Do you feel that because it is Australia, India needs to be a little more careful going into the finals?
Yes, India should be more careful. If South Africa had won, then I think I would have said, not much problem. But now Australia is there. I think they have won 3 or 4 times World Cup, or 5 times. And whenever there is a problem, or they want to they lose 1 or 2 matches, then they really come hard at the opposition. But I think this Australian team, I think they're batting. There are too many stroke players. They are playing too many shots, like from Warner, Travis Head, Mitchell Marsh, everyone except for Steve Smith and Labuschagne. They're all trying to play their shots. They're not giving respect to good balls. So for that, you need to have a sound defense and looking for 1s and 2s. And I think that is the main problem. Their batting looks quite weak. And bowling wise, if it is a slow track, then I think India definitely has got edge, because they just have 1 spinner, Zampa, in the rank, and we have 2 world-class spinners in our team. So, definitely any team, India, the way they are playing, I think they will be, they will play much better. And I said earlier also that India will win the World Cup.
Right. Vijay Bhai, I really want to understand this, do you feel that India would be looking at this Australian batting lineup and say that, okay, there are a few loopholes that we can capitalize? Do you feel India would be looking at this match and manage to see those weaknesses here?
Even Australia will be looking at the Indian side and planning that way. I mean, this is what you do before any team meets any opposition.
Yeah.
But the only thing that, India will be thinking that what Australia has done so far, if you look at this World Cup, is whenever they have batted first or batted second, their openers have tried to take advantage of the first 10 overs. And Indian team will be saying, all right, we're up for it. You come. Our best bowlers are bowling in those first 10 overs. If you're up for it, we're up for it as well. So man to man, if you try to do the comparison here, Sama, Indian team looks very good. One. Number two, if you try and compare both the team faces-wise as well, they own those faces, because you break it down to over cricket and try and play according to those faces. I mean, like in that aspect as well, Indian side looks much stronger, and we have the answer at the moment for everything, or for every situation, and for every face as well. So it'll be very interesting to see the Australian openers, or Australian top three for that matter. Will they come out and play with the same sort of a thing? Because I feel they will play with the same sort of thing, and that's the strength of Australian cricket, because they're not going to change because of the situation or because of pressure of the final. They will come back hard. They won't think about what has happened so far in the World Cup. They won't think about the bad games. They say, all right, look guys, look at this dressing room. We're in the finals.
Yeah.
Look around.
Yeah.
We got another shot at the history. Let's try and make that. And they'll go in there with the same sort of an attitude. And Indian bowlers will be ready. They'll say, all right,
absolutely,
show us what you got.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, stay with us. Australia have reached the final of an ICC tournament for the 8th time, a record 8th time, and they will be facing India. I want to ask about South Africa and Temba Bavuma in particular. His poor run in this World Cup continued throughout. Do you feel that also in the sense that because he's the captain, does it also affect his captaincy when it comes to these big matches? Because when you're not in form as a batsman, does it also play mind games when you're trying to take tough decisions?
Well, it does. It does weigh heavily on your mind if you're not scoring runs, because right at the beginning, a player who's in the side is there for his primary skill, and Babuma's primary skill is to score runs for his side as a batter.
Yeah.
And if you're not doing well in your primary skill, then you do struggle with your leadership values, and your decision making does get affected. But thankfully for Bavuma, there are other players who have had enough experience. Like you saw today, after the fall of David Warner's wicket, it was Quinton de Kock who took charge, and he was able to generate a lot of energy with the rest of the players.